I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do with the gun for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do with the gun for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your wife? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 Hey, I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your wife? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to DPA Open Mic, episode 57. I forgot to remove the all this. bars. So okay, let me adjust my hair. So my hair is getting more and more brown. So it's very interesting. Okay, forget it. Okay, so welcome back, and so I'm going to drop the link soon. And as for just now, I saw a comment by WL Crutch. He said, "Why even have intro music?" The reason is because to allow people to have time to come in. You know, is if not, if I just suddenly start, then a lot more people is going to miss the beginning. So anyway, can you guys hear me? Yeah. So gonna hi Maddie, hi member Barry, hi Bernard, hi NGS, hi Wayne, hi Xavier, hi Fortuna, hi Bubs, hi Vaughn, hi VD Joey, hi Ivan, hi Lupo. So okay, so is there a lag? Yeah. So good. I can see that people is replying. Good. So I'm gonna drop the link. Let me find the link, so we can just talk, and I don't need to talk so much. Okay. 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 Link is now dropped. So the link is now dropped and pinned in the live chat. So today's DPA Open Mic is live on Twitter, Twitch, DPA Open Mic channel on YouTube, and DPA Open Mic channel on Rumble. So, yep. So correct. So, yeah. So I did a reaction video to the Austrian armed forces. I'm not sure you have watched it already yet. I thought it's a very, very good report from the Austrian armed forces. In fact, I find that among the circle of the pro-Ukrainian YouTube reports, I think the Austrians armed forces is the best. They are the most balanced. Of course, they're pro-Ukrainian, so you cannot blame them for being pro-Ukrainian. Hi,
Ed, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good
Let me
stuff.
put on my earphone to be more accurate.
Okay. So continue with what you were saying. I'm gonna mute myself for a moment. I'll wait for the rest to arrive.
Yeah, wait.
Oh, there you go. A couple more. Hey, Maddie. How you doing, man? What about you, Wayne?
Not too bad.
Good stuff.
So,
can you guys hear me?
so everyone,
Yeah, we can hear you, Maddie. A bit low,
All right,
but we
I
can hear
can
you.
barely hear you. I gotta bounce out and come back. It's freaking phone anyway. Here we go, old man bullshit.
Just get your fucking shit fixed.
Maddie's background look like Vaughn's place. I don't know why. It looks like he's at
Wayne,
your house.
don't even start yet, Wayne, till we get some more people in here. I know you.
I want to start. I want to burn you guys.
I know you're ready to go off and lay it down, lay it all out. So I'm waiting.
So you want to start? Just start. No problem, man. Don't.
For a change, let's have
Wow.
Wyatt introduce the topic.
Oh, cool.
Full of primo weed.
Prideful version of the pipe.
Now watch. Now that it'll summon the others in, Nunya and Archimedes. Smoke off.
Wayne has triggered the horde.
Yeah. By the way, I'm kind of short on time tonight, guys, so I'd like to get in first.
Yeah,
go ahead, man.
Besides, I think what I've got is...
Don't interrupt Wayne. He's getting ready to lay it out. Don't interrupt Wayne. Go, Wayne.
Okay.
Go, Wayne.
I want to talk nuclear proliferation. Have you guys been thinking about it?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so who's likeliest to go nuke next?
Oh, next.
No, which
do you
country?
Consider North Korea?
Probably Iran.
North Korea and Israel nuked. Do you consider them back to nuke?
Actually, no. The country with the fastest capability, I'm not saying they intend to, the fastest capability,
Japan,
is probably a tie between Canada and Ukraine.
No, Japan.
Not Ukraine.
Yeah.
Ukraine Actually, you are right. Ukraine could be possible, but the thing is,
What I'm saying is, guys, I'm not talking about whether they
Maybe
will. I'm
access to
talking
material, but
theoretical possibilities. Okay, theoretical possibilities. What's the next one? What's another one beyond that could go nuclear? Probably relatively quickly. And when I say relatively quickly, in the case of Canada and Ukraine, I personally suspect, based on what I know about the science, they can do it within a year to build a fission device. In the case of Taiwan, I personally suspect 2 years.
Taiwan 2 years.
Yeah.
But I think
it comes down. What do you
in
need?
the sense that
Hold on,
you
guys.
got
Let me finish
nuclear
this.
power plants and they have access to material, but still you got to manufacture that. And
Yeah, but you're missing the point. You've not only got the material, you have the technical skills.
Yeah, but you still got to find a place to build it that's not going to get bombed.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably going to be hard.
Believe me, that's not hard.
Project.
That's not hard. The Russians can't bomb the entire country, and there are lots of how should I put it? Old ex-Soviet bases which are underground.
Okay.
But they know where they're all at too, so they know where to hit.
Yeah, and that's exactly where they embark in the bloody HIMARS systems. The point is that there are hardened places, facilities, and we don't know what the Ukrainians have built themselves. They could have built anything in the last 30 years since the Soviet Union's dissolution. But that doesn't matter. The point is, I'm not talking intentions. I'm talking capabilities.
Yeah.
And these capabilities have to be recognized, because if you push someone past a certain point, their intentions will change.
Yeah, what I was going to say is there's plenty of countries actually with that, at least the theoretical capabilities. Like, I don't know, like you said, Canada, Argentina, Ukraine, Japan. There's plenty of countries with that capability and with the technical know-how. But just like what happened with Argentina, there's plenty of barriers to get to that point.
Not as many as you think. For that matter, the South Africans could probably go nuclear again within a year.
I think
They had
one of
devices
the,
before.
there is several problems.
I mean,
with this
I don't
idea.
know. Maybe dirty bomb wise, they could go quicker, but I still think you're going to have major issues producing an actual quality nuclear weapon in Ukraine at this point. I don't care if you hide it underground or not. But I don't think they'd have a problem making dirty bombs, or in a lot of other
what's your definition of quality? If you can get a 2 kiloton explosion, it's going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, but you still have
just
to
have to say
manufacture that bomb to produce that, yield.
I'm saying if you can produce something even that small, it's a game changer.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
It's a game changer.
At that point, what are you going to do? You're Russia.
Weapon, they immediately lose everything. Basically, Ukraine ceases to exist in 15 days if they try to do something as stupid as that. Everybody knows that a country with nuclear weapon is going to lose everything.
And what if both countries have nuclear weapons?
The second point, Ukraine is never going to have a nuclear weapon. We have already seen what Iran did to try to have nuclear weapon. You have to build a large factory, underground, very secure site. But the work to build this factory, to transform the civilian uranium.
Did you watch Oppenheimer? God, listen, watch Oppenheimer. What did the Yanks build a nuclear weapon with? Fuck all. They built it with slide rules and a bunch of guys fucking around who had no idea what they were talking about. Literally.
The Iranian,
that's what they built it with.
To transform the uranium, need a very large factory. You cannot do it in some very small bunker. You need to through military facilities to do that.
You can.
And you cannot hide this project. Iranians were not able to hide it. Ukrainians are not going to be able to hide it. And if the US or the Europe detect this project, it's over.
This isn't like a warship. Warships are so big you can see them. A nuclear weapon is something you can fit in a suitcase.
Yes, but you cannot build it in a suitcase.
I think it's not the delivery problem. I
I
think it's the
mean,
production.
there's a lot going into this.
It's very hard to hide. You need a lot of the experts, and then this kind of experts is very small handful, and they are all being tracked all around the world. I think it's not that straightforward. I mean, Ukraine have nuclear capabilities already, so that is possible. Taiwan, I'm not sure. I don't think Taiwan have nuclear power.
Taiwan has nuclear reactors. I looked it up.
Oh, they have. So
Yeah, they have too.
They have the capability. I know Japan can. Japan can instant. Yes.
Wayne, you should stop coping. Yeah.
Wayne, real quick, do you know if Ukraine has the capacity to make heavy water?
I mean,
yeah, they do. Technically,
you need centrifugals to
anybody can make heavy water
to a certain grade.
It's not that difficult. It's
not
time
just
consuming,
heavy
but it ain't that
water.
difficult.
No,
It's
but
not
you
just
need
heavy
a large
water.
ability to do it.
Ukraine is a bankrupt country.
Ukraine
It's a
may be
shit
bankrupt, but they have the technical skills.
It's a black hole. They don't have enough bread to feed their own population. Of course, they can still supposedly, technically build nuclear weapons, but I doubt it.
They don't have enough grain to feed their own
doubt
population. That sounds really interesting, considering how much they've been
I
exporting.
doubt it very well. I doubt. And you have also the problem of usage of nuclear weapons. The only country that used nuclear weapons against someone else was United States. And it was in 1945, a very long time ago.
Yep.
So
what makes you think it can't happen again?
If Ukraine use any kind of bomb or irregular nuclear weapons, everybody knows Ukraine will be annihilated. And if the West decide to move also their nuclear weapons, it will be the end of the world.
That's where you get it. What happens
because Russia has the biggest stockpile of nuclear weapons.
Yeah. Well, what happens if Ukraine calls up Putin and says, "Okay, look, we've got some nukes. We're aiming at Moscow, Leningrad, etc."
Enough for United Kingdom. They have enough for all European countries. Don't worry for them.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter how many they have if something gets takes out Moscow. It doesn't
matter. It's the numbers that matters in nuclear exchange.
No, you don't understand. What
you don't understand
anymore.
You don't understand.
Okay.
You don't understand. Russia is the biggest country in the world. In terms of nuclear exchange, a total annihilation war with nuclear warheads, Russia is the country who has the most chance to survive.
That doesn't track. You are assuming that they all get to where they're supposed to go.
Stop coping, man. Stop coping.
Okay,
Russia is winning in Ukraine. Ukrainians and the NATO officers there get their ass kicked.
I love that. I just love that.
The only thing you can talk about is nuclear weapons, as it will save you. It won't. It won't save you.
If you
will not
use
save
nuclear weapon, it will just.
Let's explore an idea here.
Russia can't do anything about me.
Okay. Let's explore an idea here.
Russia's
Let's explore the idea that
Canada
is. Let's explore the idea that Wayne is proposing. From my point of view, if say like randomly somehow that happens that Ukraine manages to produce a dirty bomb or a nuclear weapon, just randomly, let's cancel the disbelief here. Let's cancel that.
No, it's highly
the
possible,
first
actually.
thing that I think would happen is the West would be the first one to try to stop Ukraine. Not even the Russians. The West would be the first one to try to get it in the Ukrainians' mind not to do that.
Do you think the first test is going to be on the Snake Island? The first test of the weapon. You have to test the weapon if you have a weapon.
Yes.
Because if you think it's a dissuasion weapon like Wayne want it to be, you have to make a test to show the world that you have the ability to do it. So
no, you just have to show them something that gives them the impression you have the ability to do it. Nobody's ever seen an Israeli nuclear weapon.
They have tested in the United States. United
Yes,
States
use
has
it.
seen the
in France,
Israeli
use
nuclear
some island in the
weapons
Pacific to test their own
because,
weapon.
because they allowed the Israelis to make their nuclear tests in United States. Same for the British. They have exploded 2 or 3 nuclear bombs in United States for purpose of test.
Actually, it was mostly in the
And
Australian outback.
Israeli has exploded nuclear bombs in United States with the Accord of United States to make it there.
To
Why
show the
we
ability,
know
you have
that
to make a
North
test.
Korean nuclear arsenal is real? Because they exploded some bombs that were recorded.
Mhm.
It's not
So,
bluff, it's real.
the other thing about nuclear weapons, you have to understand, if it's the dirty bomb, there's no explosion. It's just radiation. So if you just drop it, let's say at Adievka, for example, now Adievka is under threat, and the Ukrainians maybe they don't want to just retreat without inflicting some permanent damage. They can just explode some kind of dirty bomb, and it will permanently affect Donetsk city because it's just next door. So you don't really need to do a test because the Ukrainians, if the experts are still around, they probably can make up something very evil. It is possible, but I'm not sure if they dare to do that because once you do it, EU is gone. You can forget about joining EU. You can forget about the reconstruction money. You can forget about NATO. You can forget about everything. So it's geopolitically not a good idea.
What? I'm not saying they're likely to. I'm just saying that we need to think about these possibilities. I'm not actually concerned about Ukraine so much because Ukraine has a lot of support, and Ukraine is a land border with Poland and a land border with Romania that they get supplies over. My biggest concern is actually Taiwan.
Taiwan, I think that is possible. Although I think the country that can the fastest develop a nuclear weapon is still Japan. I think
Yes.
Japan have literally the technology. They just don't want to do it. So Taiwan, I'm not sure. I don't really hear a lot about Taiwan doing nuclear or wanting to do nuclear.
I don't
But it
either.
makes
I'm
sense
just
that they would
looking at it from a desperation point of view. Who would
Yeah.
likely be
I think it makes
desperate
sense.
enough to make a move?
So,
Japan is likely to get
you agree
invaded.
that Ukraine is desperate? You agree that Ukraine is desperate, Wayne?
Wyatt, I have a question for you. How
Yes.
nationalistic or alienated are the Taiwanese people from the mainland people?
They're totally nationalistic. Like they don't see themselves as Chinese kind of like they don't call themselves Chinese like 中国人 is Chinese, but not.
So
like,
they
I also
are
so there is a lot of ways to say Chinese in Chinese. For example, you can say that you are ethnically Chinese. You can say that you are nationally Chinese. So for Taiwanese, they call themselves Taiwanese. They
Wait.
usually don't call themselves
For you is
Chinese. So there is a
Yo.
huge difference in terms of the terminology.
Yeah.
Like
It's not accurate.
It's like I call myself Italian, but I'm Canadian. Just because my grandfather,
Wait.
my father and my grandfather were born in Italy doesn't mean I'm not Italian.
But
I've got the connection.
No, wait.
but that is
wait.
ethnically. So for Taiwanese is nationalistic. So when they say they are Taiwanese, they literally mean it that like they are from Taiwan. This is a bit like
It's different.
Yeah.
So you have, sorry,
okay.
Wyatt, to disrupt. So in Taiwan, China and Taiwan are politically different, but ethnically the same. So if you make a Chinese joke, they don't get it because they refer to themselves as Chinese first. But this is on ethnic terms. On political terms, they refer to themselves either as Republic of China or Taiwan. In most cases, it's mainly either the younger generation, so the student generation, or the extremely old Taiwanese, so the actual ethnic Taiwanese who refuse to refer to themselves as Chinese because they suffered during the White Terror movement. So you have a big in between because a lot of Taiwanese now, they really do not support the modern consensus. And then for Wayne's point, the concern of Taiwan developing nuclear weapons. So there is a university in Hsinchu. There was a professor that was actually busy with the development of a nuclear weapon. He got stopped by the Americans. And now he is in fact in the US. He is naturalized as an American. So the Americans are present in Taiwan, and then they actively prevent these kinds of things in order to make sure it's under American conditions.
Okay, let me get this straight. You're trusting the Yanks to be competent enough to do that, right?
They did. I even have a colleague who studied under him. He was there when it was happening.
Yeah,
So
I know.
and
I'm still saying
from-
you're trusting the Yanks to be competent. I'm trying to understand this entire
No.
competence.
You're
Yanks
conflicting.
being competent.
No,
But
Wait. He's trying to
but-
say that it happened. He didn't say that the Americans are dependable to prevent nuclear proliferation. Taiwan, the nationalists or the people who believe in the independence of Taiwan, eventually they will try. And then those people who believe it enough, they will never be converted to, or to extracted into United States. Then most likely they will be getting assassinated by the Chinese from China. So it will develop in that kind of direction, but no, it's not easy to go into nuclear science. Just to put it that way. Yeah.
I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying that they have the capability if pushed. There's
they
a
do.
difference between capabilities and intentions.
That's I say. No,
You're intelligent, aren't you, Wyatt? You're intelligent, right?
The people who can be nuclear experts, who can develop this kind of thing, is a handful of people. And every time these kind of people appear, they will be tracked. 100% they will be tracked by multiple countries. You can't run away. So no, even the people who let's say they go into certain high tech technologies, like even silicon, chips and everything. The people who are the most high end, they will all be tracked by a lot of the superpowers, because these are the people who are like walking weapons, So yeah, and they're very handful. They're just
No, guys, you misunderstand. You misunderstand
it was
this.
even
If you
it's
have a
even so
bachelor's
based
of
on
physics, you
Let
can
him
do it.
speak, please.
no, it's not that easy. It's really not that easy.
It's not that
No,
hard.
no.
People over.
So here's an
Complicated.
example. No. It's underestimated. If you think about it. So it was a Chinese scientist who helped the American space program and rocket systems develop. And then because the communists were getting into power, the Americans actually started distrusting this Chinese scientist who was naturalized American. So he
Who was
got.
it?
I forgot his name. Google it. You will find his name. But he got banned from the US, so deported back to China, and ended up developing China's space program. And then actually,
all
that
the
was
NASA scientists that, and I did run into a couple during my long and not so storied career that I've met were all ex-Nazis.
a lot of them, yes. But here's the point I'm trying to make: is that people tend to oversimplify certain technologies or certain capabilities, like nuclear development. For example, if it was that easy, Iran would have developed it already. The majority of the world would have developed it already. It took Korea nearly 40 years to develop their nuclear program. And then their rocket program was, even though capable, it still took them significant amount of years to get one rocket into space.
And if it was
So-
that hard, the Yanks couldn't have done it in 5 years. Think about it.
But the Americans didn't do it alone. And then they took a lot of time too.
You have to understand that in World War II, right, when they did the nuclear, all these things, right, they gathered the best scientists, hundreds of them all in the same place with the top end. Like you have Einstein and everyone, all the craziest people, they're all in that one space.
Yeah.
In the
Why? I
military
know.
war
I've read the
situation.
histories.
Yeah.
The point is
Yeah,
that while
so-
they
so
had a lot of
it's a different-
intelligent people, they just
That's why you can
didn't
speed
have
up
the knowledge that we already have. We don't need as many
You don't
people to
need
do the
just the
same thing
knowledge,
because
Wayne.
we have
No,
knowledge
so-
that is in
okay,
the
so-
textbooks.
No,
Wait.
okay, so
Not about,
So-
about nuclear weapons. It's not just about knowledge.
And so we
It's
on the
also
next slide.
about money. It's also about infrastructures. It's also about all the
Means.
materials needed to make a
Okay.
nuclear bomb.
No, but so if it
I
was
agree with
so
you about the
to
money
give
thing
to
for a normal economy,
And
but
a
for an
small
economy at
country like
war,
Taiwan, a small country like Taiwan can't build a nuclear weapon.
a rich country like Taiwan can.
No,
no,
It's way
it's
rich.
not,
also a matter
Hey,
of
look at North
it's not
Korea.
that rich.
It's
It's
also
not
a
that
matter of
rich.
materials.
North
It's also a
Kor-
matter of where you put your factories to build all the different components entering in the manufacturing of a nuclear bomb.
It's
the,
not
the
only
situation
that.
with North
It is.
Korea. Sorry.
It's also. It's not that easy to develop. Look at how many countries actually self-sufficiently developed a nuclear weapon. It's only a handful. North Korea was very unique in this case because they actually developed their weapons by themselves. Pakistan, did they really develop the nuclear weapons they have now by themselves, or did they buy it? So there's a very big discrepancy between nations that can actually effectively develop nuclear weaponry and sustain it,
Here it is.
and then you have all the other countries, which is the rest of the world, that can't and is not allowed to, because go.
There's
No, I just wanted to
23
say
and a
that
half million population.
the situation with North Korea is
And-
completely different because North Korea's nuclear program was supported, I believe, by either the Chinese or the Soviets. While in Taiwan, Taiwan has both the Chinese and the U.S. government against the possible nuclear program. As Wyatt said, Chinese people with the Chinese government would have anyone who supported the nuclear program in Taiwan assassinated. But not only the Chinese government, even the U.S. government would have interest in having them killed because no one wants a fucking war over fucking Taiwan.
Yeah.
No one gives a fuck.
So like I said, so there were
government would have anyone who supported
Someone need to turn off the audio. Who is
but not only
Yeah, so-
even the US government.
so basically the Taiwanese, or there were Taiwanese individuals, very capable minds, that were developing it or trying to, and they got tracked by the Americans.
Hello?
And then that
Can you guys
ended
hear
the
me?
whole progress. Yes, we can hear you. So basically,
All right.
the Taiwanese, or there were
Hold on.
very
Maybe
capable
your you need to turn off the audio. Yeah. Yeah, Mehdi is.
I'm having the
maybe we
same
can hear you.
issue. I'll be right back.
You want to talk? We can hear. Oh, he's gone. Oh, okay. Yeah, he have a earphone problem.
Yeah, but the moral of the story is it's not that easy to develop nuclear weaponry or nuclear technology for that matter. And then you also need to understand is that the world is watching. Intelligence agencies are everywhere, and then the most capable ones, they are tracking every capable mind, or at least the minds that can make the difference significantly enough. So when it comes to semiconductor industry, China is developing very rapidly. They are getting monitored either way. So what you see is that
Actually, you have to understand, Wayne know more about
I'm
semiconductor
sorry.
chips
Sorry.
manufacturer
Wait.
than you, okay? Because Wayne know everything better than anyone.
I missed the joke. What's the
again,
joke?
yeah,
I
I
missed the
also
joke.
missed it. Yeah,
I missed
but
it too.
anyways,
Oh,
but the moral of the story is that everyone is trying to prevent everyone to develop, or at least the powerful ones are trying to prevent the other powers to develop self-sufficiency in this sector. So everything they can do in order to block it, because when you look at intelligence agencies from the US in China, it's from my understanding, it's very restricted and limited, even though they have some form of presence, but it's nothing near as US intelligence agencies present in other countries. So they have to find other ways in order to meddle. So in this case, it's blacklisting individuals and or companies in order to prevent further developments. So what you get is that countries like the US, they do whatever they can in their abilities in order to prevent these developments from happening. And then also tracking these individuals that make the difference. This is also something they've learned from when Taiwan was developing its industry. So it's It's really not that easy to develop high-tech industry or high-tech capabilities self-sufficiently without prior knowledge and or the early stages of the development phase from this particular industry. And then you have the
Really,
nuclear
that's really
industry.
odd because there's a number of countries who have managed to do that very well.
Which ones?
South Korea,
South
Japan,
Korea was
Taiwan,
with.
Singapore.
It's not true. It's not true. No. Look, so Japan was together with the US when they started developing, and then Japan went rampant in its own developments because of significant investing. But they got started out with the help of the US. Same goes for the South Koreans. Taiwan. So the founder of TSMC actually studied and educated in the US and wanted to develop the semiconductor industry, got help from the company Philips, a Dutch company that actually founded ASML. So what you get is that countries helped each other, and then the companies from particular countries, they started the funding. So they are not isolated phenomenon. These are all connected in one way or another. So you cannot say, oh, they developed individually. No, it's not true. It's not true. They are all phenomenons connected to one another.
No, what I'm
Mehdi, go
saying
ahead.
is that they developed to the
Let
point.
Maddie speak.
Let
Okay.
me speak.
Mehdi,
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I can
We
hear
now
you.
hear
You
you.
can hear me.
Yes.
All right. So there's just a couple points here. It's one thing to be able to say that you can do it. It's another thing to say, as a trader is pointing, is that you have the technology around you to do it. It's not just the technology to actually build a bomb. It's the technology to have engineers that can build the equipment that needs to cycle all this specialized material that is very hard to get. And it's very tracked by all countries around the world almost to the ounce of what goes out of these regions, because there's only so much of the yellow cake that's actually makes it feasible to make a fusion component out of it. From my understanding, I'm not a nuke guy, but that's my understanding of it. I mean, you have to have the industrial base to make this very specialized equipment, and that means you got to have very specialized machine shops to do this. And it's a big chain of events, and it all goes down to, if it was so easy, really, with Google now, and everybody can basically, eventually we'll be able to all build our own nuclear bomb. It's just a matter of, do you have the technology and wherewithal to get the materials, to build all the equipment that you need to be able to actually build the bomb? You don't. It's just a huge chain of things. That's why not every country has it. You got to have all that first.
If you have a reactor, you have the materials. You have to take the reactor apart to get them, but you've got the materials.
No, that's not true. You have civilian uranium. You need military one to make a bomb. It's not the same thing.
And Taiwan lacks the permission from the U.S. Government, the acquiescence of the U.S. government to make a fucking nuke.
You know, it's interesting. Desperate people don't tend to ask for permission. They just tend to do things.
Well, then
this one I agree.
Then they will have to face Chinese invasion without U.S. help.
Yeah, but the Chinese would have to face a couple nukes going off in Shanghai and across their
They need to develop the nukes
Which is
first.
not true.
They need to make them first.
China is not going to get nuked. This is a fantasy that people wanted to live in. It's
Atreyo,
not that simple.
Atreyo,
yeah.
Let me give you an example that just complements your point. Argentina, 1982. No, 1983 actually. We were developing a platform that supposedly was capable of carrying a nuclear warhead. That got cancelled. Not by us. By external policymakers.
By U.S.
So external,
Not
pretty
yes,
much
by
the U.S. Yeah, but that was the era of Pinochet, or no?
That was Chile.
We told them to shut that shit down, and they did. Now, I'm just curious. I mean, I know all this nuclear talk is cool,
But I mean, honestly, Ukraine's not going to build a fucking nuclear bomb and use it to save their asses in Ukraine from Russia. So really, what's the fucking point of talking about all this what if nuclear shit? Yeah, Japan could build nukes, Taiwan could build, everybody could build nukes. If you got money and you got some basic technology, you could probably pay somebody to build you a nuke. Nobody's arguing with that. What's the point? I mean, no one's going to proliferate nukes real quick all of a sudden. Ukraine's not going to do it. Argentina's not going to do it. Japan's not going to do it. Korea's not going to do it.
It's purely theoretical talk about a possible dirty bomb made by the Ukrainian government, which is being claimed by
Dirty bomb?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's about all they could do. And if they do enough fucking dirty bombs, then they'll probably lose whatever support they got left in the West, except for maybe like Biden and some English guys.
They
and then that'll
could
be
always
it.
say it was the Russians.
But if Ukraine uses or develops a dirty bomb and uses it, they can actually potentially get nuked because that would be a justification.
Bon, where did you
It
get
would
that
be, but
from?
they're in the case that they were to bring it up, they would say, "Hey, Russia, get out or else." And you have to remember that Ukraine at least does have the capability of delivering nuclear weapons. And in
Yeah,
case you
but
don't believe me,
There's no
remember
way in
that
hell
they
there's going
make
to be some
rocket
nuclear
engines.
blackmail against
You're
Russia
going
that has
to-
the largest arsenal on the planet, and you're going to pull some dirty bomb out of your ass and tell them to leave Ukraine.
I
Ain't
was
gonna
about
happen.
to say that you're going to threaten a country with what 8,000 nukes. It's
Yeah, but the point is, it doesn't matter how many nukes you have if you lose your major cities first.
no,
All
but
you can
here's
do
the
is
thing.
strike for revenge.
That's
No, but
Please,
this is a
guys,
little bit
please,
far-fetched, man.
You need a
Why-
megaton bomb.
Why does
That's
You
not-
Russia
yeah.
need?
That's
Why does
the-
Russia or anybody
the
need
bigger one.
nukes?
Wait, you are talking nonsense. A
Yes,
nuclear
exactly.
dirty
Why?
bomb is something you
Carajo.
can track because it left nuclear radiation. You can track a dirty bomb on a suitcase.
I'm not talking a dirty bomb. I'm talking a
You can
regular
track it,
10 kiloton.
and it's not
Okay, what-
with one nuclear dirty suitcase bomb that you can destroy a city like Moscow.
Exactly.
Let's see here.
Let Mehdi speak.
That's
Why not? Let's talk about the human Ukrainian bomb that is exploding in Krimpy right now. Can somebody give me a possible reason why that they would actually try to build and
Media.
extend a bridgehead there where they have no way they can get out and no objective they could get
It's a
to
propaganda
that would
offensive.
actually make a difference?
Propaganda, yes.
Please explain
Media.
it.
It's for the
propaganda,
media.
that's all.
Propaganda.
Exactly.
It's off because here's the thing: Russia retreated out of the west bank of Kherson in order to make a more defendable case. Why would Ukraine do the opposite? It's absolute stupidity. It's just a media stunt.
The problem
Yes.
is the bridge. As,
So was,
if you make
D-Day.
a bridge, you have nothing.
Just done it.
It's always the same thing. You need a bridge, and the bridge is going to be destroyed in 24 hours if they try to build it.
Even
They
We
know.
like,
absolutely need a bridge. I got to admit that. We needed a bridge when we hit Normandy. We needed a bridge, yep.
well, Normandy was completely different, though. Here you have a very
And you had a
completely
bridge in
different
Normandy. It
situation.
was the name was Mulberry. If you know your story,
My
it was
my
a
theory is
Actually,
this.
Actually, I watched Wyatt's video a few hours ago about when you. Yeah, so when he was doing the Austrian colonel, so Wyatt made a very important statement: the fact that you cannot use World War II tactics in a modern era because so many things have changed. Everyone can see everyone. So even if you are going to build a bridge within a span of 24 hours, it's going to be noticed, which is why tactics are changing. So it doesn't make sense to try and build a bridge or use boats because they are all being detected, which is why most of the boats, if they make it to shore, they either just get obliterated at arrival or they get obliterated a few moments after. So I think this is something we need to keep in mind. This is that World War was nice and is a good lesson, but it's not relevant for this war.
Yeah, it really
I
is
thought
because
he
we
was
can't.
nice.
We keep on forgetting.
I love World Wars.
Okay.
I love wars
Let
and
me
games, not in real life.
explain what my theory is, because it's the only one that makes sense to me. Is that the only reason they are trying to be set up in these positions is this is where Russians could actually cross themselves. They don't need a bridge initially. They have the BMP, the 2s, the 3s. They got enough force mechanized that can get over. They also got bridge laying equipment at some points of the Dnieper, which are very far down. They may only need a scissor bridge at some point in some junctions in this. The thing is that the Ukrainians, if they build the bridge within 24 hours, it's completely shattered. They have to get the bridging equipment together at one point on the western side to be able to cross into the right. They have to do it quickly before it's detected. And then once they get that across, they got to shoot as much armor or whatever they can get across to extend it out so that the follow-on troops are not built up and just getting slaughtered. Fab 500s will be flying at that hourly. There's no way it makes sense for the Ukrainians to even.
I want to say something.
If the Russian commander over there was smart, he would not destroy the bridge. He would use it.
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Ukrainian soldiers on the other side, and then he destroyed the bridge.
I was going to say, I was watching that review that Wyatt did of the colonel from the Austrian, and I really want to say congratulations to NATO for finally figuring out what's going on the ground and telling people what's up. I mean, because if you've been watching DPA for a while in these forums, and if you're in the open mic chats in the background, everything that motherfucker said, we've talked about in depth and discussed the problems with offensive operations, the problems with not supporting them right. If you're going to train somebody like NATO and equip them like NATO, then you got to fight like NATO. And he made it abundantly clear that they were never in a position to support those offensive operations in the NATO way, the doctrine. They were short on supplies. They admitted that the Russians, despite all the hype, somehow are capable of conducting successful electronic warfare operations, targeted strategic strikes, interdiction, everything they underestimated and talked shit about. Yeah, the Russians aren't Supermen, they're not gods, but lo and behold, they do have capabilities, and sometimes their capabilities work just like sometimes Ukraine's capabilities work. And it's obviously pretty embarrassing for NATO to have to sit here and discuss literally everything that, for all intents and purposes, amateurs have been discussing for months and months and months when it came to these offensives, before they started, during when they started. Numerous people in these forums have discussed everything they pointed out and why it was stupid to do it, why it was bad to do it, this idiotic river operations. I mean, that should be a verb now, crinkied. You got crinkied. I mean, that's disgusting what's going on there. And then they're sending them dudes to their fucking death. I mean,
I disagree, Vaughn. I think that river operation has some really interesting possibilities.
Yes, Turkey shooting for the
I mean,
Russians.
you can pick how you want to die. Like if you get shot or burned alive in a fab, or maybe a Kinzel hits you, or maybe a mortar sinks your boat and drown. You're right.
Madger's in the area, right?
Huh?
You know that Madger's down in Cranky area. Her son, actually. Okay,
no,
you know who
Magyar.
Madger is?
Magyar, you mean the Hungarians?
No.
No, the guy who was the drone battalion, Magyar's Birds.
No.
Yeah, they got drones. Big deal. I mean, they got drones. The Russians got drones. The Russians got 10 times more drones now. It's obvious. That's another thing they admitted. We've been talking about the uptick in drone strikes and attacks by FPV drones and Lancets for months. How it's been every month. It's been getting higher and higher. What does NATO talk about? Oh yeah, we got FPVs. We're doing this. We're doing that. But Russia has apparently closed the gap and now seems to, in certain areas when they choose to, they dominate the area with their drone surveillance, their drone attacks, their electronic warfare.
Have you been watching
they
the
have the
equipment
ability to
that's been
send their
getting destroyed?
aviation in, helicopters, aircraft.
But Vaughn, have
The
you watched
long-range
the aircraft?
standoff weapons, they can go in and provide close air support. I mean,
Have you watched
a
what's
lot
getting
of crows
destroyed in the
getting
creaky
eaten, a
area?
lot of crows getting eaten and a lot of guys died because these assholes made those stupid ass assumptions and fucking disrespected their enemy and underrated their enemy, and because of it, they made idiotic, suicidal decisions on scales unheard of in modern times, just getting people killed for no fucking reason.
Wait, what
I mean,
were
they
you
flat
saying
out
again?
said it. They weren't ready to do it. They didn't have shit to do what they said they were going to do, and they still fucking tried.
Yeah.
And everybody in NATO fucking knew it. That guy standing there fucking knew it. Look at the look on his face. He
Hey,
looks like
Vaughn,
he's
you
terrified to
forget
have to
something.
say what he said.
Vaughn, you forget something. Austria is not part of NATO. So basically, they could say whatever they want about NATO.
He's more
And quite
independent.
frankly,
Yeah, but he still didn't
Why
look
it's
like he
funny?
was too
Because
comfortable
for them,
saying it.
we are not part of it, okay? So that's why they are so free to
Oh.
speak about it.
I didn't know.
I
if
can't
may-
it's not part
see
of
if I
him
may say
looking
something.
terrified ever. That guy looked terrified? You gotta be kidding.
I mean, he said
I
that
didn't
he
say
was
he looked
satisfied with
terrified.
the
I said he
Ukrainian
looked very uncomfortable stating the things he was stating. Just to look on his face, like he didn't appreciate being the messenger. Maybe let's put it that way.
Mhm.
Oh,
Well,
Austria
if I
is neutral. I'm surprised, man. I'm from
Yes.
backwards. I thought I never knew
Unlike
Austria
Sweden, they stay
not
neutral.
neutral.
if I may say something,
I-
Mehdi suggested kind of tactic used to be used by the Ukrainians, a large armored transition of equipment from one side to the other of the Dnieper River. But wouldn't that be a very dangerous maneuver? Because I will remind you all. I don't know if you remember what we saw during the Seversky Donetsk crossing of the Russians near Lysychansk. I don't know if you remember that, but the Russians lost a lot of equipment. I remember maybe 30 pieces of equipment
Yeah.
among tanks.
Yeah, they lost a whole
That was-
battalion in one
Yeah.
operation, and they
That was
still
terrible.
won the war.
They still won the
Armor-
battle. Yeah.
River crossings are gonna cost at any point, at no matter what you do, because there's just simple realities. It's just military math. You got to be bunched up at one side, which means that you're probably going to be detected. And at that time, the Ukrainians had their full force available to them. So you're talking to Javelin crews. They had all the tanks they had at the highest mount. They would have them. They had other equipment they don't necessarily have right now. You know, they had aerial, missiles too. Yes, they did have more of that. And it's just a fact of reality, because to be able to you can only cross. This is another thing. There's only certain places you can only cross. And the problem with like the Dnieper is that most of the river crossings, the western bank is going to be higher than the eastern. And there's certain situations in the terrain, the way it acts, like it flows into a bow or a bow or whatever, that you don't want to cross, because either your enemy controls that entire amount of area or you will. It just all depends on which side of it you're on. But there's a lot of things that got to line up. So that means there's only certain places that both teams or sides can really cross at. So they get monitored. And anybody that's going to try it is going to get squished. It's just a matter of, this is when you need a mass, because you got to have enough behind it to keep forcing it through, so you can push more out there to force what's killing it back and away from it, and allow more to come in and compete and continue to spread out, or else it's just going to get waxed where it is. Sorry for the
Even
line.
if you succeed to cross the river with armored vehicle, after 5 to 10 hours of operation, you're out of fuel, out of ammo. What are you going to do? You need trucks to refuel, to get ammo, and so on. And for trucks, you need a bridge. Without a bridge, you cannot have anything.
Yes. And that
They
is
were
a problem that
providing
was
it by
brought.
way of the
I
boats.
mean, I remember
Telecommunications
well,
and
yes.
Darby that.
But that's a problem that was brought up by History Legends on his. I don't know if I can say this on his channel. He made
We
a
didn't
video
have a
about it.
bridge in Sicily
You
either.
motherfucker.
Made out fine.
And
Didn't have a bridge in Italy. Made out fine.
No, but he was talking about how quickly boats would be able to carry ammo and
Yeah, you
fuel.
counted 10, right? 10
Yeah,
boats.
10,
Well-
10, yeah, and that would be extremely easy for Russians to detect.
Let me throw a little history into this, because when the Russians pushed the Germans in World War II up against the Dnieper, the Germans were lucky they got across at the lower spaces where a lot of the conflict's happening, but up above it, the Russians continued to try to cross, and they were basically getting across, and they were using logs to transport tanks. So when the Russians have it in their mind to fucking do something, they're gonna do it, and they're gonna support doing it, and they're gonna continue to do it till they can't. And that's I'm just saying that there's more to just crossing than having all of it, because that's why I bring up the BMP 2s and 3s and stuff. If you got aerial support and you have those vehicles, which are tracked, by the way, and now they have 100mm. I think it seems to me like a recoilless gun, but I'm not too sure about that. But at least it's 100mm. That gives it, and it has special ammo that gives it the ability to protect itself. And let's not forget, these things are mounted with Cornet missiles as well. So when they see, that's the thing, they don't need the bridge. And if they can get across
sorry,
and
guys.
start spreading out, they could start spreading out as more comes up, and it becomes safer for them to build the bridge. Then it is. It's just a matter of, can they get ground, and can they spread it out enough that more force can get across.
Mhm.
That's just the physics of it. You can't really
Yes,
change it.
but
There's no
because it's
change to
very
it in warfare. It's one way or the other.
BMPs cannot cross the Dnipro. It's too wide. They aren't
No,
capable of
it's
it.
not. No, it's not. Jesus Christ.
When the Ukrainians are bringing stuff across, they've been using transports, because you
Nowadays,
cannot trust an armored
Everything else has
vehicle
been
on
shot to
something that.
shit, Wayne.
So I'm
They're
not
still
sure
doing
if
it.
they can cross a river that big, but my understanding is that they could cross, provided there's no big wind, because they can topple very easily. Like the Chinese, they prepared their tanks and armor to cross the Taiwanese Strait. But of course, that is a stupid way to cross, because it's slow. So if you have boats to ferry them, it's way faster. No, the BMP, crossing river is damn slow, man. If you ever watch it, it's like watching the paint dry, So yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah,
I gotta run, guys.
They might do like crossing
Yeah,
across
Dnieper
small
isn't the
channels
same
and
Have a good
stuff.
weekend.
Wait,
See ya.
I
Enjoy
mean,
your
wait,
weekend,
what
Wayne.
are you talking about Krinky? All the Ukrainians
you-
were managed to do is
He's leaving.
to cross the river with pneumatic boats with 5 to 10 men on board, and that's it.
Yes.
But
But it's just
the
propaganda.
Russian vehicles, let me explain something though, because if you look across from Krinky, you need to look across from Krinky and see what's there. There's immediate road access for anything that came across, to get road access to start spreading out, to go towards Korshon, and then to move forward up. If you look to the right of it, if you're standing on the east, you see there's a natural water barrier there that would protect it from anything coming from that other, well, you would call it the northern side of that bridgehead. I'm not, you got to understand, they're built for this. That's why the paratroopers are given them now. It's why the Marines have them now. Because large amphibious crossings are going to be a very rare thing, but this is going to be common, especially for an army that's on the move. And if they have the ability to use these things to do it. It's not like they're crossing to Odessa. Remember, they're just crossing a waterway, and if they can get enough protection to do it, there's a lot of damage they can do on the other side, especially if the Russians maintain control of the air.
Actually, if you guys know that the modern pontoon crossings, right, they are all boats. Like, every single pontoon bridge is actually a boat. So, modern pontoon can actually just act as the ferry. They don't really have to build into a single bridge. That one, of course, is cheaper, if they can just put it together as a bridge. But most of them are just boats. So, it's possible to cross, but ultimately, if my understanding is that in military doctrines, the weakest time where an army is when it's crossing a river or when it's actually landing. So usually the idea is that let them land. The moment they are halfway through, you attack them, they will be screwed. So that's the usually the case, and then that's what happened to on the Zelenskyy Donetsk River to the Russians. When they're crossing halfway, then suddenly they got attacked and all hell broke loose. Manny,
Well,
what do you want to say?
when I was in the cav unit, we actually trained to do this. What it would be is the M113s would cross because they float with their men. Then we'd come up, we'd have a platoon come up with tanks on one side to protect them on the other side as much as we could. The scissor bridge or pontoon bridge would come up after. It's got to be very coordinated. And that's the other thing. You can't just throw this all together and expect it all to happen. You got to coordinate the shit out of this because it has to be done quickly. It's for everything we've just said. And if you don't have the men trained and have the ability and the coordination to get it all together, to train them to do it as quickly as possible and get across, it is just going to be an entire shit show, because that is something that when we trained, we thought it was the hardest thing we would ever have to face. And it really was. So, I'm just throwing out there, understand that's training. It's not combat. I'm never saying I ever did it in combat, but it was hard enough to do it in training where you could see the problems you would have.
I just want to answer to the guy who paid a few bucks to pose a question. And I don't think the Russian troops is going to try to cross the Dnieper River. They are going to wait for maybe two different things. The first one is the end of the war, when they are going to ask Odessa in the peace treaty. That's my first idea. And the second idea is they are going to cross when they are invited by the guy on the other side, basically by your corrupt officers or because Ukraine government has disintegrated. But they are not going to try a combat crossing. That's just too expensive.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to say, because this helps picture the situation a bit better. Let's stop calling it a river in and of itself. Let's call it the river delta, because I don't know if you saw the images of the so-called river, but right now there's a whole bunch of islands in the middle of the track. So it's more like a delta than a river in and of itself.
That's a good point, and those are all good points. And like I've always said, I can be completely wrong. It's Russian, MOD that decides this all. It all depends on what direction. If there's a political direction, just like Shadowy just said, that could be very well be what those intentions are for Kherson. But I don't think so. Not with Kherson. I think they want to take that by force myself. And I think it's the reason part of it is because it's on its way to Odessa. But that's the reason why I think they would cross there. But they may not do it. You know what I mean? We don't know. All we are is armchair generals, just going on what facts we know and what experiences we have, and what we know from history. So, I thought those were good points. All points are legitimate to me.
Mm-hmm. Nania?
I just want to say Ocean Tosca is gay. Okay, done.
Who's that?
No, I just wanted to throw my
some gay guy, in the chat, he's like, very gay. I don't know why, never mind.
It's okay.
I just don't show gay, he's gay. He's gay. Yeah.
No, it's okay to be gay. Like, look at that gay hat that Mehdi is wearing. Like, we should all be okay with that. No, I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in on NGS's question, and to follow up on Shadowy's comments. Yes, I agree. I think they'll probably just hang out a bit. As I mentioned last week, they're just going to wait it out, I think, for the next month or so, because we know that the money's not coming. And we know that the situation in Ukraine is getting bad. Like, not for the military, that's bad there too, but for just general civilians. Like, we see videos of bread lines and all that stuff. Once they stop getting paid, and this is what I said on the chat last week, once they stop getting like a regular paycheck and things become really desperate, that's when the whole house of cards collapses. So I think that that's probably what the Russians are forming with their calculus of if and when they move.
Anyone track how long more can they last in terms of the finance for the Ukrainians? I'm not tracking, so I'm not sure. Anyone know how long the Ukrainians can last with the money they gotten?
My understanding is they're out.
The Netherlands. All I can say is that the Netherlands decided to send $500 million. Germany decided to send also some billions. Ursula von der Leyen also decided to send some billions. United States just sent 200 millions. I mean, as long as the big guys in Ukraine receive their money, the war can last longer. No problem.
Mm-hmm. It depends if they're getting their money, though.
Yeah.
Because we don't know if they're gonna get more money.
I mean, my theory.
The big guys in Ukraine receive their money. Don't worry about it.
My theory on the whole thing was if they didn't get the U.S. funding prior to the holiday shutdown, it won't happen. Because now you've got the House is shut down. They're going to be shut down now for the next 3-4 weeks. By the time January rolls around, I'd hate to break it to everybody in Ukraine, but over on this side of the pond, we've already forgotten about you. It's not in the news at all. Come January, give it another 3-4 weeks. Oh, no, the whole notion of any sort of money will just be completely out the window then, right? So that's what will happen.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, I think with what they got promised and what's already in the pipeline, they're obviously good till the end of the year. Maybe January, then like Nunya was saying, by the time they get done with all their Christmas vacations and New Year's bullshit and swearing new people, it'll be the end of January almost. So Ukraine will probably run out of money by the end of January. And who knows if they're going to get any more. I mean, I'm sure people can still promise a little bit here and there, but I mean, realistically, they're probably not going to see any kind of relief until February. And that's only if they can get Congress to do it. I mean, they could drag their feet for weeks and weeks after they come back. So, I mean, it could be months. And I don't know how much money they got, but I figure they got at least enough for the end of the year, maybe January, before they're really strapped for being able to pay people.
I believe that even if there is no more money, that we are going to see a big offensive from Russia or a big collapse of the Ukrainian army. I think the slow grinding is going to continue. Maybe a little quicker, but they are still going to go very slowly because they have nothing to lose basically to go slowly. So they are going to continue.
Can I bring attention to pre-Drex armor? You'll be on DPA Open Mic. It's so dangerous. You have to wear armor. If not, you get shot.
Yes.
I also want to raise an idea. So the EU, they froze a lot of Russian assets. What is the likelihood they can actually use that in order to fund Ukraine?
Zero.
They can't.
Zero.
If they use it, they're going to.
Everybody in the Gulf state is going to withdraw their own asset.
It's
and it will be
legal.
a disaster for Europe.
Okay, so I want to say they cannot use it. Like literally, they cannot use it. The moment if they use it, what will happen is that they will lose trust from the international community. Literally, no one will want to invest in their country. Like India, China, Indonesia, no one will want to invest in their country. So you can't. And if you use it later, the war over, you have to pay back with interest. You have to pay compensation and whatnot. It's going to be crazy. No, I don't think they dare to do it unless they want to do a total break. But like I said, it's a reputational damage to doing it.
So the reason I bring it up is because I read that Ursula von der Leyen actually has mentioned it.
Yes,
so it was part of their
lot of stupid thing, but not going to happen. It's just too dangerous for Europe.
Yeah, but we have seen how the Europeans act, because Europe has committed to economic suicide. So why is this so unrealistic then?
So
You're right.
because
No,
they,
it's not
That's why this-
unrealistic. It's perfectly realistic. And the trick the Europeans want to do is to make 100% taxes on the revenue of those assets, so they can transfer it to Ukraine or whatever. That's how they manage to do it. That's the plan. And they will do it. Because Russia is bad and that's enough.
We'll see about that.
so there is a I have a theory, why there is a why you will not do it, or difficult to do it, because politicians are not the people who run the world, the national banks. So the people who run the central banks or the financial systems, these are really smart people, and they know what's the consequences. The politicians, they talk, there's no consequences, particularly, especially for those that are working in the EU. They're not even elected, so so they can say whatever they want. It doesn't matter to them. But the people who run central banks, they need to manage the financial systems. They know what is to come, if they do something like this. Yeah, change topic.
No,
The conversation has died.
no. Christine Lagarde don't understand anything about finance. She's just a puppet who was placed there. And you're talking about central bank people being smart. Look at Janet Yellen. She's talking about we need to help Ukraine. That's not her job, for God's sake. What she's talking about.
That's not
She's just a puppet.
Aurel, there's a difference though between talking and actually doing what they say they would do. You know what I mean? They can say all they want, but if they don't do it, it amounts to nothing at the end, right?
I totally agree with you.
I mean, Janet Yellen stated that United States can afford to make a two-front war, no problem. We have the finance. Wow.
I even heard three-front war.
It's all bullshit.
Wow.
Of course. It's all propaganda. But
let me flip the subject a little bit away from finance and talk about military matters for a moment. What?
Before you jump into military matters, actually it is related, but based on what was said, I don't know by who, but the propaganda. So this is my question, because this is what I'm theorizing at the moment, is that the West is propagandized so much that they even started believing in their own propaganda, and then actually taking actions or making maneuvers based on their beliefs, which is struck by their own or built by their own propaganda. How far you think this is practical and actually realistic?
Is that an
they are sniffing their own code.
Have you read
sniffing their own propaganda, and it makes brain damage. That's what you see in Europe.
The problem that it poses is that when the officers on the not on the front, because the guy in the front understands what's happening, but the officers in the headquarters believe all the stupid things that their own media says. So they believe that the Russian is going to disband because they have no morals and no training. And so they plan their offensive with this belief. And that's, of course, very stupid. Because you have to make the difference between the intelligence agency and the media agencies. And at a point, it was really mixed. Yes. And I think it's part of the reason of the fail of the great Ukrainian offensive.
That's what
Mehdi,
we saw
to get you into the conversation, what is your short-term operational analysis?
You just made me lose what I was gonna fucking say.
I'm sorry, Mehdi. I'm sorry.
Mehdi, the meds. You forgot.
It is not the meds. It's not that. It was just I was so focused. Well, first of all, I'm getting a lot of shit for my hat, which I think is kind of funny.
Mehdi, you understand that soon you are going to be waiting for POTUS to be the next president of the United States.
No, fuck no. No, I don't want nothing to do with involvement of the government of this shit show.
Yeah.
I see the Canadians hat, all right, and all that other shit. But The propaganda thing is this. How many of those generals and people went out there knowing what they were pumping out was bullshit? How many of them were considered experts? And how many of them now, if they had any shred of honor, which they obviously didn't, because if they went out there and openly just lied to, I'm talking about the American public, they went out there and lied to them, they should have the stars, the stripes, everything ripped off their shoulders, because they are the one thing that was supposed to be in the military to prevent it from doing stupid shit. Was if these orders are against human law, they are unfollowable for me. You know, these, if they did it and they did it for money, fame, whatever, it doesn't matter, because honor matters. And they should have known history is going to decide who was an expert and who wasn't, who was closer to the truth and who wasn't, who was flat out lying their asses off and should have never been considered who they were as experts. The only thing they were experts were was they were bullshit artists. And for whatever reason they did it, fuck you, because it's led to a lot of people dying. How many kids saw that on Reddit, said, oh yeah, it looks like Russia's going to be a pushover. Let's get in while it's good. You know, I'll get some good cat, have some stories to tell the woman, decided to go over there with a big salary, wound up shoved in a trench, never to be seen for again because they were atomized. How many of those lives are they responsible for? Will we hear sorry from these motherfuckers? No, we won't. You know, if they had any morals, they would walk off the stage and just disappear. But let's see what they do. Let's see how far they push this shit. Because eventually the wall of blood that flew out of Ukraine is going to backwash on us. And people are going to have a lot of waking up to do. And one of the things we're going to have to decide is, what are we going to do as an army, as a force? How are we going to build our doctrine now that we see what war is when it's big boy war? And that's been my rant.
They ain't never going to apologize. I mean, look at a dude like Petraeus. He knows better. And he was one of the dumbest motherfuckers out there saying the stupidest shit about these offensives and, oh, this is what they're going to do and this is how they're going to do it. Like, and not obviously never take into account any of the Russian countermeasures or any of their doctrine or how they might operate or react to something or what they might do if they saw this new secret super radar that he thinks is going to do everything. You know, it's like he was just so unrealistic and just dishonest. It's like he just read the manual and then went on CNN and repeated it and then just, you know, changed a few words around into Ukraine or whatever. I mean, it was ridiculous. I mean, there's plenty of other guys, but most of them, you know, think about it, they probably already started connecting themselves by saying, well, you know, yeah, I mean,
and I was just going to say, what's the excuse going to be, though?
Please, I can before. I just want
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Say what is happening in France about the famous expert. In France, you have first the ex-military who are now retired, who go to the mainstream media and who to basically say bullshit. Okay? They are just going in the same ideology as the mainstream media because they want their check or just they want to be some kind of star. Okay? That's the first thing. If you read in France, the Ministry of Defense, basically the three military guy, every week, I think they write a report about the Ukrainian war. If you read it, and nobody did, okay? Because nobody care about what's really happening, they are very careful. Okay, they just draw the map, very careful. They don't speak about bullshit. They don't try to guess what they don't know. Very, very careful report. So nobody read it. Okay, I think we have to make a differentiation between active military, who understand what's happening and don't want to speak about it, and retired military, who just another paycheck or just to be a star and to be famous a few minutes on TV. I don't think that's the same thing. Or if we have a special case, that's the Austrian guy who is not part of NATO, who was basically, I think, ordered from his superior to do the video. Maybe he's not very happy about it. And just he don't care. That's not his job to be happy with the mainstream media. So he could say what he think, or at least what his hierarchy think. And I think it would be a way for the Austrian army to tell NATO, you are doing stupid things. I don't know about the politics of the Austrian army. And your turn, I think it was
Pedro.
speak.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Mehdi, you're older than me, brother, but you guys all know that one universal truth, and that's that.
You gotta speak up or something.
Yes, you have a problem with your mic.
Fucking up, you know.
Yeah, the bass is very strong. The bass is very strong, but not enough treble, not enough high pitch. Somehow, too many for us. We are better.
Is that good? Okay,
Yes.
just wanted to say one thing to Mehdi, but you all guys know one universal truth, and that's that in war, in sex, only the innocent bleed.
Well said, man. Well said. That's pure poetry.
That's not
Fuck
true.
me.
That is not true. If your ass is tight enough, you bleed too.
Oh, Jesus
shit.
H.
You took it the wrong way, brother.
Yes, Andrew, stop watching
No,
porn.
I took it the U.S. senator way. I took it the U.S. senator way.
I want to get back on topic.
That was such nasty shit.
This is nothing, Vaughn. This is nothing. There's much more.
Oh hell no!
Oh hell
I'm
yes!
glad you're comfortable with yourself now.
Maybe you were
Is that the
talking
Italian
about
thing?
those
I don't
general
Eddie.
secretaries that will never apologize. I mean,
Oh.
you hear what Anthony Blinken said in a hearing of a committee of whatever. 90% of the funds allocated to Ukraine were in fact to the military-industrial complex here in United States. So it was very good money for the economy, very good money for jobs, very good money for all those
For the shareholder.
politicians involved in those those governors in each state. I mean, it's the Ukrainians who are dying, not the Americans officially. So who cares? It's good for the business. It's good for the economy, a part of it. It's good for the money.
Well,
I want to
Eddie,
jump in
I
on
have a
that.
question for you. Nonya, if I could say something.
Sure.
Do you think, Mehdi, that we'll see just like right before the United States got involved, or as they got involved into World War II, they restructured their whole command chain? Do you think we'll see that, given the changes in warfare? That's my question.
That's a really good question, because will we learn anything from it? I mean, one of the things that I think operationally the Russians have that we don't have is like a general operational command that's always there. And their job is to figure out how to win wars. And that's all they do. They're not, it's not the same. The Russian model is different than the Western one or the NATO one. I've come to learn. I'm not, once again, I'm not an expert on this stuff. I'm learning like you guys are. I just have maybe more time to look at material, but you can see the difference. It was like the Germans had a cadre that decided what happened in the war that was one step below Hitler on the whole thing. And we need the same thing. We need that, I think, that gap, because what's happened is that the politicians have seemed to lose or at least erode that gap. So we have some like facsimile of it, but it's not really in existence. And it's full of political lackeys who will do and say whatever the senator that basically patroned them through all the way up their stars and bars said to do, and shed their honor knowing that, they'll get a job in the military industrial complex someday anyway. I mean, will we be smart enough to do that? Will we be smart enough to get all this, the social engineering out of the military and just get it to where it's supposed to
Mehdi,
be, and it's good
put
at
it the French
fucking
way.
killing.
You reform the army after you lose the war. That's the French way to do things. In
guys.
France, we reform the army only after we lose the war, not before, because it would be too easy.
Hey guys, I just wanted to make a comment about what RL said, as well as the super chat question from NGS that popped up, because they're both tied in to my reply. So bear with me. Like, when you say that Americans don't care, I think it's important to separate out the Lindsey Grahams of the world with the Vaughns and the Medis, because I'm telling you right now, the average American cares very much. Like, the average American is extremely generous, and they're also extremely brainwashed. So, no, hear me out. Like, and I've been living next door my whole life, guys, and I've been there many times. I've had many a conversation, and I kind of formed this opinion over my life. If you were to sit down and talk to the average American, like in a diner somewhere, they have no clue that, for example, they have only 4% of the world's population, yet they consume 25% of its resources. That they have no clue about this stuff. Like, the average American, honestly, they believe that the world is completely equitable, right? So if you were an American and you go talk, and you're in Niger, and somebody says, well, 80% of the people here don't even have electricity, right? Americans would just look at them and say, well, that's silly. You guys just need to go out and get some electricity, right? Because electricity is really great. And once you get it, you're going to, your life is going to get so much. Like, they don't wrap their head around the fact that the Nigerians, or however you say it, that they can't just go out and, quote, get electricity, right? They can't wrap their head around that, because, like I said, they've been raised in school from the time they're born that, you know, everybody has everything, and if you fail in life, it's your fault, right? It couldn't be the fact that your country doesn't, 80% of the people in your country doesn't have electricity. Like, that's not a drawback. It's the fact that we're all equal, and the fact that we're succeeding more so than another country, that simply means that we work harder than them, right? Yeah. This is the mentality. If they were to learn that they are gouging all these countries, I think they'd be terrified, and they'd be horrified, and they'd be like, well, you know, we've got to do something about this. Because I don't think the average American realizes, or Canadian, we're all the same, guys. We're the bad guys, right? We are the bad guys in this world. Americans, Canadians, French, Brits, we are the bad guys. Once you realize that and wrap your head around it, it's a really dark place to be. I've been there, right? Because I too was brainwashed. And once you realize that, holy shit, everything I've learned about my country and how they approach other nations and stuff, everything's been a lie. That's really difficult to wrap your head around. That's all I have.
So before anyone goes,
Wait.
I need to go out. So before I step out, yeah, thanks everyone, was good. Maybe I can join later if it goes long enough. But Nunya, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Are we the baddies?
Well, I am. Vaughn is. You're Dutch, right? No, you're totally bad. Yeah, you're bad too. Sorry, man.
I'm Italian.
Let's see,
I'm
Italy,
black.
France. Yes, other than the Serb, I think, and maybe the Singaporean, he's on the fence. Everybody else on this panel is evil. I'm sorry.
No. Simeon is Argentinian.
Okay, you're not bad. You're not bad. You're just really broke.
No, he's the kind of Latino because
I'm
he's
on
too
the
white.
side with. No, I'm with Simeon. You know, I'm educated in the Netherlands, but I'm originally from Suriname. We are also broke. We are in the same shit as Argentina. It's
Okay,
just
I'll
that.
give you- okay, fine. You get a pass. You're good. Okay, are you happy?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
No, it's not like that. He has been trained by the evil. So by training,
Hey,
he's evil.
Damn.
Yeah, man.
I showed you on the screen something that was going to explain what I was talking about. This is from the U.S. study that was done in 2019 of Russian command. Now, this was done. This is is by Barrow and Grau. This was done. It is a very good study. Andrei Martinov was the one. Martinov is the one that recommended it. He's a great author, by the way. Been talking about this forever. But let me read this to you. It's the Russian General Staff System. One of the most interesting differences between the armies of post-Soviet Union in the West is the presence of a Prussian-style general staff. These general staffs provide far more than just planning apparatus. They also function as doctrine and capability developers. The U.S. Joint of Staff is often equal to the Russian General Staff, but this is a great understatement of the Russian General Staff's importance. It plays a far greater role in distancing the military from the government and is meant to be there as a buffer that makes sure whatever the politicians decide, they can fight that freaking war. And that's all they do. And you guys got to get this book. You should hear what it says about the conscription. It isn't what you think it is. It's nowhere near what you think it is. And that's why I laugh about a lot of this shit, because when you read our own goddamn study that all these generals had access to as well, but just kind of never got around to, I guess, well, it tells you a lot of the shit that's going on. And I'm sorry, Vaughn, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I mean, until there's an election and somebody else comes into power, there's not going to be any changes in the United States military doctrine or how it's fought or who makes the calls. You got guys like Lloyd Austin and whoever replaced Mille calling the shots, making the plans. They're not going to adopt anything. They're not going to use tactics that work, probably for the simple reason that, they're Russian. Even though they can see the results of coordinating with drones and infantry and how much more precise they can make their artillery. I mean, we got good stuff, but I mean, you can't beat having eyes on a target, literally just telling you how many tick marks to make just to drop it right where you want, just a regular artillery round. I mean, finding guys you can't hide, thermal blankets that you just lay on the ground and jump up like some kind of ninja and just gack a dude with a knife, and then your buddy runs by like Superman with his thermal cape and grenades. I mean, it's like, will we adopt some of that stuff? Maybe, but you really can't expect any major changes because these guys are, they've made all the wrong calls all along. They've made all the bad choices. I mean, there's no reason to think that they're all of a sudden going to get smart and be like, look, like we were talking about the other region that's having a conflict. They had a year and a half to see what was coming, and it doesn't look like either side in that particular region took any of the lessons to heart as far as drones, other than
even the Russian commander makes some stupid things. Think about the Russian commander who gives the order to his armored unit to enter into Kharkiv. It was a really stupid orders, and they did it. And with the war, they learn to avoid stupid things, or they remove the very incompetent officers. That's the problem with war. You earn very quickly experience, or you died.
Those are the lessons of warfare.
Because of the people in there right now.
But that's every war. Every war is that. The only difference is that when you get relieved of command, it's about because you've killed too many men or never gotten to the objective and wasted so many men to get there. American generals don't suffer anything for what they do. It's unlike in the Russian side of it. It's just it's pretty amazing to me that we don't have this general staff system, and I think it has to be there because we have to have a separation between the politicians telling the military how to do things and not just what they need done. There is where we need to change things. But Vaughn's right. It's the Western way of thinking about war has to be kind of shattered because it's insulated itself from all other types of warfare, especially if it came from Russia for some odd reason. But the Russians, in their own right, they suffer losses. That is warfare. Is you may get killed. You find out why they get killed, and then you try to make it so the same conditions don't exist for the next guy's going. It's just life. It's war. People got to understand Russians are going to die. It's a fact of life. Their tanks will blow up. It's a fact of life. It's about how you use them and what type of force that you use that gets to the objective that matters. If you're dying needlessly, pounding against the wall for no reason but a photo op, that is just murder. It's different if you throw the amount of force that you need that would give that type of attack some type of odds of probability to be able to take care of it and take its objective, not like getting fed in here and there. Like the word butchered. I mean, what they've done is just completely insane. And if it's because of politicians more wanting PR than they wanted to win, then that's the reason why a general command staff should exist, because they'd say, no, we're fighting wars to win, not so you can win a fucking election. I'm sorry, Vaughn's rolling his eyes. I went too long.
No, I mean, I was just going to say, I mean,
I meant Wyatt. Wyatt was rolling his eyes. Not you, Vaughn. Wyatt.
Oh, no, I was going to say, I mean, in a way we had that with like our cadre of NCOs and, mildly experienced junior officers and stuff like that. But, they've purged all those guys out and driven those guys out. So, even the cadre that may have been that buffer or that, extra eyes on the plan and experience to add to the plan is gone, because those guys are like, fuck this shit. I'm not dealing with this anymore. I mean, there's stories every day about, people leaving early, giving up portions of their retirement because it's just not worth it. So, you lose all that experience too. People that have been there and done that, and they're all gone. So now it's all the dudes that read it in a book or went to school for it. I mean, that's gonna be a problem down the road too, because until there's a change that encourages people to come back in with pride and stuff like you see with the Russian military, what they do with their recruiting, they're just going to keep bleeding out these people. And the only people you're going to have are just, people that are yes men or just can go along to get along or can fake it till they make it. I mean, it's not going to be, yeah, there might still be units that have decent people in them, but it's just not going to be, numerous and quality units. It's just going to be a hodgepodge of, that platoon was brave. Too bad the rest of the battalion was a bunch of shitbags, kind of shit like that. I mean, it's going to be bad for a while until there's major changes, and that won't happen until there's a new president, and they would literally have to purge all that shit out of the military, and that would take years.
We're gonna go back to the after Vietnam years. Is what he's talking about. I got a question before. I'm sorry, but Dan, after the next person goes, I'm gonna.
Huh?
I think we lost him.
No, I just wanted to say the best way to train soldiers is through fight. I mean, if they're in gunfight, that's when you separate real soldier from, how did you say, fake it until you make it, huh?
But
that's the only way, and that goes through mobilization. So
I just want to show there are people watching on Twitter as well. So this one message on Twitter. Just want to show. Yeah. So people watching on Twitter should come on YouTube to because it's a better platform for live streams. Oh, yeah.
Well, I think it's sorry, Mehdi, just a comment on this, and then I'll turn it over to you. I think it might be Peter Lavelle or somebody like that who always uses the quote, "Being ignorant in this day and age is a choice," or something like that. And I use that a lot because it's true. Like, you choose to be ignorant in this day and age, and unfortunately, a lot of people do. Over to Mehdi.
Go on. After that, I won't.
Oh, the gentleman above me, the gentleman was going to go before me, and I want him to go.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I want to ask Dan a question when he's done. That's all I was trying to say.
Oh, sorry, Andrew.
So I want just to say, RL, you need to mute when you're not talking because there's some digital glitch sound coming from you. So.
And for you, the guy from YouTube who are watching the video, that's not a weapon, it's a airsoft replica, okay? Absolutely not an automatic assault rifle. Just a replica for airsoft.
Why is Dan with a Russian flag? Oh my freaking god.
Well,
or is that the Serbian flag?
No.
Yes, it's really a replica, I'm sure of it.
This is my my motherland is Mexico and the United States, and I'm getting married to a Russian, so I'm coming back with the vengeance with my Russian flag back home. I just wanted to talk about, I mentioned Avdiivka for at least 8 months, and I'm just happy that it's popping off again. It's going to be a success there, boys. I see Avdiivka being one of the last biggest battles, and we can just ride off into the sunset soon. We're going to have to find a new war to cover, Wyatt, because this is going to last like maybe one more year steady, and that's it, in my opinion.
Then your theory was that Bakhmut was the first or second major battle, right? So there will be how many more?
In my opinion, there will be two because
more.
Look, yeah, like this Ukrainian counteroffensive, the pinnacle, like the climax of it is Avdiivka. Everything happened, but the climax is Avdiivka. And the Russians realized, hey, what the hell are we doing? We should be taking this city. It's been the thorn in our ass for so long. And so it's, in my opinion, other people can name it something else, but in my opinion, it was Bakhmut only because it got built up by the press, then it became a bloodbath. Now it's Avdiivka. Now that's the real deal battle that's supposed to happen. And after that, there's gonna be two more big ones. It'll be the grand finale that everybody was talking about, like Scott Ritter and these other fucking colonels that are all trained and in the military. They've been calling it that it's gonna end like 2 months or 3 months ago. They say it's over. It's not over. After Avdiivka, there'll be one bigger one, and then the final finale, and then we could wash our hands, boys.
Yeah, I think it sounds like it.
Dan, where are the other two battles, brother?
Well, after every battle, like in Bakhmut, I said, and I specifically said on the DPA Open Mic, I said the next big one is going to be wherever there's the biggest concentration of Ukrainians. The Russians have to hit these places. The Ukrainians are clustering up in one big city, and they think it's safe. They think it's a fortress. Russia has to fight for these places. That's what we've been seeing from the very beginning of the war. Like, they see a concentration of Ukrainians. That's where they put their focus on. That's just my opinion. Again, after Avdiivka, I'll look at the map and I'll see where the biggest fortress is, and I'll say that's the next one. And that's just how war works. Kill the motherfuckers, and that's where there's
no, I don't agree with
So
you. Then I
you don't think there will be a big battle for Kharkov or Odessa?
Yes, and
I
don't
think
forget
it'll be
about,
for Kramatorsk and Chasiv Yar.
Exactly. Slaviansk Kramatorsk is a fortress too.
Yeah,
And
but
they have
sometimes
basically-
Chasiv Yar is not big enough. It would have to be probably Seversk, Kupiansk, or
all these-
Kramatorsk.
Yeah, in my opinion, all these cities that you guys are naming, like, these are all multiple operations that could happen simultaneously in different fronts, and it's all one big thing. Like, it's a little death triangle. In these big envelopments, have you seen the size of Avdiivka? Like the size of the Bakhmut envelopment, it's massive. And so, like, these cities that you guys named are fairly close to each other. Some of these, it might just be an envelopment for everything. And I don't know, what was Predrag saying?
No, I was trying to ask you. You don't think there will be a major clashes around Odessa or Kharkov?
I think that so the only one that I imagine is Kharkiv. This is the one close to Russia because Kharkov is not. Russia doesn't need to cross the Dnieper. You see the mistake that Ukraine has been causing by trying to get a foothold on the other side. It's cost them so many lives. I don't understand who's leading them. Maybe like a goat with a little voice box. Somebody with no brain is leading them to try to get a foothold on the other side of the Dnieper. Odessa can fall, but after the land forces are completely wiped out, like I think Odessa could be taken politically at auction. So I think Kharkiv should be the one city that Russia tries to get. That is the last city that I believe they should try, and that's it. That's what I think.
Mehdi.
I think that Dan's got some good points, I think, but I also think that the Ukrainians at some points are trying to fall back. And if you look at some of the terrain that they're falling back towards, it's places where they're trying to bottle up road junctions and stuff like that. That's why I think that the two pincers that are closing around Advika are actually, they're heading to Olovka to be able to meet at that road juncture, because above it, there's now a step above it, and there's a water that gathers there. So there's only certain places that it can be crossed. So I think they're going to want to take it, and I think that is where the Ukrainian troops will try to fall back on and try to protect. You know, if that gets released, and like Dan said, after that, there's all sorts of things. They can bottle up themselves in cities, but the Russians could just envelop it all. It takes time, but I don't think it's going to last year. I'm one of those stupid bastards that said they would bend in a couple months, knowing the force that Russia had and the way their doctrine was. As much as I knew at the time, I thought that was doable. Maybe it was if they just had done it, but who knows? It's not what was done, so I was wrong. But here we are. I think we're beyond the time that they're just going to be grinding it out. It's going to be continuously moving and moving and moving, and the places are going to be moving towards are going to be places where the terrain forces road junctures to be, because without those junctures, you're not going to be able to move your military or retreat. So that's my thing on it.
Hey guys, I just have a quick question just to follow up on Dan's comment. Like, we know where the Russian concentrations are, like in Sumy and east of Donbass and stuff. Like, we know that they're there because of satellites and yada, yada, yada. Outside of Avdiivka, we know what's going on there. Do we have any idea of where the large concentrations of reserves, if any, of the Ukrainian military currently is?
In my opinion, that they got to be way deep in the West. Honestly, in the way I see it is they're bleeding out so many men right now that there's no way they have them anywhere near the front, because the Russians have been hitting deep lately, man. So they got to be somewhere far in the West.
Well, this is what I keep saying.
Concentrations like in Kiev, they got concentrations in. I think there's a new corps that's formed up around like Lviv and stuff like that. But like concentration-wise on the line of contact, you know, you've got a pretty good concentration around Kupiansk, and then you've got a pretty good concentration in Kremenaya area between Zarichny and down there around Seversk. And those are places, like I've said before, I think they're ripe, and there's always pressure there. So it's just a matter of time before they do it. And there's already got points where they've already started to, you know, create the pincer. So, I mean, I think Kupiansk and Kremenaya are probably going to be one of the hot spots after they wrap up Avdiivka. I mean, the southern front, Zaporizhzhia, I mean, they're pushing out Robotny's little salient. There ain't jack shit going on in Kherson except how to die from a fab if you're on the wrong side of the river. I mean, that shit ain't done nothing. It's just a waste of bodies. So once they wrap up Avdiivka, and that doesn't even have to be fully taken, all I got to do is cut it off. I mean, it's pretty much there now anyway. I mean, you can't even get out of there without getting shot at. So it's pretty much a done deal. So
Well-
you've got all those units up there around Kremenaya that are jammed up against the river, and you've got all those guys out in front of Kupiansk that either have to drop back or cross the river. So I would think those are the next two spots because they've already worked them a lot with taking out bridges and making it hard for the Ukrainians to resupply. So why not just pin them up against the river and give them the choice, surrender or die?
Well, the reason I asked the question, and I remember mentioning this probably about 6 weeks ago when Avdiivka first started, and I think Wyatt and I were talking about it. And I said at the time, I see no evidence that they've got a reserve anywhere. And I 6 weeks later, I still see no evidence of it. I have to wonder that if they are in the West, they're hiding pretty well. I'm not sure that there's anything left, guys, is what I'm saying.
No, but do you know why they don't look? They learned from Bakhmut. They learned that they shouldn't be feeding guys, so they're not going to send any more help. By the way, Nanya, there's no way and no reason why to do it. And in reality, they're going to use whatever they have for the next big cluster. So they've realized that what happened to them in Bakhmut, they got baited over and over again, and it didn't pay off for them. So there's no way they're going to send reinforcement there. Not at all.
Oh, I'm not suggesting that they send reinforcements. I'm just suggesting that I'm not sure that there's any army left after Avdiivka is what I'm saying.
Oh, there is. Yeah, there is.
Okay.
Yeah, there's plenty of guys around. It's just they're getting more and more spread out and thinner, and they're starting to find openings more and more and making their little penetrations. And, they're gaining the tree line here and a veal there. And it's all because there's nobody there to stop them, or there's very little. I mean, you've seen it. They hit these entrenchments, and they say they killed some militants and they captured 4. And it's like, for all you know, there was only 4 guys there. There was those 6 guys that got captured. They said they were left behind. So it's like it could be a lot of that. Only a couple guys left, or maybe everybody's dead, or maybe there's one guy left. And once he realizes there's 20 Russians coming, he surrenders.
What do you got to say, Andrew?
Well, first of all, I just wanted to say that if they do have an army on the West, it's certainly hiding well in supermarkets, hiding at their home.
It's
still
called
waiting
NATO
to be
countries.
mobilized.
It's called NATO countries.
Oh, you're suggesting that the ones that escaped are going to be extradited back to Ukraine?
I'm suggesting that we already knew that the West had troops in their countries, and we already knew that the West was cooperating with Ukraine, and furthermore, we already knew that the countries like Poland and their border countries are not letting Ukrainians go now. Like, they're super firm about it. So there's got to be bodies that you can cluster up. 100 guys makes a big difference. 1,000 guys makes a big difference. So they got bodies.
Oh, real quick, there's a new Ukrainian recruiting ad, and it says the Ukrainian army brings families together, and it's a husband and wife who enlist together and go fight together.
I saw
and
that.
Of course,
get buried
we're
together.
talking about real life. They're gonna die together.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
Until
Can't wait to
death
die
do
with
us
my
part.
wife. No, but the thing we're seeing on the front is really Ukraine. I don't know if you guys know this, especially around Bakhmut. We're witnessing Ukrainians abandoning positions with little to no resistance, and that signifies certainly a lack of manpower. So at the front, there's nothing left, especially on the Ukraine's in the Bakhmut sector. There's nothing there. There's no backup.
Yeah, I think one reason why it might be going slow in some of those areas too is just because they don't know how much the land is mined and stuff. So maybe we got to clear it. So that's why it's going slow. Because I agree with Andrew. I think it's a lot of places where people are gone.
Brother, you need to check your mic. Your volume is a bit low.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Yeah. So basically, I actually quickly joined to tell Dan, what's up, Dan? Yes, finally
Long
you
time
have
no see,
returned.
bro.
Yeah, man. How's it been? How's your traveling, man? Nice videos, by the way.
Thank you.
But
I'm good, man. I'm really happy to be here. Vaughn got me on.
yeah, oh, nice, man. Good job on. So, but basically, I rejoined to come and tell you. So actually, the YouTube paid chats, they kept failing, but I came on to tell you that you really need to do a military panel. It is much necessary. It's much awaited. And then also with your the ideas that you were explaining earlier with the battles on the cities, You've contemplated this many months before, and what you were saying and what you were explaining are now coming into fruition. So I think you doing a military panel would benefit the community and expand our ideas and knowledge on what is really happening and how we can anticipate on the events of the future. So yeah, man, welcome back, Dan.
Yeah, thanks for the motivation, and we'll do it, man.
Hey, I was gonna say, since there's a bunch of people here, and I know you're listening, Wyatt, we need to start looking at doing a best of 2023 roundup summary show for DPA Open Mic with as many people as regulars as possible rotating through. You know, everybody maybe give a prediction for something if they want, or just maybe discuss a highlight of 2023, or just summarize what you thought happened for the year. You know, so we should probably get ready to do that in the next week or two, maybe.
Okay.
A New Year's Eve extravaganza.
Going to bring up an old question that was made in one of these panels that was interesting at the time, but it's also interesting now. And the answer probably hasn't changed. The question at that time was, if you were an Ukrainian commander and you were given the order to try to find a means not to retreat, but to maintain what was gained and to make further gains, what would you do? That's your order. You cannot go back. That's the question that was made in a previous panel. I'm bringing it back to analyze how the
I mean, I don't know
situation.
what you got available, so I have no idea what I would have to do. I mean, is it just me and like 5 guys against like a battalion tactical group with tons of artillery support and air support? Because I'm running the fuck away.
For me, it's an uncertain.
Raul, your mic is failing.
Yeah, your mic is really fucked up.
The failed offensive that Ukrainians have made in Rabotino. Zelenskyy had explained that prior to that offensive, there were many simulations made on software, and according to those simulations, NATO simulation softwares, normally the Ukrainians should reach the Azov Sea in 4 weeks. So, in fact, the real question is, what will the software give as an answer?
RL, you read the Washington Post too.
No. I really think.
No, you lose your mic. RL, your mic is dying.
My mic is dying. Wait.
Your mic is getting attacked right now, dude.
I think it's
Your
already
mic
dead.
is worse than the Argentine economy. Please fix it.
Oro has the same mic the Ukrainians have on the front line right now. It's pretty messed up.
I think for the Ukrainian is just they disable it themselves to avoid answering a difficult question.
Wanted to say is that because Mehdi was talking about the competences of people in the high echelon of the military in United States, of the military army. I have the impression, and it's an hypothesis, that higher your grade is in the military, less competence is needed to be at that position, because now everything is managed by softwares. Yeah, just look at the latest person who was graduated admiral of the U.S. Navy, the highest position in the U.S. Navy. It's a fucking lady who has prior experience, university grade in communication.
Yes,
Yeah.
Errol, you're right.
And that
But you have
person
to
was
understand.
promoted admiral.
Hmm.
Hey,
Fleet admiral.
RL, you know
The
what the
highest
qualification of
position
Eisenhower
in the
before
US
he was
Navy.
named as the big
No,
guy
please,
in.
thank you to
Allied?
interrupt me. You have to understand that they don't
Yes,
need
you're
any more
right.
competent person at a very high grade level. They just
But
need softwares and
RL,
computers and yes, man.
yeah, but RL, what does the high general make? Does he's actually a political guy? Plays the political role. Actually, it's not really the almirant is
But
not the guy in the terrain, and will never be. He's just the guy giving the face and presenting discourses and speeches and excuses. And we see that in this Ukrainian war. We see those generals from NATO that appear to the. Actually, it's just that guy from the Netherlands, which I keep forgetting his name, or even the U.S. These guys are incompetent, and or even the minister of defense of the United States, which I think, if I'm not mistaken, he also has a military degree, isn't he? No.
the one thing about it is that my experience when I was in was that you would see that there are officers who are very good at getting promotion, and they play the promotion boards. They're slick as shit at it. And the ones that the combat officers would be out, they liked being out in the field. They were more, approachable and raw. But the ones that always seemed to move ahead, at least from my experience and from reading history, is that it's the ones that know how to play the game. And eventually it gets to the point it's a political game. And then it's your
Yeah,
patronage that gets you pushed
it's
forward. And that's what I was going to ask Dan. It was like, can you imagine, I can only imagine now what it must be like if you were in combat and there's all this social engineering going around you, Dan. I don't know how would you even function in that? You know what I mean? It just dilutes it all, it seems to me.
The highest ranking officer I saw ever in my life in the field is probably a major, and then you have a lieutenant colonel, and then you're talking general. But actually, like, to be honest, the American military, unlike probably other militaries that we learned, like in the Russian military, they're officer heavy. They have their officers fighting with them. You have, like, I guess, higher than captains in trenches, which is, you would never see that in the United States military. We're degraded. I don't know where the conversation started, but honestly, I would be scared to go to war right now with my military. It would actually take, I had a conversation with a captain in the United States Marine Corps, and I talked to him about the Russian military because I still talk with some of my friends. And I told the officer, I said, the Russians and the Ukrainians, with the amount of information and knowledge they're getting in the trenches and all these things, you guys are going to have to redo your military. He said, we're 20 years behind right now, or 10 years, sorry. And now the Marines are training in trench warfare. Like, this is, they're training, not fighting, they're training, trying to learn to fight. Like the Russians have been doing it with the Ukrainians for the last 2 years, right? So this is nothing to mess with. This is like what Predrag said. Absolutely the best thing you can do is go and fight and survive a day, and then you carry on every day. I don't know. It's just a little bit embarrassing right now to even say that. It's embarrassing for me to say I was in the Marine Corps, because even now we have gays and transies. Like, this is weird, man. This is a weird thing. I'm sorry, I got
quick.
carried away.
I have a question for Mehdi, mainly, or maybe Dan can answer it. What's this thing known as the E4 Mafia?
It's probably different for him because he was a tanker. I don't know about that life.
It's go ahead, Dan. It's similar. You could probably tell it better than me.
Like, for every job in the military, like, I don't know, like I said, he's a tanker, but like for a combat engineer, like the mafia, like the E4 is a corporal. So that's like the first non-commissioned officer. So like nobody messes with the corporal because they're the majority, right? There's more corporals than there is generals. There's more corporals than there is like corporal. The E4 Mafia for us was like basically a gang of non-commissioned officers doing whatever the hell we wanted. I remember just doing whatever I wanted. I didn't have to listen to no colonel. I didn't have to listen to no damn lieutenant. If a lieutenant was nothing to the E4 Mafia, put it that way.
it's the last year you get to fall in love before you become like an NCO, and then you get divorced. It's kind of what we used to call it. But I swear to God, Dan, the way I was trained, it was that is how the NCOs find out who they're going to actually promote and put their salt in, is using the NCO. Is you're learning, they're teaching you to be slick and how to work the game as well. And they want to see how you play it, and do you play it within the same rules. And man, I gotta admit, I was a pretty good corporal. I was perpetual corporal, so I love the position. I will say this: one of my claim to fame is that after basic training, I never ever did a Class A uniform inspection, all the way out to my honorable detachment. Never again did I wear it, and that takes corporal in right there to do.
I rest my case. So basically, what the E4 Mafia is, like I said, you do whatever the F you want, and you sharpen your skates. That's like you do. If they say, hey, we have to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning because we got to go clean. The corporal's like, fuck that. Hey, Lance Corporal, Private, figure this shit out because I'm gonna be doing something else, and then they got to cover for you. It's just the mafia, man. It's like a literal mafia.
I just wanted to add something about the skill needed for the top level commander in an army. Eisenhower, who was basically one of the most successful top commander in an army, has never go to the front line. During World War I, he was basically based in Washington. So he never go to the front line in Europe. And after that, he never seen any fight. His main skill was the communication skill. And it was what necessary for his job. His job was to make sure that the crazy guy like Montgomery, Patton, Bradley, and all the crazy general was through military skills themselves were able to work together. And to make this guy with their ego to work together, you have to be one of the best in your own skill. And that's communication skill.
And
The job of Eisenhower was to make sure that all the big military generals with a lot of skill work together.
And that's the point, Shadovi, that we see here, is that you have this communication from Ukraine, official military communication from Ukraine. It doesn't flow along with what is happening in the terrain. It doesn't work with what is publicized and what is happening. It looks like a bit of a chaos. And actually, some people even have been talking about there are like two armies at the moment in Ukraine. One is commanded by what Zelenskyy wants them to do, and the other one is Zelenskyy doing his thing, almost autonomous, and they don't communicate with each other. So how stupid can this be?
You know, I was going to say real quick on the E4 Mafia, I would imagine that the new LGBT era has ruined even that honored tradition. Because really, like Dan said, I mean, the E4 Mafia is probably like the best you can get before you have to deal with the bullshit. Because you really, I mean, it's all about shamming, getting away with whatever you can get away with. It's just like a quest. You serve your country by fucking off as much as you possibly can get away with.
The magic of the clipboard. There's nothing scarier than an E4 corporal walking around with a
and like Dan said, somebody's like, "Oh, you got to clean the bathroom in the morning." It's like, nah, motherfucker. You E1s and E2s and E3s are gonna clean that motherfucker.
God, you got me laughing. Now I forgot my point.
Because for those that never went through the military, you don't understand, the difference between officer and non-officers. It's like two different species of creatures. I'm also not an officer. My last rank is first sergeant. So we non-commissioned officers were it's a totally different breed. And then we'll talk bad about our officers behind their back, and then we'll do shit that they do not know. So that's army culture. I think that's very similar for most countries. Especially for Singapore, it's a bit weird because our officers are all selected from the basic military training, so they don't go through like the Americans. Like the Americans, every single rank is a big thing. Every promotion means a lot. For Singapore, it's a time norm, so we have a lot of ranks, and then officers are picked when they are still a trainee. So, sometimes a lot of officers don't gain the respect that from us. It's like we think that they are shit.
the same is for. No, don't worry.
No, it's the same in Portugal. I presume the same in Italy,
Yeah.
where people with a higher, for instance, someone that went to university and wants to join the military, it goes directly for a higher rank. It doesn't go through all that process. Yeah.
Or either you went to university or you have friends in the upper levels.
Oh yes, of course.
At least that's how it was in the Navy, because my father was in the Navy, so he told me about all of that.
Yeah, Navy is the worst in Portugal as well. It's the most sectarian in that sense.
Yes.
Yes.
I wanted to bring up something that was brought up about what's going on with, what is it, Zelenskyy, and what is the other guy now that gaining his own influence? Is it Zelenskyy? Zelenskyy. Okay, yeah. Well, regardless, if you look at history, there's a pattern here where you start to see commands starting to split. And there's a problem here, because when you start see commands starting to split, that means that you're going to have two different forces working in two different directions, each one working for all the resources they can get to make their dream come true. And once that starts happening, it's over. Because eventually, at some point, they either start slugging it out with each other, or they somehow find a way to unify themselves. Because if they don't, they're done. Because if that happens, it makes it so confusing for the front line, especially like NCOs and officers. They don't know which political side to choose, because their lives may depend on it. So all it does is leads to confusions all along that front line. They don't know, my God, why? I didn't know your hair was that long. Anyway, you bastard. Anyway,
I think he changed the color.
This is the thing.
He has a new, Wyatt has a new hair color.
Right. I'm just jealous, obviously. I ain't got none. But yeah.
That's why I'm playing with my hair now.
Where do they go from here, though? I mean, you can't. It's not going to reunite. It only seems that it's gaining its own traction. So, what is it happening on the front line? Who can these guys reach out to say, "Hey, I need bombs, bullets, and bread"? Well, I don't have them for you. Well, does the other guy have them? So should I follow them? You know what I mean? Now there's a big problem.
Medi, they reach out to 149.200 Volga. That's who the fuck they reach out to.
You're mean. Vaughn, you have to explain what that means so people...
Yeah.
No, I think they understand.
People who don't understand.
They're not idiots.
They know. They should be calling that shit. That's what they know. They should be calling that motherfucking radio station right now and getting the fuck out of there.
So for
it's like, you've seen that shit. I mean, dudes are getting blown in half by fucking drones and laying on the ground, fucking twitching and shit. It's fucked up. It's like, get the fuck out.
For those that do not know, that's the frequency for the Ukrainian soldiers to call for surrender. So they need to call this call sign Volga, and basically that's the number for the frequency. I actually don't even remember that. Oh my God, Vaughn is like very ready to surrender at any time. He's like really prepared. If the Russians come to the United States right now, I'm going to call that number.
You know what's very funny? Because
if Russians come to USA, one will be president.
I'm pretty sure.
I've seen enough videos. I know what to do. I crawl out on my hands and knees, then I lay down, and then I put my hands on my head, and I don't look around or I get kicked in the face. So I know what to do. I've seen that shit.
And you say Slava России, Slava России. Смерть
one thing.
Slava Russia, I know what I gotta say. Slava Russia, I love Putin. Don't punch me in the face.
I have a question
Andrew
for
need
you.
to learn it first. Andrew is nearer. Andrew need to learn it first.
Yeah, that's true.
Medi.
That's why I know it so much.
For you next, after Ukraine will be going for NATO countries. You will be next.
Medi, the question that I have for you.
I was reading the book I brought up. Was talking about, and they said that it was really interesting. They said that during the Iraq and Afghan war, what do you think the resolution that the United States had of what was going on the ground with the enemy? And you know what they said it was? It was about 20%, and that is including satellite, radar, all of it. Now think of the battles going on in Ukraine today, and think of the resolution, the resolution of what the enemy is doing for the Russians are compared to the other way around. It's really kind of nuts, because that right there has advanced, drones right there, just from their optics alone, have these things and modify everything in warfare for now until they themselves are countermeasured in whatever way they will be. There's always a weapon countermeasure. It's just a big chase, and all of these will, one weapon become obsolete because the other one can just always obliterate it. So, it's just amazing, because and just from Afghanistan, this was written in 2019 to now, during that time, it was only 20% with all the combat and military equipment, eyes in the sky the United States had. It was only about 20% of what the enemy was actually doing. They could actually see. Very, very, very staggering number, because we always assume if you have a satellite in the sky, you see everything. No, only when it's in that orbit over it. But it does pass. There's very rare the geosynchronized satellite that just sit on top of a
Mehdi, you're very
I never
glitched.
thought of it.
You're under, electronic warfare attack.
Yeah, the Ukrainians are trying to stop you.
You're
Talking about the
revealing too
Ukrainians,
much
you
truth.
know,
Yes, I mean younger.
Eddie, you know something that's good here for the Ukrainians? The fact is, it's quite well known that there is this divide in between the Ukrainian command and the president. And that's good for them, because if we didn't know about this divide, that would mean that something was being schemed below the table, something akin to what was happening in Nazi Germany. So we won't see probably any sort of coup nor anything of the sort, because it's very blatant that the divide is there. Probably what we'll see is the command following a different direction than the political direction, but that's the most we'll see. Nothing about a coup, nothing about anything of the sort.
Yeah, but you also have politically, a growing disagreement with Zelenskyy, with Klitschko, but also some other people from his circle as well,
Budanov.
being voiceable. You have people writing in big newspapers that Ukrainians would prefer to see Zelenskyy as the president, which I was very much surprised a few days ago. So actually, the myth of Zelenskyy as that old-style hero, romantic hero, is falling apart.
Oh yes.
And by falling apart, that man gets much more vulnerable at the eyes of everybody. So we knew he had to go someday, especially if you want to have negotiations. And I don't know if you guys listened to the Lavrov. He commented today, if I'm not mistaken, or yesterday, that there is a very important European leader that through several channels has been voicing that he wants to start negotiations. He didn't say the person it is. I presume it is Macron. I'm not sure, but most for sure it's Macron, because I listened to Scholz a few days ago in the Bundestag, in the German parliament, and that guy is completely out of his senses. So it's not Scholz. It must be Macron. And so to say this is that if the West is preparing negotiations, Zelenskyy has to go. So we see the preparation for him to.
I'm going to stop you here. If the West is preparing negotiation, they are not going to send Macron. They are going to send a serious guy, okay? Not Macron. If they send Macron, is that they don't want negotiation.
Well, not Meloni.
Trata.
Okay.
it's an
Something I
assumption.
wanted to clarify, so sorry there, Andrew,
Yes,
is
yes,
that
so sorry.
at the very least we see this, which means that any sort of transition in power will be relatively peaceful. It won't be like guns on the head of the current Ukrainian president. It'll be like he'll be moved and someone else will take his place.
Why do you
Yeah.
why are
Boo, boo. I want
excusing the
Ceausescu.
fact that why are you excusing the fact that there can be civil war in Ukraine? It's very possible. In these moments happens in very hot situations and happen like this. Actually, in these situations, it can happen a coup very easily. A civil war is quite possible. Go on, Vaughn. Go on. Sorry, I cut at you.
No.
I was just doing a happy dance. Go ahead, Andrew.
No. I just wanted to say two things. One of which I forgot. The other one was this guy in the comments is saying that Ukraine will reconquer Crimea, and that was John Scott. If you could come here and please enlighten us, please, I beg you. I am pro-Ukrainian.
Bro, he ain't never ever gonna come ever. Don't even waste your time.
I need to get the faith.
You are far from pro-Ukrainian to the now.
John, we need your copium. Come here.
We need.
I wanted to.
Uh-huh.
I want to correct this super chat. Who says there's no Telegram in Nazi Germany? They just don't have mobile phones. They have Telegram.
Of course, they had telegrams. Yeah.
They had telegrams.
They have Telegram. There's no, just don't have mobile phones.
And what I wanted to say, the other thing which I now just remembered, I wouldn't be so sure about Macron being the guy, because I don't know if you guys talked about it. I wasn't active on the open mics when that happened. Giorgia Meloni, Italy's prime minister, as you may know, was recorded in a prank by Russian journalists, saying basically that the West is losing hope on Ukraine, stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
So it could be also her that is moving for
Nah.
negotiations.
I'm so sorry. Poor Maloney.
No, it could be
Maloney
Macron, actually.
isn't excluded, or exercised
No,
European
I wouldn't say
politician.
so. I wouldn't say that, because Meloni has bent down to the EU and their rules, so I wouldn't be so sure. I am very disappointed in fact by Meloni, because Meloni was supposed to be much more Eurosceptic, and instead it just like bent down to Europe like this. It was very, very sad.
You forget about the Greek Tsipras experience. It was the same thing. It was from the left side, not the right side, but it was basically a very Eurosceptic government. And they decided in one night to fall behind the power of the European Union.
Well,
I think technically she got on her knees too. She didn't bend down.
Yeah, that's true.
It could be
Got
von der
on her
Leyen.
knees. How can you say that? No, that is so not appropriate. She get on her knees. Oh my god. Who is in front of her?
But Andrew, it could be von der Leyen, because von der Leyen, there is no more cynical politician on earth than von der Leyen. Well, perhaps some American ministers, but von der
Macron?
Leyen is really the most cynical.
No,
on
he's not
earth.
cynical, Macron. He's just crazy.
No. Von der Leyen, Ursula von der Leyen. It could also be her, because she's very cynical.
Guys, can we check the super chat?
Go on.
That's a big question.
Ooh.
I don't think it will to change anything. You know what? Because
You
I
know
think
what?
Trump has
You
not
won't
enough
be
power
you won't be
to change
seeing
anything
any
in
more
Washington.
than European values videotaped in the Senate. That's what will
So,
happen. You won't see that.
Still think that the relation
Wait,
between
Europe
Brussels
has
and
the
Washington
values?
is going to change. So for
I
me,
just
there
want
is
to
no
say
change.
that. I just want to say that I told you so. No, I told you guys. I
Those
did in the video.
values.
I think more than a year ago, I talked about this. I think I might have mentioned something about this. Eventually, this is going to happen. It's just a matter of time. No one can continue to support a war for Ukraine in the kind of like arrangement. It's just without entering war, it's just not possible to win the war. NATO have to enter war in order to win Russia. It's just like common sense, If Ukraine alone can defeat Russia, then there's no need for NATO. There's no point. So, yeah.
Just wanted to. Sorry if I'm interrupting anyone, but John Scott is asking Vaughn to get that hat off. Just saying. The guy was talking about getting Crimea back is asking Vaughn to get the Z hat off.
Then fuck him.
That is not a
Tell him
Z.
to
That's
come
an
here
N.
to ask himself.
Oh, it's an N, but just like
Yeah, it's
sideways.
an N. Yeah, for Negro, you know. He's Black Lives Matter guy, you know. He's
I am Negro. I am Italian.
oh yeah.
Ya
yeah.
negro. Ya negro.
Well,
Then you are
John, you can get your vibrator
Hi, Mike.
out
Guys,
from
nobody,
your reader.
nobody needs to look at any more of Vaughn than we have to. Keep the hat on. What's the topic?
Well, I want to switch a bit. I want to ask Samuel on how's the situation in Argentina. You know, what is the update? You know, after this 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Oh,
No.
talking about
Carajo.
Argentina, did y'all see Zelenskyy reuniting with the president of Hungary in Argentina during
Yeah, at the
the
corner,
I did see
right?
that. I did
Yeah,
see
he
that.
cornered him.
Oh, they
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
Give me money.
Reunited.
Give me money. Please give me money.
it didn't
Please.
work.
Orban, I
It
beg you.
didn't
I need
work.
money, Orban.
It
Uh,
No, I don't
didn't
think
work.
he
The
but
most
yeah,
important thing was the money, and money didn't work. All he
I
got
think
was this kind of. Go on.
he didn't ask for the money. He's asking Hungary to stop voting against Ukraine so that he can get the money from EU.
Well, but
The
the
money
money
yeah.
from the EU
Hungary.
is also from Hungary. They also will have to pay that money. So it's.
Now,
in
the
regards to
question is
the
how many leader in Europe is asking Orban to continue to block the money transfer?
Oh yes, that's quite true. That's
Secretly,
quite true.
I
behind the
think there
scenes,
is a few underground discussion to ask him continue, please. Don't
Yes.
let us spend our money in Ukraine anymore.
Yes.
is that the behind the scene backstory?
But it is.
Oh,
We
it
know.
could be.
They
Honestly, it could
primarily
be.
call him, hey, good job, you know, good job. Hey,
But yeah,
Argentina, I want to know about Argentina. You know, how's the situation with the new president and
so
anything changed?
it's only been a week, so there's not much to analyze here.
Oh, we
But
close
what I
one.
can say is the measures that were proposed were pretty sensible, to be honest. Considering the fiscal deficit that we have, that's honestly horrendous, and it's been horrendous for more than 80 years.
In France.
The measures are pretty sensible. Now the peso is around the value it should be, given the depreciation that they have carried out. That's the only measure that they have really applied right now, along with a crackdown on protests, because the protests were really a pain in the ass. Like they were blocking the street every other day, and that's even before Mille was president, and even before Mille was a candidate for presidency. So yeah, that's a good thing. So yeah, in any case, the market also seems to have some faith in the measures that will be taken because the value of the black market dollar went down to meet the value of the normal market dollar, meaning the official dollar. So that's good. Now, in regards to the tariffs and so on, I'll know like at the start of next year because that's when the measure will start to hit. For now, I don't have the new tariffs, so I haven't had to pay that. For now, what I had to pay with this month is around 40,000 pesos, which is around what is it? Jesus, I don't know. Wait, no, actually no, $40 in tariffs.
No.
But it
Did your
probably will
president
go up
mention
to 80.
Malvinas at all?
Sorry.
Did the new Argentinian president mention Malvinas?
Only once, and it was a side point. So yeah,
Well,
it's not
what do you
nothing
think?
that's in the focus. The focus is in regards to fixing the fiscal deficit. That's the main focus. They fix that. They fix the issue with inflation and the money printing. The money printing causing the inflation, and as such, the economy can start to grow. But until they don't fix
But
that,
what do you think? I'm sorry. What
That
do
sounds
you
very
think about the
positive, right,
further
so far.
privatization?
I mean, what about it?
Do you agree with
Our
that?
country was doing fine before stuff was nationalized. And our country continued to do fine even after stuff was nationalized. So it's not about privatizing or not. It's about, is your economy capable of continuing to work with those privatizations? And is your society capable of coping with those privatizations and the changes that implies? I don't know. That'll come once the privatizations start. But up till then, I can't tell you.
I have a
Do
I'm
you
question.
not
personally
leaving
support
privatizations.
this president? Did you personally support this president? Just a
I
question.
personally did not vote him
Mm-hmm.
in the primaries. That means in the first round, I did not
Yes.
vote him. Then in the second, I did. Because the other option was absolutely horrendous.
Was
be
I
it a
have a
honest.
Marxist?
question for you. Is
He was.
is the new president has the majority in the parliament? If he wants to decide a very difficult law, is he going to be able to have the majority to vote the law?
No. And that's by design. Essentially,
So he has to
there has to
negotiate
be.
for every law that he wants to implement.
Yes, and that's why I don't really fear any potential massive change aside from, I don't know, the appreciation of the coin that might make the tariffs extremely expensive and salaries not enough to compensate. But hey, if that fixes the fiscal deficit and eventually inflation can be sorted out, I'm fine with that.
I'm quite surprised as well with a thing about Mille. It happened with Trump as well. When someone starts with such a radical discourse, then it's very easy to put words in their mouth. So I have been listening to all types of things that was commented by his government, but when you go look into it, you don't find anything. One of those things was, for instance, that Argentina is going to get out of, is not going to accept the BRICS. It's not still an official position. There is also something very interesting, which is that the Argentina is going to give weapons, helicopters that they bought from Russia to Ukraine. I'm going to negotiate them with the US.
That was pure speculation.
Exactly. But it's impressive the amount of speculation in 1 week that they have been putting into his, because it's very,
that's
it's very
Peronism
interesting
for you.
It's very interesting because it's like testing. They are launching these news to test the reaction of the new president. Where does he go? Where does he really stand?
Don't you
But
fear?
essentially, anything that will change will know in January. In January, the packages, the 3 different packages he's planning to push, we'll know about them. The first one, of course, is the one that was already proposed, and we already know it. Like, can't recall, or at least I can't translate exactly what is it about pensions. Like, it will stop being an automatic calculation that it automatically increases the pensions, but instead it'll be by decree. So essentially, if at any point they need to stop increasing the pensions because they need to bail out somehow, they can do that. That's a way. Right now, what they are doing is there is a calculation that runs and automatically increases the pensions every 2 months to match the inflation rate.
Yeah, it's in
But
there.
that's one of the measures he's about to take. That is to cancel that and just make it by decree. The other one is, like said, the increase in certain social plans, mostly for the more vulnerable class, which is the increase in the universal assignation per child, so that they can study, like find study easier and so on. And then there is the increase in the food plan that is just for people that are extremely poor and can't eat by their own means. There's a card for them, and well, they'll increase the salary for that to compensate for the depreciation of the peso. Then there is the removal of subsidies for transport and for energy. That will impact massively on the economy. Like, people will be able to consume way less, and probably a whole bunch of work will be lost just because people won't be able to cope with the cost of moving from point A to point B because of the gas prices. Now, that is an issue, but that is an issue that can be sorted out. Like we saw in the pandemic, most jobs were performed, how to say it? Oh, Jesus, remotely. That only affects, of course, jobs that can be performed remotely. Now, industrial jobs will lose a whole bunch of that, probably, unless the people can cope with those costs with their salaries. It'll be a whole mess. We'll have to see how it's sorted out. For right now, I can't really say. In a month, if you ask me, I'll probably be able to give you a couple more details.
Yeah, we will
But I
definitely
just
Not enough.
check in with you, or check in with the other Argentinian guy to know from time to time to just to keep track what is happening, because it's a bit hard to read and then understanding what the hell is happening. And is he going to close off many of the ministries? Is that real?
It's already done.
It's already done. He shut off all the ministries.
Yeah.
And Simeon, or Simeon, I don't know, is that the pronunciation? But I just had a question about the.
Just call me Francisco. That's my
Francisco. Okay. Well, what do you believe? Do you believe that there will be a situation similar to what happened in Italy with Meloni, and in the sense that the more radical or extreme, especially views, especially on the point of social views, will be when I say this, calm down? Like he will back up on a lot of his statements from before his election? Because I already
Personally,
heard.
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so?
Because there was already a statement by a person that's quite conservative, that being his economy minister, who is not even from his party. Like, that's from the Macri party, which is more conservative. Well, the economy minister said that they'll continue to believe in this idea of closing the central bank and dollarizing. So that will proceed.
Okay.
I think
at least
the most
3 to 4 years from
interesting-
now.
The most interesting thing, well, in terms of challenge for Mille, will be the international arena. Well, he's playing a dangerous game with many personalities that don't really have much to do with each other. So we had Orban and Bolsonaro on one side, on the other side, completely separated Zelenskyy, and he hugged Zelenskyy in such a pompous way. But I will find it very interesting to see how Mille will appear in the G20 in Brazil and talk with the Chinese president. So he has a lot to smooth down, because otherwise he'll become a pariah, international pariah. So
yeah,
yeah,
we'll see.
Yes, sure. But it will be interesting to see that transformation, that adaptation. I think he is not really a career politician. Am I wrong?
He's not. He's an.
Has a lot to learn.
He has studied and worked in economics. He worked in a bank as well. So he's not a politician. He's even against the idea of politicians being a thing. Like, he's an anarcho-capitalist, and that is from one of the many shows he's made. He clarified himself as an anarcho-capitalist.
So it's
that's
interesting,
his
which means
idea.
that he's an economist in that sense, or at least he's good with the economy, right?
He has handled bank operations before, so yes.
Yeah, so that means he's actually the best person to help Argentina to get out of the current situation, I would say. Or would you say?
The only issue that I see on that is that he's the president. He's not the economy minister. He should be the economy minister, not the president.
That would make more sense.
You have to, but he can make the call, right?
You have to be careful. Macron begin like that. And look at France.
Because I say that because he will be the one representing us in the international space. And that's the issue that I see. When I saw the presidential debate, I was inclined towards Massa because he had more idea of the international domain than Mille, because Mille is not a career politician. He's not that. He has basically the minimal clue about that. He's an economist and he will tackle economic problems, but he's not an economist in our country. He's not the minister of economy. So yeah, there's that conflict there. We'll see how it's sorted out.
It's interesting you say that, because there was something very interesting he said, which is someone asked him in an interview about Lula da Silva and Xi Jinping, and he said, "Yes, I won't deal with these people, but we'll keep doing trade because trade is open." And I think there was something very naive in terms of understanding geopolitics in that sense. Yes, he will have to talk to Xi Jinping, to Lula da Silva, even to Putin somewhere in
Yes.
time. And because otherwise he won't be trading with nobody, even if he completely believes in free trade for everybody, kiss and love.
Yep.
No, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's what I said essentially. That I believe that Massa had more ideas in the international space because he's a career politician. Mille is not.
The
So
the
his
the, the
ideas of international relations are absolutely subpar for what should be
can
a representative.
can you kind of simply explain the parliamentary system, or the government system? What can the president do? Is it separate from the parliament or the lawmakers? Or is it the American style? The president leads the cabinet, or no? What is it?
The one that leads the cabinet is the vice president, not the president. The president can push laws by decree. Of course, he can push decrees based on national emergency of any potential kind. But there are certain things that the president cannot do, and that is have a say in the law, in the lawmaking. That's separate.
Oh.
That goes through the Senate. That's not something that he can influence, except by maybe just ruling out something.
So he
That's all.
hates the government, but he still hates the government like the American style.
Excuse me.
Does he hate the government? Like, in United States, the president is the leader of the government, but Congress is separate. Congress will make laws. The government have to enact the laws. So is that the same in Argentina?
Pretty much.
Okay. Then that will be, because that will give context in terms of what he can do. Because it's like, when Trump was president, he can't do everything because he cannot make laws. He can only run the government, tell the government to do things, but it's still dependent on the law. The funding
Yeah.
and everything is still decided by the Congress. So it's
That's
separate.
why that's something I said a moment ago, and that is that they don't have majority in the Senate, so there are certain things that won't be easily pushed because he really unless he does it by decree, which in certain instances will be unconstitutional, so he can be deposed on those terms, or indicted. But unless he does something unconstitutional, he cannot really push laws. He can propose them, and then the policymakers in the Senate can debate whether it goes through or not. But he cannot have a say directly on the law.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
You essentially the Argentine system based itself on the American system after the revolution in 1816. That's the basis for the structure.
American system is good to prevent dictatorship or prevent the government go crazy, but it's very bad for development. It's very slow. American system is super slow.
The only way that he can get around that, like I said, is via decrees, but decrees are limited in their scope. So yeah, that's the only thing.
Okay, we can change topic. I'm happy with my Argentinian questions already. Well, I just want to keep getting some kind of update. What's happening, because it's hard to read and try to find out. Because it's very complicated. When I read, it's like so messy.
Well, especially because Argentina somehow placed itself in a very dangerous situation of the country becoming a pariah, someone that people are afraid to deal with. So they have a lot. We have to wait.
We are already a pariah.
We have to wait a lot. Yes, because you just lost the good friends you have until someone, perhaps on January.
Most of the investors fear investing in Argentina. That's already a pariah. because that money they don't know if we'll return it. In fact, they know we won't return it because we have such a deficit in terms of external debt. It's honestly impossible to invest in Argentina right now, and for the past 20 or more years.
I have a good suggestion for Argentina government. You guys should mobilize the military and be faster than Venezuela to capture Guyana. Then you will have like oil.
Yeah. So my question then, of course, you know, maybe he may not even have the answer to my question. Was the president, if he's a trained economist and he knows the dire conditions of the economy of his country, then he's coming out basically breaking this friendship, I think it's a very bad idea. I think you should come with more, try to convince people that, hey, man, you may get some of your money back. But with this attitude he came with, he basically tell people, if you already lose your money, you're going to lose more. If you bring anyone in, you're going to lose that too. So I don't think it's encouraging if it's a trained economist. I'm saying your president, I don't know his name, I can never pronounce his name right. Being that you say he has an economic background, the way he came in with his presidency, basically is scaring off everybody. I want to go to only the American side, and the rest of the world can leave me alone. I said that's a very bad image. If what you say currently, the country is so much in debt that they may never repay those money back. So I think he's basically shooting himself in the leg if he discourage other people from coming in and taking that risk and chances. And capitalism love to get that money back. If they can get the money back from Argentina, I don't think they want to come to Argentina, as you're saying.
Then again, the Goldman Sachs has shown a change in the credibility of Argentina in terms of investment. A risk change was from 80% to 60% of risk of non-return of investment.
In one way, that's not bad.
He hasn't even made a single policy except for the devaluation of the coin. He has proposed stuff, he hasn't carried out stuff.
Then again, it's all playing with data and numbers, right? Who do you have on your team? If you have Americans on your team, definitely can always let the market know you're a safe bet. Yeah. But yeah, man, Argentina should really come back again to the same way Argentina it was.
Andrew,
if I can, is it a problem if I change the topic even for just a moment?
Go ahead. Please go ahead. I don't want to talk more about my country.
Is it that much of a shame for you, Francis?
It's not a shame. It's actually pretty great.
For the next civil war.
Well,
I
have some news. Zodiac Maps just posted that Russians advanced in Krinky, since we were talking about it earlier. So they retook some part of Krinky. But the main point I wanted to bring is about the Ukraine manpower, lacking manpower. The New York Times made an article called "People Snatchers. Ukraine's recruiters use harsh tactics to fill ranks."
Impossible. The
That's
beacon
fake
of
news.
freedom.
That's fake news.
Beacon of freedom and democracy.
Can you see?
That is fake news. That's fake news. That's
Yeah,
not
that's
true.
fake news. This is Russian propaganda.
Yes, it's a Washington propaganda.
Andrew, I'll denounce it to the Ukrainian KGB.
This is
Budanov
actually
will be
very
all over my
interesting.
ass.
This is actually a very interesting phenomenon from a few days now, which is these big news outlets of the US recognizing mistakes of Ukraine, exposing things that everybody already knew, which were having problems in hiding, which was I said last open mic, this shameless way they are recruiting people or forcing people to recruit. But at the same time, let's not have our hopes too high, because the NAFO emergent movement is very strong again. So yes, we see some realpolitik, but NAFO come back.
No,
I have a question real quick. Sorry to change topic, and you can go back to the topic. What's happening in Africa? I have not been keeping up because A while ago,
Oh no, the
most of the
Pandora's
stuff
box
was
will be
happening in
open
Africa.
now.
You son of a bitch.
Yeah, open Pandora's. Now we'll be talking about Africa for an hour again. 2 hours.
Africa is the same way it was, let's say, yesterday, the day before, a month, a week, a year, just same thing. Nothing changed really. It's cool.
The map doesn't change.
Thank God.
So
That's
I
cool.
just wanted to add something about the mainstream media in USA.
I'm so
Is
glad
it
that
post with publishing the article about the very bad situation in Ukraine, or the other mainstream media in USA is publishing the same kind of news article? Vaughn, I'm sure that you read all the main newspaper in USA. So tell us.
I'm just glad to see that Africa is finally prosperous and stable and on the right path, thanks to MSM's report.
No. Stable in Africa, you cannot have
I'm
that in the
just
same
kidding,
sentence.
man. I'm just kidding.
You
You
can't have
know,
it in
I
the
know.
same sentence. Unstable in
Okay.
Africa, that makes sense. We can't have stable and Africa in the same sentence. That's contradiction.
Talking about stable in Africa,
Africa
I want
is
to
as
bring
unstable
something
as
up.
it was today.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
being hopeful.
I wanted to bring something up, and I work as a help desk agent in a company in US, and I had a call with someone in South Africa, and it was a whole mess trying to give them assistance because they had this policy in South Africa where they cut their energy for say like 8 hours of a day or 4, anywhere between that, because they cannot supply enough energy. And it was like, how am I supposed to connect remotely to your system if your internet connection is shit? Because you're running on mobile data, which cannot receive a proper signal because none of the antennas around are working because there's no light.
And
goodness.
And this is from east, west, north, and south.
All of Africa.
Yeah.
It's like that.
All of them. One of the funny things is this, just a little answer to that. If you try to I'm actually currently in the state for one of those cases because some lawsuit that I filed. Basically, the US and European companies basically have this monopoly over telecommunications in Africa. If you try to change it, they sue you. Yeah, it's either their way or come to court and defend why you want a better service, why you don't want to do a satellite anymore, why you want to do a basically line of sight antennas. Anyway, it's a very complicated topic. I'm currently in the state for one of those cases. They don't want you. They basically have this monopoly. Whoever give it to them, I don't know, because it's not by any government's agreement or anything. But every telecommunication, from cell phones to wireless to home network services, they have to determine equipment approval. I didn't know this, so I just took a bunch of equipment and I went with it. And now they're basically sued and got all my services turned off because they didn't approve any of those services.
Okay, we can leave this for an African
Welcome
panel.
to Africa.
Yeah, welcome to.
Because it's very complex. In any case, Ban, you were going to say something?
No,
he disappeared.
He's gone, so I will just answer to Prata. Prata, you said that Western media is just like, making these headlines. It's very interesting because it could signal distancing, First,
yes.
Distancing. Yeah, we've already seen how the society has distanced itself from Ukraine in the sense that they've just forgotten about it. Then we are seeing media doing that, and the next step would be government, in theory.
Yeah. In a way, yes, they are building the opinion, the public opinion. That's obvious. On the other side, I also see that a renaissance on the NATO. They are getting hysterical again with all types of stupid sayings like Russians are dying like flies. Well, mostly in German media, not all German, but German media. So, and on the other side, American media. And even the British media are waking a bit, doing more realpolitik, so things are changing. But it depends on the countries. I'm noticing, and as I said, I'm very surprised that NAFO is reborning like Phoenix with all those amazing stories about how bad Russia is and is doing bad. Well, for instance, there was today a very strange publication. It's from the US, where they say that Russia lost 5% of their GDP. And we all know that Russia is growing in GDP.
Hey, Prada,
So how do they explain?
Prada, guess what? The Moskva got sunk like 2 years ago.
What? Wait,
something.
To Prada's point there, I just heard on Twitter Spaces, if you know what they are, you sometimes I talk there and I'm an idiot there too, but there was a guy on there and he held they had a huge room, and he's one of these big guys that's out there. He's got a name for himself, you know, he's slick. He used to be high speed and special forces and stuff like that, telling people that 95% of the original Russian army that stood against the Ukraine has been completely wiped out, and now they're now that's why they're having all these problems, because they're slowing down because of training and stuff like that. As you notice, they haven't slowed down much, have they? They've only increased. So, but these people are given a platform, and they're given it preferentially, because most Americans want to believe that. And I don't like coming up here and just shitting all over my military. I thought I have I'm proud to have served this country. But if they're going to take our sons and daughters or whatever grandchildren I may have in the future, I want them in the most lethal thing on the battlefield that can destroy anything around it, so that it never becomes an issue in the first place. If we're going to send our sons and daughters to war, I want it in the best equipment, and I want politicians to stay out of it, and people who have combat experience to be the ones to say, this is what we need. This is the bullshit we don't need. Make a lot of these things and make soldiering about fucking soldiering again. Not about social justice and all this other shit.
for president.
Rainbow flag.
Lava Medi.
Rainbow flag. There
Hey,
we
why
go
Andrew
fight.
do the Nazi salute?
Rainbow
No,
flag.
this is because
It's in his blood.
He did it again. He did it both. He did both.
It's in his blood. It's in his blood. Remember, now Muslim.
it's
So
because
you
I'm
have
Aryan.
this.
No, that's called the Roman salute.
You have this guy on the chat. He's called John Scott,
I said
and
it.
he
fuck
keeps
off.
writing the most
said
stupid things. And just a few minutes ago, I said there was this report from United States that said that Russia lost 5% of their GDP. And if you read the whole report, it's not what they said. They said that Russia should be growing 5% more than they are growing now, which would be 8%, which would be great, 8.5%. But they are just growing 3%, which is more than the US. But the stupid Scott, because these are people, he's not stupid. He's a believer. He's a true believer.
Yes,
and a true believer has faith. And he didn't read the report, and he just wrote, because Russia is not publishing all the data, all the economical data.
I mean, the GDP growth can go to up to 5.5%. We don't really know now, but we'll have to wait the beginning of 2024 to know the numbers of 20.
It's all about GDP, Don't you know about the GDP? And they never actually measure what matters most and more is PPP.
Yes,
and I know you guys have all preached it. We've all preached it. But it's just so funny how they absolutely ignore the only measurement that really makes sense is how much tank can you build for how much money? Because the more you can build for less money, the more you can have. Period. The more you can spend on making things so you can make more things. It seems completely lost on the West. And it just makes me, it just sickens me, because it's like, it's common freaking sense, for Christ's sake. I'm an idiot. I know it. How come people with degrees from frickin' Harvard, Yale, Princeton, the ones that are getting all the big
Mehdi froze again.
conference rooms don't
Mehdi,
know
they know
shit?
exactly. They know it, but they're just gonna
Oh,
pretend.
they know it, but they don't
Hey,
say it.
Nanya.
They don't care.
In terms of PPP, World Bank just published several weeks or months ago the numbers for PPP. Number one is China, way ahead of anybody. Number two is United States. Number three is India. Number four, Japan, and number five, Russia. And Germany come next at the 6th place. And France is at 9 or 10th place. Even Indonesia is above France in terms of PPP. And then you can see the real thing.
The most sanctioned country
Arel?
is number 5. Can you believe
No,
that?
I think Arel is
Sanction is
wrong.
working.
Arel, I think you're totally wrong. On the first place, there's only one country, Ukraine. Ukraine.
Slava Ukraine.
Slava
Well,
Ukraine.
okay, guys, don't
Oh,
don't
come on,
misunderstand
go
things
kill
here.
yourself.
A bit of sarcasm is okay, but this is also a disgrace for that people and for that country. So we are not making fun of the. I hope nobody is. For my part, I'm not doing showing any disrespect towards the people, the Ukrainians, because I see them as in a catastrophe, an historical catastrophe, or in their history that will keep forever. But the system that is supporting Ukraine, it's a shame, and this is the one that Andrew is making fun of, and this needs to be clarified. Yes. I hope I'm not disrespecting you, Andre.
No, of course, because what we're seeing in Ukraine is actually one of the biggest tragedies of the century. I will it's absolutely terrifying. This fratricidal war that could have been avoided easily.
You understand that the war in Ukraine basically killed no one. If you compare it to the Yemen civil war or to the Sudanese civil war,
but
the Ukraine civil war is a joke.
It's in the Middle East.
But it's true.
No,
Yes,
you need to understand from a European.
But if you try
the world,
to appeal about the number of deaths, I'm sorry.
The world is very unfair. The world is very unfair, and the world is very Euro and especially American centric. The Americans don't even. If you ask an American, a random American, is there a war going on in Yemen? They will say, "What's Yemen? Is it something you eat?"
It's ramen.
They don't know, and they have no idea what the fuck that is.
They'll correct you.
Shadow.
Yes.
What I'm saying is,
we know about it. So,
of course, we know about it because we, I'm not saying we're smart or anything. We just look at the news. We just read the news.
Well, let me address this a little bit though, because that's also a perspective that you get from our media as well. There are people out here. Not all Americans are stupid. Most of us don't actually watch the TV. We get our internet from our, Facebook. And I'm not saying it don't exist and that we don't have problems where Americans are just clueless of it. I've been preaching it for long enough. But what I'm saying is there are many Americans that are awake to what's going on. They see what's going on, but they're not allowed to have a voice. You're not allowed to see their voice. So you don't get a reality of the United States either. I remember I was out on a delivery. One moment, I was out on a delivery, had my camera on, and I was driving around, and people were commenting. Goes, "Oh, that must be beautiful, Belgium. Oh, that might be this other country," and everybody's going on, and it was just rural Maine, where I live, where 95% of the country is like this. What you see is the shit show designed for you that happens in city. Outside of those borders, it's not that it's all perfect. It's never gonna be. But you also get a very skewed vision of Americans as well. It goes both ways.
Okay, just to follow up on what Mehdi just said. Mehdi, I mostly agree with you, but one caveat. There's a lot of dumb fucking people in North America. And hear me out for a second. there's so many dumb Americans, like really genuinely stupid Americans. There's a lot of dumb Canadians too. And the reason being that I believe is like we're kind of separated from everything, you know? Like nobody's going to attack the United States. Are you kidding me? Nobody's going to attack Canada. Like we're separated by oceans on the other side. So in my view, we've got a really kind of strange viewpoint of the world that the rest of the world just doesn't have.
But Nanya. But the thing is, just to follow up on what Nanya just said, it's true. And the problem with this stupidity is a lot of Americans fall to their own propaganda, to their own country's propaganda, and go die. Because when someone says, "Oh, Americans are not dying in Ukraine," that's fucking false. I have Joel David Bed confirmed dead on the 11th of November 2023. Then we have Canadians such as Brad Stratford confirmed dead on the 16th.
Way to go, Brad!
American 16th.
Wait,
Canadian Joshua
Andrew.
Mark Myers on the 10th. We have a lot
Andrew,
of them.
I want you to continue with that list. No, hold on a second. I want you to continue that list. But you would think during a time of war like it is right now, right, that one White House press correspondent would have asked the White House directly to get them on the record, even knowing they may probably lie to you, have any U.S. military service personnel who are active or recently were sheep-dipped into retiring, been killed in Ukraine because of combat hostilities as of 2/24/22. Period. Nobody.
Not even speaking about us.
Something. No, understand. No, you have to understand something. Let me continue here. If we do not put the leadership on the record of answering that question, what the hell is a White House? What is it? Why aren't they asking this question? That's what they're supposed to be for. I brought this up on even George Galloway's show, and still nobody's heard that fucking question asked from our own government. And I'm sorry, it boils my blood because that should be the very first thing that any journalist with any integrity that do the job that it was meant to have per the fucking Constitution would have been to ask that question, because we are at war. Notice we don't call it proxy war now, but we were sure as hell doing it when we thought we were going to win it. But no, now what do we got now? We're running away from it. Either fucking way it goes, we own the show that happened there.
Don't forget one thing, Mehdi.
Accountability. It needs to start being put on the record, is my point. And they failed their mission.
Francisco, you have to talk.
Mehdi, every time you have a Patriot system who has been destroyed by Russia, or a counter-battery radar, or some high-tech gears has been destroyed, there is some NATO personnel around it. I think it's obvious for everyone here. You cannot form personnel for Patriot missile very quickly. They have very high-tech weapons, very specialized weapons. I think you need what? 1 year, 2 years, maybe 3 years to form a Patriot guy. That's obvious. Everybody understands that. Maybe they are German, maybe they are from USA, I don't know. But they are not Ukrainian.
I think with time we will come back with this information.
People, by the way, it's a large group of people with very specialized technologies. He's right. You can't just make it happen. It takes time. So who were those personnel that manned it in the beginning? We don't ask the question. Nobody's brave enough to fucking go and ask the question. I hear about asked on the internet that question I brought up, and now I'm going to shut up about it.
No, it's okay. It's pretty much very interesting, Mehdi. And the thing is, there is this Polish investigative journalist which has been publishing very interesting stuff, especially about British servicemen in Ukraine in the first weeks of the in Bucha, actually, in the first weeks of the invasion. That also talks about Polish special forces in Ukraine, but in so-called paid leave paid leave, exactly. So we are getting these informations, I don't know if the population reacts to it. It doesn't matter, actually. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter. It would matter because in the sense that Russia could react to it, but they didn't. They probably also knew about it. If they didn't react, it's because they were not interested in escalating the conflict. Now, if they really don't understand the reality of the situation that has developed and send F-16s, and now Russia has said they will attack any airports in NATO that will serve as a launch platform of these F-16s, I think they should be more careful this time.
Yes, we already said that they are going to take
Respect the
up
finger, man.
the
Respect the finger.
coalition in Ukraine.
Workers, Francisco, go ahead.
What I was going to ask, and sorry, Bon, you'll have to wait, is given the criminal incompetence of all operations displayed by the NATO High Command in Ukraine, and let's just call it what it is, it's the NATO High Command, what sort of restructuring do you expect, or do you expect them to just wash their hands and just go away and continue doing their incompetence in
They are
private?
going to blame the Ukrainian. It's already happening. Everything who
NATO
goes
was
wrong
never
is
involved.
about Ukrainian army. Everything who is good is about American on the Western army. Okay?
Actually,
If NATO is not going to fail, it's the Ukrainian who is going to fail. NATO is a good organization.
Actually, Wyatt made a very interesting reaction to the video of that Austrian officer.
Very good one.
A very good one, exactly. But he does something else that Wyatt also noticed. It's about the Ukrainians wanted to make several flanks, but NATO knew the best. It had to be everything in one. And I think they are blaming. It's a good blame game. Wyatt is not listening to us. He's not reacting. Is Wyatt there? We are talking. Yes, I'm talking about that great reaction. It was very interesting of the Austrian specialist. He makes very interesting thing, but he was making blame game all the time in that video. He was like saying, well, NATO wanted them to do this, but they did something else. It's like just confirming what Shadavi was saying. But he's a very good one. The guy is very good.
I was going to say real quick. Never mind, I forgot now.
It was quick. It was quick, though. It was very quick.
Yeah, it was quick.
Yes.
I'm going to hold off until Van gets his thought because he's given this old man a time or two, and I'll forget by the time. So go ahead, Vaughn.
You need your meds, Vaughn.
I was just going to say real quick, the whole thing with like Prada was saying about these articles coming out about U.S. involvement or NATO involvement or different member countries having troops in the ground. I think the danger there is a lot of the Western people don't pay attention to that, and they really don't realize the amount of threats and risk they've been exposed to by these asinine politicians and their idiotic plans. I mean, they're like, oh, there's some Polish guys in Ukraine. They don't really, like you said, with the F-16s, it's like, oh, we're going to help them with F-16. They're not really looking like at how these are dangerous and you're exposing. I mean, like blowing up the pipeline. It's like you've left so many payback options for Russia that don't even have to include shooting a gun or killing anybody, just to retaliate for what was done in the past. And it's like, I don't think a lot of people realize how exposed we've been to these idiotic dangers. I mean, shit that would be, if they knew, they'd be pissed.
If I may be allowed before Maddie, I was just going to, but this is quite important what Von just said, which they opened the Pandora box with state-sponsored terrorism.
Maddie.
No, I was listening, but I wait. Go ahead, Prada. Finish what you're saying. I'll go.
I was just saying that about this, like Von was saying, they open the back door for state-sponsored terrorism as acceptable. It's not just the explosion of the Nord Stream 2, the political assassinations in Russia, the something that the Indians are really preoccupied, and the Brazilians as well. They have been saying that in the Security Council all the time, which is exploding in essential infrastructure of other countries. And they did this to Russia all the time during this war, within their borders and outside their borders. And they don't realize that once this war is over, the Russians will give us their payback. When they are not occupied with this war, they will start doing very interesting things. And that's how you said, Vaughn. They don't realize the dangers they are doing to us all.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not a new thing to attack the infrastructure of another country.
But I mean, think about it. I mean, there's no violence in cutting a data cable that goes between the United States and Europe. So does, you know, and you're literally fucking millions of people and causing a catastrophe. You didn't even fire one bullet. It's a guy with a torch and a scuba suit. I mean, that's the kind of shit that left us wide open. I mean, people really don't know how bad it could get.
It will happen. It will happen. It's a question of time.
But you know, and the blame game is actually pretty asinine going on right now. So how do you blame them? We taught them what to do. We told them what to do, but now we're going to say, well, they didn't do what we taught them. Then we didn't teach them correctly in the beginning, or what? To me, NATO is going to try to run away from this any way it can. And it just can't. It's too large. It's too out there. There's so many things that have to be rethought about in our military. And like we were saying, it'll be a generation before it can even change, that anybody will accept that maybe restructuring our military, you know, to maybe model something that was like the Soviet, not the same thing, God forbid, but getting into those type of groupings may have been beneficial and trained in their tactics. Don't know. But all I know is it only makes common sense to me that somebody will eventually allow that information to sink into American heads. There's so much to it, but they're going to, like, the one thing that really pissed me off about it was in Robotyno, you know, those Ukrainian poor bastards, at the very beginning of it, they were attacking and they decided to attack at night. You know, they got smoked. But out comes people with waving manuals from both sides saying that is not by the book, that is not by the book, they should have been spread out, stuff like that. Well, let me explain to you the tactical reality the Ukrainians were facing at the time and why they were so full of shit. Because even though it was just in training, we trained to do this, and there's an operational reality to this, is that if you're under intense artillery fire, you need to get out of that fire as quickly as possible, but be able to provide protection for each other, so in case you're ambushed, you can see the other in front of you. Not only that, once you hit your target, you got to get there in enough force to be able to build up a point so your follow-up forces come in quickly and spread out and move on. They expect that to happen when your armor units are 100 meters. You know, each tank is 100 meters away. First of all, no, it ain't gonna work like that. That's not reality. But yet they're flapping these books out, manuals, and it's all the officers doing this shit. Well, tell you what. Get in a part of a tank platoon and try doing that with scouts as well at night when there's no lights. Nobody has starlight scopes. So that's what we were thinking that, you know, we're looking at it. And I noticed they were doing it because on the back of their armor, the couple nights before, they had put crosses with reflective tape only on the back of the tanks. So that told me they were going to go at night and they weren't going to use night vision systems, because if you've ever been a driver in an armored fucking vehicle at night trying to follow somebody through terrain, you can't see the guy in front of you, basically. You don't have lights. You don't have eyes. All you got is this little thing to look through. And it has, at least in my day, no active electronics to help you. You know what I mean? And the problem is that if you can't see the one in front of you, not only can you get lost, follow it, and run off into a minefield, the other thing is you can't support the bastard in front of you in case you're ambushed. So if you get jumped, you can tell me, you know, scream, hey, I can scratch your back. That means coax the back of your tank to be able to get the men off of it. If you can't provide support for each other, you got a problem there. Now, I just went on a big spiel about this, but they never told you about any of that. We reported that back up the chain of command. And we weren't the only ones that did this. This had to have been happening in almost every training scenario this was going on, is because if you think about it, you have to have force and momentum and mass to go anywhere. Ukrainians don't have it. The Russians have it. It's just about how much push and momentum they want to do it at this point, to me. And I'm sorry.
You mentioned something earlier about having the White House on record. I wanted to comment on this earlier, but then I just let people went ahead. But anyway, since the 90s or even early 2000, the White House, the U.S. government is always on record, and they came out to be, they're all lying. Nothing happened to them. So even if they go on record this time around again, nothing is going to happen. They're never held accountable for nothing, for things to do. But in the context of what Francisco was saying about who will be held accountable about this thing, NATO was never involved. The U.S. government was never. That was 100% Ukrainian war. They did have nothing to do with it. They were Ukrainian from A to Z. All they did was give Ukraine weapons. It was Ukraine planning and Ukraine failure. This is how NATO works. If Ukraine had whooped Russia ass, like they take credit for the Mujahideen whooping Russia in Afghanistan, that one was a victory. There was the footprint. They have all these movies about it. If Ukraine had really whooped the Russians, you could see movies of how Americans, intelligence, American officers were in Ukraine, giving them intel on how to beat the Russian. But if Ukraine failed, the Americans were never involved. That's how the Americans and the European works. They don't.
Just
they don't
real quick. I don't think the Russians can retaliate against the Americans too much, because the Americans are doing a pretty good job themselves with the state of their infrastructure in the Midwest. That shit is horrible.
Yeah, but I mean, all you got to do is a little thing here and a little thing there just to cause problems. It doesn't have to be some big strategic, hit. It just cause problems, fuck up a water treatment plant for New York City, or, blank somebody's power grid for 5 minutes,
He said that's not needed. It's already happening. That's what I meant.
Oh, I know, but I'm just saying, there's a lot more things that can start happening, just little things here and there that nobody will notice, but behind the scenes, they may cause major problems.
Exactly. And not just that. You see, Simeon, they don't need to do anything directly to the U.S. They can do something even worse to the allies of the U.S., showing that the U.S. is not able to protect them by not reacting, by not being able to react. And that's even more destructive. It's destroying the... I'm not laughing because it's laughable. It's an irony of destiny. They started it. Destroying Nord Stream 2 was a very, very, very stupid decision. Giving information to the Ukrainians to have political assassinations inside of Russia, and even sabotaging their infrastructure inside of Russia was a very stupid decision. Very stupid.
Yeah, I mean, like you're saying, it's not funny. It's just you're thinking to yourself, what the fuck are these people thinking? I mean, this is insane. You're out of control. You're putting so much at risk. For basically these little tit for tat things that do nothing. I mean, they haven't done anything to Russia except probably solidify their, wanting to fight it to the end. I mean, you're not scaring them off, and you're just opening the door for them to retaliate in kind. And like you said, it could be anything. I mean, ruin your reputation. Make your allies walk away from you. I mean, there's so many things going wrong. It's like. It's like a buffet of fuck ups.
What happened to the trains that were derailing in the USA after the Nord Stream 2? There was a bunch of train derailment, and they were all captured on videos. What was going on back then? I got very curious about that. It was
Oh,
too
I
much.
mean, it could have been incompetence. It could just be random accidents. It could have been on purpose. I mean, it's
It was too
2023 in
much.
America. Nobody knows what the fuck's going on anymore. I mean, wait till after New Year's, dude. It's going to be even crazier.
I
I mean,
actually wanted to do
So
a
guys-
video series on. I want to do a video on it because it was like there was explosion, chemical spill, train derailment. You know, there was like all sort of crazy shit all happening at the same time. It was like I wanted to do a video called US under attack, but then I was too lazy.
Wyatt,
That was very suspicious.
Remember the monkeys that came out of the truck that fell like someplace in New York or Pennsylvania that had the laugh monkeys in it happened during that period. When the balloons were coming, happened around that period. I mean, it was a really freaky time in history, actually. When we look back at it, that's going to be something you should do that, Wyatt, because that was weird shit.
Yeah, I had to track back because there was so many explosions, so many derailments, so many chemical spills. It's like it was like across a period of maybe half a year to 1 year. It's like so many things all happening, but tracking, going back to find all these incidents will be a bit troublesome. I will see whether I can do it. Let's see.
That is a good idea, Wyatt. That'd be an incredible episode. But guys, I want to ask you guys a question based on something Mehdi said. And maybe Mehdi and Vaughn would be, as Americans, be best to equipped to answer it, but I'll throw it open to everybody. Mehdi mentioned something about the military having to redesign the whole structure, right? And I think we all agree that that's definitely something that they need to do. Their methods are outdated, the equipment's outdated, as we were talking about earlier on in the program. Like, they're just learning how to train in trench fighting now. So, like, this whole reimagining of what the military of the future is, that's a big deal, right? And so I guess my question to you guys is, what does that process look like? Because for me, when I think about it, when Mehdi mentioned, a bunch of questions just started jumping in my head. And I don't think the government and or the military industrial complex, deep state, whatever we're calling it now, I don't think they have a whole lot of runway left. I think that next year is going to be particularly bad. I think that you're going to start to see continued erosion, de-dollarization. I think that Saudi Arabia is going to formalize an announcement where they're going to move away from the USD, and that'll be the death knell. Once all this happens, people are going to be pissed because, like we were talking about earlier in the program, we're all being lied to every day. So if this same bunch who came and have been lying to us the whole time come back and look for more money or this or that, I can't see the American public being on board with that. Because, when you think about it, like, you're a boxer, right? And in between rounds, your trainer says, oh, yeah, you won that round. And then you get up to the 12th round, and he's like, okay, if you don't knock that fucker out, we're done. You're like, what the hell? This is exactly what the American people or people in the West, however we're calling ourselves these days, this is what they're going to wake up
the
to.
true question you should ask yourself is what are going to say the mainstream media? That's the true question. Because everything is going to be about that. The mainstream media is going to control the narrative. So it doesn't matter what the reality is. What matters is what the mainstream media is saying.
I'm not so sure about that, Shadowy. I think that jig is up too.
Yeah.
Like, people are starting to, when they get hit in the pocketbook.
Well, to answer none of your, right? To answer none of your questions, I think the military of the future, the question you basically posed to Mehdi earlier, I think the reason why they're having the most difficulty, they never dream of fighting a country like Russia. The military design of NATO, I think, was to fight Africa and Middle East and this poor country that can defend themselves. So I think they will have to basically redesign, to fight both enemies, like Africans coming out from Timbuktu and also Russia. And I think this is where the issue was. But of course, no matter how much, right now, the U.S. military right now structure, NATO structure, is good enough to fight countries in Africa. It's good enough to fight some countries in Asia or the Middle East. But it's not good enough to fight countries like Russia or even
Well,
Iran to a level.
back during the time when I served in the 80s, NATO's force was something much different than what you see now. And that's kind of the problem. It's not so much that all of it has to change, but the reality of what we have to do and meet the challenges ahead of us has to be reconfigured. Like, are we going to build more jets, or should we just have more mobile ground anti-air defense? It's things like that. The whole concept of the document of the doctrine is going to have to change. Tactically, it's always going to have to match. But I guess I don't know. I don't have any of the answers actually. It's like how much have we lost? I mean, how much did we were told so much bullshit. And what's happened is that the view you have of NATO of today is nothing like it was during the 80s. I'm sorry I had to go through that stumbling to get back to where I wanted to go. But and back then they trained to fight for war in the Baltics. It was a defensive war, but it was trained to be fought in Europe. Since the Warsaw Pact broke up, that type of battle concept had slowly passed off to a more coin-operated counterintelligence, insurgency type of operations where everything that we make now is deployable. Well, that's great if you're going to fight in Africa, like you were saying, or places like that where it makes more sense, but not in war in the Baltics against a peer group like Russia. I mean, it's a totally complete different thing. And we thought that having nuclear weapons behind us and that the Warsaw Pact didn't exist and Russia was only a gas station anyway, we figured we didn't really need to train for it anymore. So look where NTC has been, gone. That's nothing like it is out in Ukraine where I was training in New England. It matches Ukraine much more. I have a more realistic view of what you can do in the slop and the snow and shit like that. And that's the one thing. The M1 was built to work. It was never built for its extended range. It was never supposed to be operating way forward because it was designed to be a defensive tank. It was always supposed to be falling back, or moving forward, but it would always operationally have all the logistics behind it. Look at what Russia's done with deep battle. Look at Zvetchin. You bomb all that shit behind it. Well, then it makes it.
That's horse shit, Betty. Spearhead, baby.
Yeah,
always a spearhead.
What I'm saying, but that's the thing. There's a lot of things that we gotta rethink and understand before we go stomping around the world again, thinking that we're always gonna have it our own way.
Armor leads the way.
Actually, I want to add on.
Your entire military leadership would have to be replaced because they're just poisoned.
I think the USA should first start with the military-industrial complex. For me, that's the beginning. And I think Eisenhower was right when he said that it was the most dangerous thing for the US system.
No, it's Kennedy.
No, it's Eisenhower.
Andrew, you have no sound.
1961.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now yes. Just now.
Oh, that's weird. Mehdi, just to go back on the in the previous topic, if you remember, I was talking about the foreign casualties in Ukraine. Just this very month, 13 casualties were confirmed among foreign fighters, which is almost one a day, and that's like very sad. It's very, very sad, and it's all over the front. Like there's some died in Donetsk front, so presumably Avdiivka. Then you have people who died in Zaporozhye front, Kupiansk, like this guy, German guy, Rene Müller, confirmed on the 7th of December. Like it's tragic that we're seeing these people that are so brainwashed by our own propaganda, which is not supposed to be believed in. They fell for it and they went to die.
Wait, Andrew. Not always it's brainwashed. Sometimes are sanguinary types of people's mercenaries that really do that for a living. And let's not forget these people do exist. And whenever there is a conflict, they run to it. They are attracted to it like flies.
A
So
lot of these people have mental illness of some sort as well. Keeping that in mind, a lot of them are not well.
That would explain the.
What
I'm sorry for
about
interrupting,
Morton?
Ananya, but it explains why a lot of these people come from countries like Colombia. I count a lot of Colombians. Like at least every month there's at least one Colombian, which is weird considering the fact that Colombia is so far away. Like,
You
it's
know
not a
what? Where the
big
fuck you
country.
think the cocaine's coming from, baby?
Exactly.
Right
Like,
now,
this month.
if you're
Hell
close
yeah.
to any paramilitary, the highest applicants are Colombians. If you're close to any paramilitary anywhere around the world, the highest applicants are Colombians. I don't know what's going on in Colombia, but these guys want blood. Yeah.
No, because Colombia's flag got yellow and blue, so they confused.
We have this month Juan Camilo Gomez Rodriguez on the 13th, who died. So you have all these Colombians, Brazilians. So yes, these are definitely mercenaries. But I was more referring to guys like
You want my
Western
guess
world.
on this? You want my guess on this? At some point, these mercenaries, they were backed by the U.S. as rebels by the U.S. and the U.S. just phone them up and say, "Hey, we need you for another one." Ukraine, it's next to Russia, and that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, I think we had fighters from Daesh in there as well.
My point is the 18, 19, 20-year-old who doesn't have a realistic view of what big war is, and you got to understand is that it's out of our mind and time for a generation now, like World War II and its real impact. And Americans have never experienced their, where Grammy and Grampy's parents and grandparents all died in a, in the war, in a concentration camp in Stalingrad, somewhere in Paris, and we never experienced that, so we don't feel it. So it's not realistically in our heads anymore to understand it at that concept and level that we're at. And we need to think much bigger and greater than ourselves right now about all of this shit, because it's all wrapped around against us now.
I think that goes to what Andrew was saying earlier when he said Americans were clueless about the war. I think that's where it's coming from. Americans are involved in so many countries, but American citizens themselves have very little clue outside of America. So it looked kind of very conflicting, because when I came to this country the very first time, long time ago, my country that I can say the U.S. government founded, I didn't meet any Americans that knew what Liberia was. Most people, aside from Liberia, my own college classmates thought I said Siberia. For the longest time, he was coming Black Russian. I have no idea why he's coming Black Russian until the day we're going apart. He said, "You're going back to Russia?" I said, "Do what in Russia?" So he told me from Siberia. I said, "I'm from Siberia. I'm from Liberia." I said, "What is that?" I can't believe this is why for 2.5 years he's calling me the Black Russian, only to find out he thought I said Siberia because the country Liberia didn't make any sense to him, a country that U.S. government founded. So yeah. So what made you say definitely the population, if you're gonna go save the world, you might as well inform your people when you're saving or why you need to save them. You just can't go on this hey, you tell them, okay, hey, these are our enemies, no questions asked, why they become our enemies, let's go kill them. And just poor men say, it happens in Iraq. How many Americans die in Iraq? How many are dying right now?
Forever.
Exactly.
Hey, FCS.
Forever.
Lots of pretty girls in Siberia.
Hey, FCS, I want to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I've seen a few Africans in Wagner, and I've seen some videos of Africans in the Russian military. Are those guys coming out of Africa, are they generally like prior service military guys, maybe with a little more education, like they speak Russian and whatever language they speak?
Okay.
And that's why they end up going to Russia?
If any Russian here, they can attest
like
to this. If any Russian, they can attest to this. There's a lot of black people in Russia. They didn't start joining or going to Russia because of the SMO. Some of them have been there for a very long time. My own family members, some of them went to school in Russia back in the 50s and 60s. So Russia had a very It's just it wasn't in the 90s that link broke up. But many
So those
African,
people probably already lived there, just signed up because they already lived there. They didn't come from Africa and sign up.
yeah, but some of them I know some of them personally that actually met on their way there to go join. Most of them are going to join for their own personal reasons. It's not to kill Ukrainians or because they hate the US or NATO. They are going there for reasons they want to come back and use later on. But that's what
Well, don't they get all the same benefits too, right? If they serve in the SMO, they get the citizenship benefits and the pay and all that, right?
That I don't know.
As a contract soldier.
I think so.
About that, I have news for you, Vaughn. We would be very happy to hear this. According to the French journal, Shadowy, correct my pronunciation, is it Le Monde? They said that the Wagner Corp will be changing its name to Africa Corp and work in Africa for the Russian government. It is rebranding.
I think you pronounce it Le Monde.
Yes,
or
Le
Le
Monde,
Monde
of
or
course.
something.
Le Monde. Well, yeah.
means
But you see a bunch of Africans join Wagner because again, Wagner have basically becomes this beacon of hope when it comes to African against terrorism, Africa against the Western.
Is that for real? They're really going to change their name to Africa PMC?
I don't see them. I don't see them doing that. I don't see Wagner doing that because the name Wagner alone is enough to because anyway. But if they do so again, that is a personal creation, so they can do whatever they want to with it. But Wagner is basically becoming this new hope. The Africans, okay, Russia is back in Africa. We can use this momentum to at least to some degree get some control of our own destiny. And what's happening in Mali, what's happening in Burkina Faso is a very good testament of that because the past few months, the Burkinabe have been decimating these terrorists enough. And these videos are all over African telegrams and African forums because this is what we wanted to see. For the longest time, when the Europeans were there, you see a bunch of African soldiers running away. They're not fighting. But today, they're actually taking a fight to the terrorists and actually defeating them. So for the first time, they're giving credit. All this credit is going towards Wagner and Russia. So of course, Wagner had this big appeal. And so a bunch of Africans are actually going to train in Wagner, volunteer in Burkina Faso and places, volunteer just to secure that territory, that AES dream. I know many people that have actually going there intentionally just to volunteer for the Burkina Faso have this volunteer division. Like for the SMO, they have one, so they call it VDF or the VDP. They call it VDP because any Africans can volunteer for it. You can volunteer for the fatherland, they call it. Any African can volunteer for that unit. They will train you and send you to the front against these bastards in the desert. So yeah, so Wagner has some very good appeal for Africans right now. And if somebody if someone take advantage of it, they can get some very good black skins in the Russian snow.
I just want to add on a bit on the previous topic about the U.S. arms, the equipments. Just now I wanted to talk at my opinion, but didn't have a chance. So I was first very surprised when the Americans first introduced the MRAP. Because those days they were fighting in Iraq, and then they realized that they are getting hit by the IEDs so much that the Bradleys and the Humvees cannot deal with the IEDs, which is why they came out with the MRAP. And then if you look from those days, it's like the Americans, they have the Abrams tanks, they have the Humvees, the Bradleys, but since then they don't really have a proper new military equipment that is meant to fight a proper land war. And everything that was developed since is mostly really, like you guys have said, to fight the Africans, the Afghans, the Arabs, fight all these low-level threats. Which is why you see, they have the Osprey, the helicopter plane thing, which is like a super huge target, a super huge military target, which a helicopter probably will do better. Then you have like the MRAPs, and then you have all sort of weird armored vehicles that is all very, very high, very huge target. Then they have the F-35, which is also a bit too expensive for a mainline aircraft. So yeah, this is something that I observed, and I was very worried and disappointed. And then all these great ideas about the rail guns, the battleship with the super gun also went out the window. Then I was thinking, what the hell is the Americans doing? And then now, I can't believe, within like just 10, 20 years, we are already seeing the effect, that the other powers is now catching up, and the Americans don't really have an age right now. I think, like the aircraft carrier don't even have a new fighter, mainline fighter. It's still the F-18s. The F-18s can't really deal with.
Why, before I forget, just to make your point, you know, we got to realize we're at a point in time where a whole lot of things are switching, because now we're looking at warfare a different way. Because is air dominance now going to be by jet fighter, or is it going to be by missile? And it's only going to be done at local level where it needs to be to protect what it needs to do, instead of being out there flying around. Because most of the jets we have, are they not just missile launching platforms anyway? They just give the missile an extended range is mostly what they're on there for. So why build the jet that costs so much when you can just extend the range of the missile and update them and make them evolve quicker than you can do with fighter jets? It's just, it almost seems like you can eat not only, you know, technology-wise, it seems to be the trend, but you know, just money-wise, think of it. You know, because you're going to have some sort of salvo ratio to be able to respond with when this stuff happens. And I don't think we have even close to what we would need to go bang to bang missile-wise. And that's just the truth of it. And I'll stop there.
Example, about aircraft, right? About aircraft, you see, in Gaza right now, it's working just fine. Yeah, the aircraft is working just fine in Israel, in Gaza. But again, what is not working in Gaza is what is happening in Ukraine. So of course they'll have to restructure the war to fight almost both Russia in mind and both Africa in mind. I think Prata is dozing off.
This goes back to my original question, because this whole redesign, that's a cluster of a mess that you need to undo. Like, keep in mind, you've got entire cities down in the US which is built around a particular platform. And like politically, I'm going to say it right now, okay? I'm going to make a prediction. The United States will not fight a major ground war in my lifetime. There. It can't happen. It's got to be decades from now.
I agree.
Decades.
Because it doesn't open a can of worms. If US attack any ground forces currently, the Russian will pump them with every weapon possible in retaliation. And I don't see the US doing that anytime soon.
The problem is you know, all we got to do is have the right leadership in place and the right drive, and then we turn back into the superpower with all the tanks and the guns and the laser beams and the J dams or whatever the hell we come up with.
But
I mean, we may not be able to fight one right now, but given the right circumstances and the right leadership, then that could be rectified, and we could go to some stupid war in any time. But yeah, I agree. Right now, we probably wouldn't do very well in a land war, but that's not to say the next president or the one after him won't get his head out of his ass and do something. Because, I mean, when Trump was in, you know, you were looking at a massive increase in military spending, ships and all that. Then it all got shit canned when the next guy came in. So, you know, you just need to have some consistency for a couple terms and people with the right mindset, and we'll be right back up in there.
Guys, I just want to make one point to Vaughn's point that you just said. Also keep in mind, this whole redesign and replatform, blah, 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 whatever we're calling it, that's not happening in a vacuum. So everything else that's going on in parallel, that's still going to be going on. So the old U.S. money printer, like the printing machine, that's going away sooner than later. So you're not going to have the money to really do what you do now. And I don't think people realize that either. So this is a big thing, guys.
Yeah,
I'm just realizing it now.
You're going
to run out of paper to print.
Yeah, Vaughn. Look,
you'd have to just real quick. I mean, you'd have to revamp the economy and exploit our resources to make the money. You'd have to have a whole change in mindset, production, manufacturing, people's I mean, the whole culture war thing, the gay thing. I mean, realistically, I mean, even if you got the hardest core bunch of motherfuckers in there that wanted to go the exact 180 direction, it would still probably take several years, if not longer, just to purge every fucker person out and make sure they were gone. Then put the legislation in place, pass it, then go through the courts, and then finally get it to stick. I mean, you know, there would have to be some really, really hardcore changes to America to make things happen faster. But you're still looking at least a few years of doing what you want.
But what Nanya and Vaughn was saying earlier, Vaughn, the budget have never changed. It keeps going up every year. But for the past 10 years, what do they have to show for it? The U.S. military budget almost every year is an increase, but there's nothing new, nothing more than to show for it, except some. They have this was it F-35? There's the new one they have that has so many problems. So you can't tell me they spend trillions of dollars the past 10 years to come up to give you one F-35. I don't think so. Because they have the budget, the money is there, but where is it going to? So you can keep giving them more money, more funding, but where is the money going to? Is it going to study why gay or why our frogs are gay? Then you're going to have a lot more to spend in that. So
what the US should say is the same thing that Mille said. That is, no hay plata. There's no money. No money. There you go.
No, the U.S. military will always have the money. And the thing is, the money they currently have is more than enough to actually redesign some very beautiful warfare war machines. But of course, it's not enough if you go to Boeing. It's not enough if you're going to Lockheed Martins. Definitely not enough. And again,
were you going to ask me something, FCS? Because I had to leave for a sec. So.
No. I was just commenting on what you said. I say, under Trump, the budget that was going towards the military have never changed. If anything, it have increased. But there's nothing new been added to the U.S. military hardware.
Exactly.
So I can't for that much money.
Trump is not going to change anything.
It was funny because there was a budget that was released not long. Well, it was during Paul Ryan's little stint in the Senate, I think it was, or whatever, where the budget, where they Pentagon told Congress it didn't need more tanks, but Congress insisted it buy more tanks. Think about that. So more tanks were bought, but where are they? Who knows? We know they were contracted out, and probably the money went right into the pockets, whoever it went to, you know, and then they got tied up in some amount of R&D that takes another billion to get out of, and then it goes through another recycle before it's actually any good for the battlefield type of thing. This is the shit that goes on. You got to understand the American public. I mean,
it's like
we don't have a say in it. Go ahead, Vaughn.
It's like the M13 that came out, X3, whatever. It's bullshit. You know, the M1A2 is good enough to fight any fucking main battle tank in the planet. I mean, if you want to add some more smoke launchers on it or a trophy system or whatever, fine. It's just like, you know, the F-22 is a great platform, but obviously we're not going to build anymore because we're fucking idiots. But, you know, you got plenty of F-15, so why aren't we building, you know, hundreds of F-15EXs? You know, the F-16 is not that great, but it's good enough to go against the Russians or anybody else. So why not put you know, Justin always talks about the Viper. Why don't we have 1,000 Vipers and 1,000 F-15EXs and the 150 crappy F-22s and the 6 flyable F-35s and the 2 Ospreys? I mean, you know, we have these proven platforms that are more than capable of doing multiple missions. And it's like, oh, let's build something new and more expensive. It's like, you don't need a F-22 over fucking Somalia. An A-10 will work just fine, or a fucking F-16 or an F-15. Yeah, you might have to change that up if they get a hold of some kind of air defense. But, you know, it's not like we don't have other things in the arsenal to deal with that. So, I mean, for the majority of the things the United States is going to go against, an F-15 or an A-10 or an F-16 is just fine.
You know, the problem is, though, when we have expensive stuff, usually it requires expensive components that do and do not sometimes work as advertised. Also, you know, like Vaughn was saying, like the M1, it has special armor. How many foundries are there out there that make its type of armor? You are restricted by what resources you have by how fast that production line runs. So the harder the armor is to make, the longer it's going to take for you to get it out of production, get a tank out of production, and then build another one, is it not? So if you don't have all the components to the armor, which means you had to have all the raw materials to do it in the first place, but you're running on American JIT system where you don't have any built up resources behind you. So what happens is somewhere you don't have the proper armor or you don't have the proper components, so you start slipping in other things. And guess what happened? In Germany during World War II, the Panthers, they wound up being able to punch through. Why? Because they couldn't find, the resources to make the armor properly weren't there. So they used workarounds. How much of that shit's going to go on? How much is that going to affect armor? See, that's the thing. You got to be able to produce something at full value at all times that makes sense, not half-assed or so expensive a platform out there that it's loaded with so much shit that a commander has to take all this time to look at and pay attention to, and he's not getting just the simple 365 fucking degree view he needs to understand the environment he is. And now we have to extend that range out to almost 12,000 meters because of some of the range of the equipment out there now. So, there's so much going on and involved in all this shit. Sometimes the more we make, the more things we put on something, the less effective it becomes because it becomes an overload.
And something else is the fact that okay, go ahead.
Oh, I thought I had mine up before you, but sure, go ahead.
No, Nunya, your turn, please.
Oh, okay, cool, thanks. Shit.
Anyone watch?
Okay, couple points.
Couple wars.
Oh, sorry, Gabriel, go ahead, man.
No, man, please. Did anyone of you watch Pentagon Wars?
What?
The movie? It's like from the 90s.
I've seen it.
Yeah, a lot of that was bullshit and hyperbole and made up. The guy was disgraced. He wasn't even.
I heard the story, but it's kind of playing out in real time right now.
We do overpay for stuff, but it's not like the shit you saw in that movie. I mean, you can't argue that dollar for dollar, Russia gets more bang for their buck. I mean, I've seen the inside of a T-90M. From what I've seen, it's just as advanced as an M1. So the only different thing I don't know is how good the armor is and if they can take a hit from a, top of the line M1 Sabo, and I don't know how well the armor will hold up against the 125 millimeter Russian Sabo, especially if they use the new rounds they got with the depleted uranium. But I mean, nose to nose, they both have thermal imagers. They both have the ability to shoot from long way off. I mean, I've seen the thermal imager. It looks just as good as anything I ever remember. So, I mean,
and that's if the tanks are going to fight each other.
And if I had to pick a Russian tank, I'd pick the T-90 because it looks a lot like the inside of the M1 as far as the controls and stuff. And it would probably be pretty easy to figure out because it's got digital shit with push buttons, just like I had. So, yeah, it's in Russian, but it's probably just pictures like day and night and sun and moon, shit like that, like we had. It ain't going to be like in acrylic or some crap. It's going to be easy symbols that people can figure out. So, I mean, and that tank probably cost half as much as an M1, and it's probably just as good.
Yeah, I want to make a real quick point because what you were talking about shifting like the perspective of procurement and all the direction. How can United States get its pants back on in military wise? And it's more than just two mandates. It's like production chains, education for like manual labor, and there's like this whole like philosophical perspective doctrine. Like you have to change the doctrine because it's like the tail wags the dog, the political decisions are made based upon the interests of the MIC, not the other way around. So how do you change that? Like what politician can you put in place that's gonna like reverse all these ingrained interests that are already moving the whole machine in the direction in which it's going? Pretty tough. That's what I wanted to say.
Nunya, please.
Okay, I just wanted to make a couple points on, I think it was maybe Mehdi had mentioned something along the lines of, Congress coming and saying, here, go go buy some tanks. We don't want tanks, but go buy them anyway, kind of thing. One of the big issues with the Department of Defense, they keep failing their audits. They haven't passed an audit in like forever. Okay, that's a problem. One of the major issues of contention within that audit is concerned around physical asset inventory. In other words, shit, tangible shit. So as a former auditor, I can tell you doing a physical asset inventory is real pain, but it's really easy. All you're doing is matching up where the asset is supposed to be, check. And that's how you're doing it. So if they keep failing that, they have no clue where their stuff is. That's a problem, which leads me to believe the second thing that's probably going on, it's probably not getting produced in the first place, you know, because as a former corporate consultant, I can tell you that they're all scumbags. And I've seen lots of invoices for little to next to no work. It happens all the time. And that's why the US GDP is inflated up the yin-yang as well, for all this service economy that does nothing. So I suspect there's a lot of that going on. That's all I had to say.
So I'm going to speak now. I'm going to summarize everything that Nunia, Mehdi, and Von said, and Gabriel too, by saying the main problem in US Army now is the military-industrial complex who control the Senate and the Congress. The first thing you need is to get rid of it. For that, you need basically a military coup or something like that in USA, and a socialist policy to nationalize everything. As long as Boeing, Guyton, and every other society controls the Senate, the military is fucked. So you need the government to take back the control of the corporation first, before the corporation could work for the military, and not the other side. Because today, Pentagon work for the military-industrial complex, not the opposite. And that's really insane.
As I say in Texas, over my dead body.
Shelby is encouraging
socialism in America.
in the United States. Yeah, you cannot,
Did anyone see Red Dawn?
I'm going to say something very funny.
It was not me, United States citizen, that said that.
Did anyone see Red Dawn? Well, let's hope it doesn't happen.
The first one was the only one that was good.
Yeah, I saw the original. I didn't see the remake. That's blasphemy. You don't make
I mean, the
a remake
idea
of
that
Red
North
Dawn.
Korea is going to invade the United States. Give me a break. That's as realistic as a Civil War movie where it's California and Texas fighting the government.
I would rather they dig up Patrick Swayze and put him in Red Dawn than some other actor.
Yeah.
But listen, yeah, if someone wants to invade the USA, Texas will protect the USA. Or USA will attack Texas. Even my country like Britain can invade the USA. Or all these identity or military guys have, it's gonna be a problem with y'all. Give it a few years from now, even North Korea be like, you know what, let me take a hit at USA. They have too many rainbows flying around. Maybe they can't fight anymore. But if you do come to Texas, you're gonna get your ass kicked.
Oh, come to Maine. Come across that bridge. We'll be waiting for you. And we'll go get to go.
There's only two things that come from Texas: steers and queers. And I don't see no horns on your head.
I understand Maine is an open carry state, so and I don't got to do shit. If I want to go buy a gun and put it on my hide, I can.
And like they say, Maine is for lovers. Like gay lovers.
Vaughn, about the queers thing, isn't it the San Antonio base, the one with the trans hospital, the one with the trans?
Fort Sam Houston, Fort Trans Houston.
No, Fort Trans. Yeah, okay.
Okay. Again, I'll have to defend Texas here. Texas is just going with what the federal government wants. When if the push comes to shove, this states can defend the entire America, with no doubt.
Texas also is a police state. Everyone thinks they're free and they're cowboys, but trust me.
No, Texas is more free than almost in other states.
There. The police have too much power, and they're given too much differential treatment.
Not in Texas.
Yes, Texas is a police state.
No, not in Texas. Austin, maybe.
Comrade. It
Austin,
ain't
maybe.
Kentucky. We got bourbon and barges and horses. Texas got steers and queers.
I like it. Somebody in the chat.
You know, they say when I lived in Colorado, they said if God wanted Texans to ski, he would make bullshit white.
Somebody said in the chat that me being gay, yes, I can confirm Canadians call it gay New Brunswick. Well, you know what? Some of those gay people that are actually gay, I know could probably outshoot them and probably beat the piss out of those people that wrote that in the chat. So you're
Don't be offending no gays.
You
now.
gotta understand, just because you're gay in Maine doesn't mean you walk around like you think that it's like San Francisco either. So, you know, take that for what it's worth.
That's the walk around with your Bruins hat on, and that's just it. Yeah.
The average dude. Okay.
All right, guys.
Hey, buddy.
How are you guys?
Hey,
Good, you?
Yeah, in Malaysia. It's Wyatt's neighbor.
Oh.
Average dude, tell us about how fucked up Texas is.
Well,
I'm just kidding. Yes, I'm just fucking with you.
I'm gonna cut the whole Texas on you.
Guns there.
No, seriously, if I
independence.
could adopt any state, I'll adopt Texas. No joke. I lived in Jersey. I lived in Arizona. I lived in other places. Texas is the best.
Texas belongs only in one place, and that's the United States, the Confederate United States. Remember, the South will rise again.
You probably came as an illegal alien and we deported you.
Me?
Well,
yeah.
Yeah.
Me, I would cross. I would
if I
cross
was
that.
at the border, I'd fucking catch your ass in a minute and put you on a bus.
I would cross that Rio Grande, swimming 3 times. That's how fucking. I'm that much of a patriot.
Real quick, since we're talking about Texas, I saw a meme the other day. It was classic. It just said something along the lines of, "Just so you know, the 1 star on the Texas flag is actually a review," and I laughed. I thought it was hilarious.
You know what? I'm gonna call my Texas crew on you guys next time.
Hey man, I'm all about the Texans. I'm like a Canadian Texan. I'm a big hillbilly. Like,
I mean, I do like Texas in some ways, but I do feel like in some ways it's a police state. And it gets way too much credit for being like this super free place. When you kind of peel back the onions,
it's
not
like
as free
Cordoba
as they
here.
make it out to be. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I don't know why I don't know where I get that from, but seriously, I've lived in many places. I can tell you.
Clean up all the cow shit everywhere, but other than that, Texas is great. Like, you know, what's wrong with that? Why are we talking about Texas? I don't get it.
I have a question about Texas. Can you go around? Can you go
Because Shadow
around
we
naked
proposed a socialist overtaking of the government.
in Texas?
Just tell me.
In Texas, can you go around naked whipping your dick around?
You can do it downtown Austin.
Why the fuck would you ask some shit like that? Hell no.
Because if not, it's not free enough. That's just how the founding fathers intended it to be.
Bro, this is America. This ain't Italy.
When George Washington was writing down the fucking Constitution, and I know it wasn't him who wrote it down, but whatever.
The Italians got their floppers out everywhere.
He decided
look at the
that,
statues. They're all naked.
Exactly. That's the point. That's the point.
Seriously, why is that? Why?
Because we got the dick culture.
Yeah, y'all dicks. I can tell.
Yeah.
You damn European values is what he's trying to do.
Yeah. I'm going to yassify America. I'm going
keep
to
that away.
Europeize America. You know what? America needs to be colonized again, and then have another revolution, and then be colonized once again. That's what I'm gonna fucking say. You know, Vaughn, when I lift the Italian tricolor over Louisville,
not gonna happen.
Hell no.
You will see
no.
and you will cry.
I'm gonna turn you and make you work down the street at Luigi's Pizza.
I will lead my Italian American army from New Jersey all the way to fucking Louisville, marching straight towards fucking Louisville.
I have a room.
It's not going to happen.
Why saying
The Italian did not succeed in Ethiopia didn't succeed in Libya. How can they succeed in Louisville?
Maybe a smaller
Well,
scale.
the thing is, Louisville citizens are less dangerous than Libyans, because they're too, they're hobos, they're druggies. So
Shadowy, help us. Get us back on track.
The only man who will be
I already
dangerous would
told
be
you,
Bob.
in USA, the best solution
All right,
would
that's
be
enough about
the Chinese
drug
Police
use.
Party directly.
Would somebody get us back on
They would
track,
clean the
please?
street immediately. They send the force, the police.
This turned
everybody,
into the
and they
Telegram
will kill
voice
everything.
chat.
I'm pretty sure that the
but
street in
with
Shanghai
all
is
this fucking
way
off, now
more
why
clean
it's
than
bad?
the street in San Francisco.
It's a bankrupt country, totally corrupt.
You're speaking about
So
USA?
many crackheads everywhere.
Why are you talking about
Where
Argentina?
big
Jesus.
corporations
No,
that
not
took
really.
the power.
We still have a long way to go for the United States.
Hey, that's
US
what
is
they're
a-
talking about right there.
The US is a perfect
United
subject
States
of my interests.
Yeah, they're
I will
doing
not say
the
what
point
I'm
industry is still doing very, very well.
Interest for
As far as
history,
concerned,
the
like
trembling of an empire. That's what we are seeing. And United
saying?
States going down. Their political elite are totally degenerated. Their society is destroyed. It's becoming a police state where police have tremendous power, where judges are applying political decisions. It's totally destroyed. It's bankrupt.
RL, why are you
And
bringing us down, man?
Wyatt, real quick. Wyatt, what's the standing of Singapore with Russia right now?
We are still unfriendly state, according to the Russians. But I got a feeling that we are talking behind the scene, begging them to not blacklist us for good. That's
Is
why
perhaps China like interceding, acting as an intermediary between Singapore and
we don't
Russia?
have to, because they have an ambassador in Singapore.
Oh, okay.
So
They didn't
we have a
remove the
full
embassy.
ambassador
It's
from
still
Russia
there.
in Singapore. So there is actually no real need to go through China. Like I always say, China and Russia is they are still strategic rivals, despite how friendly they are. So there's no reason to go around. But we definitely pay our respect to the Emperor Xi.
Singapore is smart.
Oh, Wyatt,
I like how
those
Singapore does
sanctions
it.
are going to hit you guys eventually. They always do. I said the U.S. sanctions.
Oh, it's coming.
I think that Prime Minister of Singapore.
We pay respect to all the great powers. It's not just China. Like we also pay our respect to Washington. We send there. We will buy X number of Boeing aircraft for our Singapore airline.
But as the U.S. gets more desperate, they're going to be looking for other countries to sanction more.
Wyatt, I wouldn't be so proud of it. That sounds just like being a country whore. Anyone with anyone. You know what I mean?
Andrew won a war today. Andrew really won a war.
Repeat again.
I said there's nothing to be proud of in that. Like your country just like serving all the other great powers. It's just like being a whore.
Andrew,
it's not even like a loyal slave.
Italian.
Wyatt's got a big Singapore cane, and they use him over there too. Remember that kid they beat up because he stole something, and they whacked him a few dozen times out in the square?
I'm proud of being a slave of the U.S.
Watch your mouth with the commander.
Rich people coming in. That's it.
I'm proud of being a slave to the
time.
U.S. I am proud of being a slave to the U.S. and I will be forever loyal to the U.S. global homo order.
That's a good answer.
That's all I will say.
Well, the United States still doing pretty good for next 30 years, so you don't have to worry about it for in next 30 years.
Oh, I will be dead by then.
Come on.
Guys,
the
Russians
Russians
the
gonna
spirit.
invade soon,
I'll be dead. I don't care.
Don't be so down,
Make your life enjoy.
and don't be so down. I mean, with modern technology in Kentucky, we'll be able to keep you alive. Been working in the coal mines for probably 50 or 60 years.
Will you store me in a jar?
No, the last time I was in Bowling Green, Kentucky, right?
Mm-hmm.
That place is still stuck in the 1960s.
Does it smell like shit?
All I know about Kentucky is chicken.
Same here.
Right? Very good.
And there is only that in
Chicken.
Kentucky, okay?
You got
Just
chicken, horses, and bourbon.
And you
That's
forget
about it.
slavery. You forget slavery.
And slavery wasn't really our thing. You know, we were kind of in the middle. You know, we kind of half-assed our way during the Civil War. Like we were neutral. Then the South invaded, and then the North came in and beat them out. And then all of a sudden we were occupied by the North. So I guess we were like on the North side. So, you know.
Wasn't Colonel Sanders a plantation owner?
Well, he had a chicken plantation.
Do you
Like
think he had
millions of
slaves?
How dare
No,
you enslave
no,
the
he was
chickens?
alive. He was alive in like the 70s. He didn't have fucking slaves.
No, I think he had slaves, man. I'm pretty sure.
I
Maybe
think
some
some people are
no one
slaves
knew
at this
about,
period of
but
time.
I
So
All I know is that chicken is addictive. So,
Mhm.
good
I
on
agree with that
I
one.
got cracking.
slaves or not, man, he gives out a good product. That 11 herbs and spices, I need to find it and know it.
You know, Nanya, that's
Not
not
so
very
much
white
anymore.
Anglo-Saxon of you. I will say that.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. What was I supposed to like fish and chips?
You're supposed to be eating.
And everyone knows that Colonel Sanders stole the recipe from a slave and enriched himself.
You're appropriating
Wyatt,
culture.
Wyatt, do you have
Yes.
any updates on what's the status of the Chinese investments in Eastern Russia?
Nope.
The housing market's collapsing.
I'm not sure.
Because they are
Right,
really
West
putting a
is,
whole bunch of money there.
I think there's
I even
Eastern
saw
Front
rumors
there
about
in the
Russia want to lease out
Vladivostok.
the whole piece of the land, to let the Chinese to rule for 100 years. I'm not even sure if there's a trolling
They're
post or
allowed
is
to
that
free
the,
access to Vladivostok's port
Yeah,
seaport over there.
I think
from
it's
China.
bullshit. Anyway, I gotta drop out for Euro.
Are they just invested in infrastructure or maybe like joint investments like on some kind of mining or something?
Well, there's
Some
oil and gas
investment
pipeline
in
to
exploitation
invest in
of
Eastern
the
Front,
wood
Far East
plantations, I
there.
believe.
Like a partnership, basically. It's not like they're getting the land and getting the resources. I mean, they're
Yeah,
gonna probably
it's a
have to partner
Malaysia
with
is
the Russians, right?
all those crops is ongoing.
Wait,
thing.
you are
It's just
talking
the
about
scale is how
the.
they expand it. That's all.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, they'll split it. I mean, whatever they find, I guess they'll split whatever they're working together on. I would assume.
When it comes
Wait,
to this
are you
contract,
talking about the North Korean workers in Russia, in Eastern Russia?
No,
Is that what
like Siberia, they're dropping a lot of money in there, and I was just wondering if it was because they were doing like joint ventures on resource development or something, and then
Yeah,
if they
it's
found
that.
shit, they'll split it. You know.
Yeah,
Oil and gas
whatever
pipeline,
it
yes.
be, I know for sure it will benefit both parties. This is not like an Africa-European transaction thing where one side get all the money, the other side get the name.
Well, when I listened to Putin, did you guys watch that 4.5 hour marathon that he did?
Too long.
No, not really.
Go back and watch it because it's really insightful. It'll give you a good insight of what the priorities of the Russian Federation are.
Mm-hmm.
And the overwhelming majority of the questions were all like domestic stuff. And they were heavily focused on talking about various infrastructure projects and things of that nature. Now, the Far East, it's just as well you're walking on Mars somewhere in a lot of places. Like there's no infrastructure. If there's a road, it's very poor. And a lot of places you just can't get to without like a plane or whatever. So one of the things that Putin did say, he said, you're going to see a lot of heavy investment in infrastructure. You're going to see over the next 10 years. And he seemed to indicate that a lot of it would be out in the Far East and connecting the country, which, can only be a good thing.
That makes sense. Again, what Putin does, that yearly forum is amazing, man. I hope it's amazing.
Go back and watch that thing.
I will.
He took no notes or anything. He's on it.
It's actually very interesting that Putin did that. I don't know if you what's the name of that former counselor to Zelenskyy? I forgot. Oh God. The science one.
Arestovich, Alexei
Yeah,
Arestovich.
yes, Arestovich, yes, of course. He said he compared Zelensky to Putin in this instance. I don't know if you saw that, but he said basically Putin is letting himself be questioned on stuff, heavy stuff, like fragile stuff about the Russian government and stuff. Well, if you dare critique Zelensky, you're put in prison. Like if you said this stuff on if you asked this stuff to Zelensky or said this stuff in Ukrainian newspapers, you would be jailed. That's what Arestovich was saying.
Complete opposite then.
Yeah, he says, and then he said the Russians call us brothers, while we call them orcs and monsters. Like he's saying basically that the Russians are acting more like in a more humane manner, more like democratic manner than Ukraine itself. Which
You
is a
mean
very
on those
interesting
that
thing.
Ukraine is defending European values?
You're saying, yeah, Russia.
Also, I've been, like I said, I've been trying to follow a lot of units through like their Telegram and Facebook, Ukrainians, and it's all anecdotal, but there's definitely more and more mentions of people being dead. Like my son was not saved. Please stay safe. There's one that was pretty fucked up that sounds like this woman's husband's been dead for over a month and hasn't been recovered, so she can't move on, and she's bitching in the comments. And I would assume they try to scrub a lot of this, discontent and bad comments because, they don't want people to see someone talking about a family member who's missing or dead. So to me, it says it's got to be getting pretty fucking bad in the civilian population because even their censors can't hide it. And it's just random comments. But like I've said before, a lot of the comments are straight up like, please stay safe, no matter what, come home alive. It's not, and there's like inspirational shit like thank you heroes and all that. But overwhelmingly, it's like, no matter what, come home alive, just stay alive, just get the fuck out of there and stay alive. And
Funniest thing, Putin,
people are talking about missing.
Putin was teasing democracies when the New York Times reporter was wanted to ask the questions. So he was saying, no, we'll do it just like democracies do. That reporter can ask later because Western news conferences will always restrict Russian reporters from asking the questions. So he was saying, no, we'll do it democratic way.
We'll come back to you later.
We'll discard. Yeah, that was the funny thing too. But with a really bad translation, that was really, really hard to discern. But it was joking few times about that. It's always pulling the punches against how undemocratic Western countries became, and all the it turned opposite. It's like Soviet Union. That's how it is. But only complaint I have is when one of the military correspondent asked the question why the Russian minister MOD doesn't finance small copters, small drones for the individual soldiers, for the because they're still lacking a lot of drones on some spots, but it's mostly trying to train so many operators all of a sudden. It was I read a lot of complaints that he said that Putin said, I heard everything is normal, everything is okay, so it's like he's getting the false reports because the defense department doesn't want to supply individual drones. They all care about only bigger drones that can stay in the air for longer, and not individual unit drones. So that's still an issue. They work on a voluntary basis, getting donations and all of it. So That's where the problem is. Only problem is in all that interview, 4-hour interview with Putin.
Oh, wait, I just had a question, Jordan. You are Yura, right? You're Yura.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Jordan. I recognize
Okay.
your voice. I recognize your voice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and also I remember one of the things I also remember also was there's a question about egg and chicken price. That was a very funny one. The translation is very crazy, but from what I was got from it was basically some lady, I guess someone was asking about the changes of price in egg, and the fact that he was actually addressing that, I'm like, this guy he must have some time on his hand. But yeah, he was actually addressing it, talking about, there's already a works in place. The reason why prices went up because people have more income coming in and there was very little supply because of that price reach, and they didn't have that import in time to cover up the gap. This guy is very serious. I wish I have half of his merit as a leader in my country.
Yeah, but the problem with eggs is that military needs a lot of eggs because that's really lasting food. It's
That's
easily
good.
prepared. So yeah, they need
That's
a
a
lot
good
of it.
point.
So it's military buying up a lot of eggs. That's
He
the
mentioned
problem. That
He
means
never mentioned that.
yes,
Yeah.
because it means that a lot of soldiers are being sent
Fed.
over there. I mean, a lot of a big increase in military conscription,
You're right.
basically.
You're right.
Yeah,
Egg is very
increase in the military size. They grow in it huge.
Make the same caliber of questions that Putin received to Trudeau.
Oh,
Oh God. Oh, no, it's just not. No, it's not. I'm trying to think about what it would look like, and it's just not humanly possible. I think his head would explode, or he'd have some sort of stroke or something. He wouldn't be able to get through it, and I'm not joking. Don't laugh. I think he would just stroke the fuck out because he's not that bright. He's really not that bright. I've been following him since I've been alive because he's older than me. And I'm telling you, he's not that bright.
Nanya, do you think he would respond better than Macron?
Oh damn.
No.
I think Macron would be way more funny. Okay,
No,
way
but
more funny, but
Macron
more interesting.
is Oh God, can you imagine them having coffee together? Holy crap!
Immediately.
I don't know why.
It just goes to show the level of leadership, man.
I just thought that it's going to be a very gay scene when the two of them drink coffee together. I do not know.
No, I think
Senate, no video, no affecting me.
No word of lie. I think if you were to put Trudeau in that space and task him with doing that and say, okay, the clock's going, we'll try to wrap it up at the 4 hour mark, I think he would just have a panic attack right in front of the whole world, and it would just turn into chaos pretty quickly. I don't think he'd be able to physically do it. I know he couldn't.
Wyatt, you said it would be gay, but in Italian we have a saying that says malice is in the eye of the pervert. Remember.
That's a good one. Yeah.
That's in your mind thinking dirty things.
Wait, yeah.
So
I'm thinking dirty things about Trudeau. Is this what we're saying?
But having Trudeau, Macron, Ursula, the Lion drinking coffee together, I think they will be all on their mobile phone and texting.
Texting to each other, though. To talk to each other, they would be texting.
Tweeting.
No.
Go to answer this.
Actually, I've someone who is very good at debating and actually talking back to journalists and stuff. Giorgia Meloni is actually very good at that. I don't know if you ever.
No, she was good. She was good when she wanted a position. Not anymore.
She was good when she wanted the position. Now she's not good anymore. Okay.
Now she's horrible. Now it's now she have to pause and think. What does a master want me to say? Does this go against a master's interest? Well, before when she was running for office, he asked her a question before he even finished the question. She knew exactly what she was saying, and she come back firing. I used to love that lady. No joke. I was watching from her, I love this, our immigration policies, this Eurocentric policy. This is what we need. reinforce it. Then she become elected. Then she said, like,
Guys,
"Hi, Massa. Here's my knee pad."
But I mean, Trudeau, I promise you, I've been thinking about it, and no, you will not find a more empty head of any politician in this entire world than the little potato Justin Trudeau. I don't think it's like, oh no, I've been thinking about it, and I haven't seen one.
You would find in many.
What about his father? What about his
You
father?
would find in many.
Well,
He's
his
just not
father
doing it right.
His father
He's
was
just not doing
actually
it
quite
right, that's
good.
all.
Like his father was a politician. He was quite a good politician. And that was always the joke about Justin was, you know, he got his father's name, but his mother's brains, because she was kind of stupid and drunk all the time. You know, but his father was a quite a good politician. I can't really comment on his, you know.
Yeah, pick your worst head of state and divide him by 2, and divide that half another 2 again. He's taking half in Liberia.
I wouldn't say that he's the worst head of state. I'm just saying that he's the dumbest head of state.
The dumbest
I'm the head of the motherfucking state, yo.
Is that the song you're gonna sing, Vaughn, when you become president?
I
Of
put
the
a
US?
potato to the head of the stick, yo.
That's what you're gonna.
Yes, Emilian, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
If I may. You posted once that you're so ready, that you're so happy here in Mille. Mille, how you pronounce his name, President?
Regardless, just pronounce it as it sounds to you.
Mouse.
Okay, Mille. Miles. He's saying like that there's no more money. You're very happy about that, and you would
No,
be very
what I was happy
to,
about was
to have.
the crackdown on the protest. What I was happy about was the crackdown on the protest, because they are really a problem here. Like in France, they don't take it as a problem because like it's
a way of life in France.
Yeah, over here it's a problem because if you block the main road over here, you got like 2 hours more of travel to do to get from work to home, and so it pisses off a whole bunch of people. The truck drivers get pissed off.
It's because you are not well organized. In France, when there is a protest, each large city has the street where the protest could go and street where the protest cannot go. Okay, so the mayor basically or the prefect know exactly where the protest is going to be.
Look at the map of
everybody make sure, even the protesters, that the protest is finished before 6 o'clock, because at this time people need to go home. So it's well organized in France. In this moment, not so well, because the police has decided to do Macron policy on basically being very violent against the protesters. So there is a lot of problem in the protest in France.
There is not enough time to remove the
So you
concrete from
will
a hand. if you do that.
But yeah.
You know, the green
if I
protester
may,
needs to
Shadowway.
concrete their hand into the ground. How can you remove it, by 6 o'clock? It's not possible.
That's why you need to use the street which is not used by the main traffic cars, and
but
you use
that
the
defeats the
street
purpose, right?
with very large and
think-
with low car traffic.
I think in
for
the case of
protest.
Argentina, it's geography kind of fucked them already. It's a very long strip of land. So I don't think they have many room to put many roads. Say you cannot block. You block 1 million, as you say, it costs 2 hours of traffic.
But Semillon and Shadowway, if I may, say something, that I kind of envy your people's readiness to fight, because in Italy, our people, Italians, are docile by nature. We literally accepted a dictatorship just because this guy marched into Rome. I don't know if for 20 years we accepted a dictatorship just because a guy marched up to Rome and said, "Yeah, now I'm the prime minister." We are extremely docile. We don't really do protests, and when we do, it's just to skip work. Like we're the kind of people who don't even like scream.
That's
while
the
you
Italy I
get out
know.
of them.
There is a counterpart to the French system, My father, who was a unionist in the 90s, told me a quote, who was in a citation, a joke if you want, in the Union European Circle. In Japan, if there is a rumor of a strike, the company try to negotiate. In Germany, if there is a threat of a strike, the company negotiate. In France, the company start to negotiate only if the strike lasts at least 15 days. If not, they don't care to negotiate.
In Africa,
Okay,
they
so
fire you before you
so
negotiate.
Million, if I may get to the question, you were saying how you're happy with the Mille saying there's no more money and United States should do that. President of the United States should do that. Same thing to say there's no more money. And in a post in Telegram, you also wrote that inflation is coming down, and you're happy to have your wage cut in half.
As
Buying
long
power
as it
of
helps.
it buying power of your wage in half, just so there's no inflation. I mean, is that majority thinking in Argentina, or I mean, because that's, to me, it's a suicide. But you'll be happy. You'll be happy with suicide. That's okay.
At the very least,
Ukrainians are repeating it, doing it. It's okay. Just to
at the
get
very
rid of
least,
inflation. That's what you're saying.
at the very
You're
least,
ready to cut your wage in
55%.
half.
I already suffered that, by the way. At the very least, 55% of the people here are happy with that idea.
So here's a question for you, because like you said, this is not your first trip to the rodeo. Like, Argentina has been its own planet for decades, right?
Yes.
So with all that said, why not just default and buddy up to your new BRICS partners? You'll get your investment from them and call it. And whoever the creditors are, give them the big middle finger, give them an Iceland type deal.
That's what we've
call
been
it a
doing.
day.
They already did it.
Okay.
They already did it before in 2001. But
So
you
do it
see,
again. Just
10 years.
don't
Just a
pay
second.
it. Default.
10 years later, what happened? Now the new government took all the credit back on their debt.
But hold on a second.
Like they
Did
didn't
you
default.
default? You didn't default. No, I didn't think you defaulted.
Yeah, we have
But
a couple
the
times. by the way.
government 5 years ago, they took back all the debt. They're gonna
What do you
honor
mean took
it.
back?
That
Really?
they defaulted
Wow.
on. Yes.
Jeez. Just default on it and wipe it clean and
Dude,
start
we
anew.
did it a whole bunch of times. Our history is filled with just not paying the debt. Like,
No,
that's our
but
history.
that's
And
not what
so
I'm
we
hearing.
have
Though.
no
That's not what I'm
credibility
hearing. Though.
whatsoever.
Yuri, is this what you're hearing? Because I think there's a difference between declaring bankruptcy and defaulting on your payments, right? One is like a legal thing, right? Just whatever your debt is, default on it. Your debt is then zero. That's it.
But you see, new
Isn't it
corrupt,
totally
totally
structured
corrupt
by
government
IMF?
comes in. You need totally corrupt government comes in and takes back, declare that bankruptcy not valuable, and takes back the debt on their books again.
Okay,
Because
that's weird.
they
I hadn't
rule.
heard that.
Yes, because they're so corrupt, thanks to all the governments and everything, and lack of knowledge of their population, which is visible with a million about economics. So they're easily played with all that because of most of the debt is to their oligarchs. It's not so much to the New York banks. Yes, it is. That's who sued them after the bankruptcy, sued them to get back their money. But it's Argentinian oligarchs that owns the Argentinian debt, most of it. So you see, when they put their own president back in power, they will declare, "Oh, we're gonna pay back everything," and they go back in trouble because their oligarchs completely rule them. They don't know it. They don't
So
know it,
if
but
they-
they're so played with it. They're
If
gonna
that's the
destroy
case, you
this.
got to get rid of them. You know, like you got to get
Yep,
rid of them, or
that's
you're
the
just
idea.
I
never
was
gonna.
thinking,
Yeah, but
what
I have
if
a
they
question
take out
about
all
these
the oligarchs?
oligarchs.
What if they do like a communist style? You know, they take out all the oligarchs. Do they still need to? Do they still owe the money, or no? It becomes not a non-issue.
I think what I'm hearing is it's the oligarchs down there that are pressuring them to honor, for example, IMF debt, because they themselves are tied into it some way, and they have their own debt tied into it as well, because they're all a
but I-
bunch of corrupt
That's
fuckers.
usually
But
what
I
I
had this-
hear for like 8 years in certain
Francisco.
podcasts.
Francisco, I had a question about these
Go ahead.
oligarchs. In Russia, oligarchs are tied to gas, oil, natural resources. In Argentina, how does it work? What are they tied to?
Essentially
What kind
the
of
same.
business?
They are terra tenants.
Sorry.
Terra tenants, meaning they own the land,
Oh, okay. Yeah, I understand. Yeah. So they just
and hence they own all of what's going on there.
I understand too. Okay. Yeah.
It's a fucked up world. Has less than 1,000 people can basically tell the world, fuck off.
You guys need communism, you know.
That's what we tried.
Shadowy.
That's what we tried a couple of years ago. Yeah.
Shadowy can give you hints on how to do it.
No.
Well, yes.
There is no good way to put communists in place, you know. You need a bloody revolution, and it's not a good idea for any country.
And it's
Like
another
when
reason
when
why
you declare, when you default, you
why-
just gotta default. That's it.
why they declared that they gonna take the dollar, leave the pesos, and leave the dollar, because their oligarchs is they owe the dollars. They have the loans to Argentina given in dollars, so that's why they want it. So it's easier for the banks, private banks, to print the dollars then, and give them back money. That's the reason,
The
That-
reason we want to go
Not-
to the dollar is because we do not believe in our central bank at all.
So you'll believe in Fed. Okay, good option. Good option. Yeah, it's better.
Like, we want to tie our hands so we can't print more currency. That's what we want to do.
It's not the problem. No. Now, what's gonna happen when you shift to the dollar? The state won't be able to print more currency, but the private banks will be able. And it's usual. So you're not gonna do anything considering such effect.
That's not how it
Private
works.
banks will print. Argentinian private banks will print dollars. Okay, private
not
banks.
how it works.
Not state. State
Semillon,
won't
I
be
already
able to.
tried during for 1 hour
That's
to
the
speak
issue.
at this topic with Joey, and it's not possible. You are not going to convince him that you are right. And everybody knows he's wrong, but
No,
could try
you
if
need
you
to
want.
find out. You need to educate yourself first to argue with me about finance and economics. Not just believe in mythology. That's all spread around. That's the issue. You guys only believe mythology that you see from media, that you don't trust on a war, you don't trust on the politics, but you completely trust on economics and finances.
Euro. I want to ask you a question. So how do the private banks print? Do they need permission to print the money? Or how much money
Yes.
they can loan out? Do they need permission?
There's
Do they
no
need permission
limit.
from the central bank? There's no limit. How can it be
There's a
possible?
control. There's control. There's a control of accounting. If accounting is right, there's no limit. Okay, it goes by the rule. Basic rule is, as much as they print, they have to destroy on the end of the term. They have to destroy.
Wait. So the U.S. government allow a bank in Argentina to print the U.S. dollars? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
He's just crazy. The Fed is never going to allow
Yeah,
anything like that.
you know everything. You know how much you studied about finances, about banking, about Fed, about central banks. Shadowy, tell me how long did you study about it?
I have a question.
Did you study any minute?
Yeah.
Any hour?
No, I have a question. This is completely separate question because I've always had this curiosity. when I moved back home, and I went to the bank back home and basically withdraw my money to transfer it back home from the States. It wasn't much money, but how did the bank over there get the money?
The same money. What it does, the Fed records to your central bank back home that it's sending the money, giving into the account of your central bank. Okay, and then central bank sends the message to your bank, telling that it has that money for you.
Okay, so
they just record it.
So did they receive
transfer
anything
to your bank?
Did they receive anything physical, or just a bunch of numbers just flying around?
Nothing. Just the numbers
That's
running
the
around.
biggest scam in the world.
It's not a scam. It helps you work. Why is a scam that you easily? It's accounting.
For 1 hour to convince him. It's not possible.
It's so you shouldn't worry about it. That's why it's so make it so easy. Okay. No. It's a mythology that money has to mean something, has to be. But all textbook teaches that money has only abstract value. Money is only abstract value. Why?
Labor
because
is not abstract labor; it's physical labor.
Why?
Money
Why
has
it has to
abstract
be?
value. Yes, error is right there.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is my labor, my physical labor was not abstract work. It was physical work that I did.
Real value. Why? But
Why?
you want it to have real value for something. That's because it's mythology. Just like believing in God, that's what you believe in. In God, use your money. That's what it is. You believe in it. But what value of the money is, it makes it easy for you to exchange your goods with others. That's all that it needs to be do. That's why it's valued. And all this accounting by numbers is just recording it. So you don't have to keep the record and write down how much someone owes you, how much you owe to others. It's just because the numbers transmit that relationship. You see, it makes it easy for you. It motivates you to work, to organize, to work with others. It motivates you to work with others, to cooperate, to work just as a family when it's a family. Okay, family. You don't care how much you owe to each other.
You're explaining.
Right?
You're explaining how easy it works. I'm asking you right now.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a physical item that I sell to Wyatt, and Wyatt transfer a fake number over the money that I have. That's you call it abstract. This is not abstract. This is real that I just give to Wyatt.
Yes. You're talking about real stuff. Yes.
Yeah. So what the abstract?
Why are you switching? Okay.
So is the $50 that he gave you.
Now you're switching to the real stuff. You switch. You didn't notice that you switched to the real stuff, explaining abstract stuff. No, you cannot switch like that.
You say money is abstract.
Oh, this is real. This is real.
You say money is abstract, right?
By the way, did you already have this?
No, it has abstract value.
If Wyatt transfers you $50, that's legal tender, right? That is value.
Abstract value.
Yeah,
because by definition, that, as Yuri rightly explained, that's the use.
Speak to him about debt. That's going to be very funny.
So I want to understand Euro. So you say that the bank can actually just print money on their own as long as they can get back the loan. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So then I want to ask, in terms of the Sri Lanka situation, right? No, they ran out of foreign currency to pay the petrols and everything. So they got into an economic crisis. So why can't they print money in that sense? Oh no, so I just want to understand the context.
Okay, that's foreign money. You can print your own. So if Argentina takes the dollar as their currency, they can print that money. Private bank, not a country, not a state. Okay, Sri Lanka can print their own money, but they cannot buy it. Nothing outside the Sri Lanka with it,
Correct.
unless they deal with Russia. That's why Russia and China want to change that and lose that limitation because of the
that's why
belief.
my question is this. So my question is this: how can Argentina private banks print US dollars?
Okay,
they can't.
so
Right?
so basic, they have to have some base in dollars if they want to print it. Okay, they have to have some base reserve, right? Reserve part, and so they print it, give it to they give it the loan in the US dollar.
So
Okay,
so the
but they
base
didn't. They don't give. They don't
what is
give.
the base that you?
Base is deposits from people, right? They have the accounts in there in US dollars. Yes.
Or the value in US dollars. So let's say they have a base point of 100 billion. They can print 100 billion US dollars in notes.
No, they have can print 100 trillions.
100 trillions.
Yes, there's no limit. There's no limit. Base stays. The base stays as a reserve, and then whoever comes in and has wants a loan and can be approved, it's how say.
You mean that the
value
bank
customer?
make a 1,000 level system on their reserve, and you think someone is going to accept a 1,000 level leverage?
No, I actually kind of starting to understand a bit what Euro is talking about. For example, DPA now I can give out loans based on the money that people pay to me to support my work. Then, but the reality is I actually don't have that much money. For example, I only have $2,000 US, but I can loan out 10,000. But in numbers, only in numbers, it's not in the actual printed cash. Because I can't print the cash, I don't have the cash. I can give them in terms of credits, in US dollars, up to $10,000. But I need the money back. If not, then when the term comes, I need to pay back this. I need to destroy this money. If I'm not, then I actually owe $10,000 elsewhere.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
So it's actually some kind of a gamble for the banks, right? In that sense, because they are giving out loans money that they actually don't have.
That's why banks can go bankrupt. That's why
Exactly.
banks need
that's
that
a very
backing from a
And
central
it's
bank.
enough, and it's enough just to spread the rumors about some banks that is doing bad, and they go bankrupt. People
Because
start
everyone
rushing in.
wants, everyone wants to retrieve their money because they don't trust that bank.
Yeah.
Yeah, they panic.
That's what happened
Yeah.
here in
Yeah.
2001.
Yeah, exactly. So
that's
every
also what
bank
happened.
in the world can be crushed if the people start running into it to pull the money out. Every bank. There's no single bank that can sustain pay enough everyone. That's
Didn't that
how banks work.
Yeah. That's
It's
why
all
fiscal
on
deficit
trust.
is so tremendous.
The money is based on trust. The banks are based on trust. It's all on trust between the people. Trusting between the people.
Didn't that happen last year? I'm not talking about the Silicon
Yes,
Valley Bank.
Yes, with California Sacramento Bank. Yes.
Yeah, Sacramento Bank. Yes.
Yeah, that's what
Right,
happened.
right.
Well, there's not just simple like that, but yes, it did happen. It was slowly money. Depositor was slowly taking the money out, but those numbers were huge because those depositors had millions and millions of dollars. That were not poor people like us. They were like millionaires, billionaires that were depositing in there. Politicians mostly. So when they leave the bank, they take out $50 million when one depositor leaves. That's so they were slowly leaving the bank, and then bank had to suddenly sell the treasuries, which is not supposed to do, which didn't plan to do, right? So they had to sell treasuries, and suddenly the news come out, and now everyone wants to pull out of them, and they crash.
Yeah.
But if there was no news about it, they wouldn't crash. See, nobody will rush there to pull money out. That's the issue. It's all based on trust in our beliefs, what we believe. Okay, all of it, just like believing in God. That's why I mentioned believing God. It's based on our beliefs, and it works good. And you don't know about it. It works behind, but it makes it easy for you to cooperate, for us to cooperate between each other, to work together for the money. It doesn't matter how, but we work for the money, right? No, we cooperate with each other, work together in organization, inside another organization, and we trust each other, just like soldiers on a front line trust each other when they're attacking. The other guy next to you won't leave, and while enemy is attacking, you trust your back, right? This is the same thing. When you work together in an organization, in a company, you trust each other. You work your part. You keep doing your part of work.
Yeah.
Because you're motivated by the money, organized by the money. That's the thing.
But essentially, what explains this decision that the Argentine people took is that they lost all trust in the political class and hence in the central bank to handle their finances.
No, that's it's basically says that the oligarchs took total control of your government and media manipulation of you, so you easily just let them do it because they made you believe that what's good for them is good for you by their propaganda. Yeah.
Trust me, the main power in the media is the one that supports the central bank and the policymakers. So it's a bit hard for them to like fill my mind with those ideas.
You don't know exactly. You don't know.
So actually, so we are now closing to 5 hours. You want to continue or no? Do we do closing?
Yeah, let's do
I had
closing.
just a final question for Jordan, if it's possible. Jordan,
yes, go ahead.
Are central banks, do the central banks tend to be more corrupt compared to private banks? Because, for example, my father works in Bank of Italy, Italy's central bank, and he complains a lot about the nepotism going on in the bank and essentially corruption in it. Would you say that it is endemic to central banks, or it's in general all banks have the problems like these, or maybe it's just Italy's central bank? It's possible. So
nepotism in EU countries comes because they're not so much independent anymore, so they don't have much to do. You see, they get in, like they have their job, but there's less for them to do because there's another institution above them, which is European Central Bank, now that does half of the jobs for it. So now they suddenly don't have much to do, and they're like doing things just for their own sake. They feel useful, right? So that's problematic that they don't understand the problem of they still keeping it safe. In case the EU disappears, they'll have their full hands of work, right? They will be too busy, but that's in case. So they're still there. They should just put like 4-hour day job. They should make a 4-hour, not 8-hour, because they don't have much to do. But usually central banks are the least corrupt organizations in the world, except that they have to follow what the government of their countries give them the job, what kind of job they give them. So in empires, you see, empire countries like the United States, Japan, now China, Russia, they give them the real policy, real jobs, right? While in colonial mentality, countries like southern, like all the rest of it, except those 5, 6, 7 countries, imperialistic countries, the rest of the countries believe in the dollar, believe in gold. So they tie most of their job to just pegging their currency to the dollar or to gold. They give up their job by doing that, okay? And the second half is just to control the banks, that they keep accounting right, that they destroy the money when they have to, okay? So that's most of their job they're doing. So it's all about mentality, what they believe, you see, what their government, politicians believe the central bank should do, but they keep doing it, okay? They have very narrow job, 2 policies, that's it, not much, very narrow, but it's big volume. Yeah.
Very, very interesting. So shall we do closing?
Yep.
Are you guys happy? I think Euro, without someone fighting him, right, he can explain fully, because every time he talk, there's always someone fighting against him, and actually I don't really hear what he says. So it's much more clearer to me. But it's a very complicated thing. It's a bit. It feels very religious. It's like so much faith and in fact it's almost like blind faith.
It's belief.
Yeah. And as a result, it's very complicated. It's very hard to wrap your mind around it, because we tend to cherish the money so much. It's like, oh, money, but the end up, right, it's actually all fake. It's very hard to bring our mind around it, because there's not
Let go off of it. It's very hard to let go off of that it's something so cherished, it's yours, you can hang on it, it's real. That's so hard to get off of it. And that's why it's complicated. Not because the system is complicated. It's because nobody can let go. It took me 5 years studying all about it to let go of it. 5 years.
Yeah.
And then only 1 year to really, accept everything and learn it.
And then we still need the money, even if it's all fake, but we still want the money. So for those that want to give me money, do support me on Patreon. I want your fake money. It's all fake. Don't worry, it's fake. Just give me. So let's do closing, shall we? Andrew, there's no sound again.
Damn it! I was talking all the fucking time and no one could hear me.
Damn it, Andrew.
Someone in the comment is asking, they pay you a lot to say things like central banks have some of the lowest corruption on earth. they're trying to say that you're paid to say all of that. Anyways, amazing open mic, loved it. It was a great, we talked about so much stuff, and always support our commander, absolute commander, which we all love and cherish, and that's it. Great open mic, really loved it.
Thank you, Andrew. Nunya.
Yeah, I agree with Andrew. It was a great open mic. We had a lot of different topics, which I always like, and I like that we always have a bit of fun, especially around the holidays. So as we wind up 2023, I'm going to try as best I can. I shall endeavor to reflect on the year and hopefully be a better me for 2024. That's what we always try to do. And I also need to scramble out and do some last minute Christmas shopping for my kids. And it dawned on me the other day that, my generation is probably the first in a long time at least, who's, in general, their children are going to be worse off in their lives than they were, and that was always the dream of the parent, right? You wanted to have your kids to have a better life. You wanted to give them more. You wanted to educate them more. You wanted to see them succeed more. And, I started thinking about this, and I think that my generation, the Gen X generation, I think we were the end of the line for that. And, that's something that I've been kind of struggling to deal with myself, because, it kind of makes you wonder what kind of world you are going to leave to your kids, and you want to see them succeed. So, as I shop the next couple weekends for my kids, I think what I've also endeavored to do is buy them less and me more, because they need to get used to having less in their life. So, I need to, make myself happier at their expense is what I'm saying. So that's what I'm going to try to get done the next couple weeks. God love my kids. Cheers.
Thank you, Nunya.
Joking, by the way. What a somber bunch. Guys, cheer up.
This is so sad.
Okay. First, I'm going to say the same thing as Andrew, that this open mic was really good. And I really like to be part of it. Donc, thanks to everybody for it. And secondly, I want to point a thing, is that today we have, maybe 15 people, and nobody speak about the Gaza Strip and Israel. Maybe it means that... yes. Maybe it means that we are going to care less and less about the Gaza Strip and about the poor people inside. Unlike the mainstream media, we are going to slowly forget about it. Or maybe going to become the same thing as the Yemeni wars or the Sudanese civil wars. We are going to let the people die without caring, basically. So it's very sad. Maybe it's a new thing. For a big country to slowly destroy your population, you just have to last. And after a few weeks, the Western mainstream media is going to forget about the conflict. So you could do what you want with the civilian population. It's a very sad thing. Vaughn, your turn.
Vaughn, closing statement.
Yeah, I just want to say, as usual, I really enjoy the open mic. I like the variety of people and always the topics. And obviously with what's going on in Ukraine and the situation getting worse and worse on a daily basis, Adifka's probably wrapping up, and like Dan was saying, you're probably going to see something happen around Kupiansk or Kremenaya, maybe Soledar. Those are the other hot spots where things seem like they're on the verge of breaking. As always, like, subscribe, and share. And just remember, if you listen to DPA, we just try to deal in reality. We don't try to sell you a story or a narrative. We just look at what's going on and try to analyze as best we can, and that's why I feel like a lot of the stuff that was said by the Austrian guy has been said here for months and months ahead of time. So like I said, if you want some reality, come here. If you want fluff and bullshit, go see somebody else like Dennis. Thanks. Y'all have a good week.
Thanks, Vaughn. Euro, closing statement. You're muted.
Yeah, I just woke up a few minutes before I showed in a open mic, so I missed so much talk here. It must have been fun with Andrew here, so provocative as nobody else in the world. So,
yeah,
but yeah, and sorry that I didn't hear another open mic, but I'm gonna listen to it, and I'm gonna like it right away as I close. So I hope everyone else is gonna like it and try to share it to others. Talk about it, talk about open mic, let's help spread what we enjoy here and support it. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Euro.
So just going to pull up.
Wait. I want to add one more thing. Wait. I want to wait. And yeah, I forgot my point. Forget it.
Okay, so just going to pull up a stat here, and that is that at one point I saw 180 people watching, but I only see like 98 likes. Right? Is that right? Right now it's like 113 people.
Yeah.
Like right now it's that, but there's
Come on,
like
you
90
bastards.
something likes. So it's not a 1 view to 1 like ratio. I don't understand that. Why is there not a 1-to-1 ratio there? People, put a like there. And also subscribe. Don't be assholes. In any case, it's been great participating in this open mic. It'll be more interesting in a month, at least for me, because a whole bunch of questions will be arriving in regards to Argentina, and that's the topic I know about. So there you go. It'll
And
be
in
great
1
to have
month,
Gabriel
so-
Rio here as well, because he's the other Argentine guy. So we'll have two different views probably, and that'll be amazing to have an open mic with them. And yeah, it'll be great to participate in the future open mics. Now that I have a more stable time, like previously I had to work at 10 p.m. Like right now I would be working for the past 2 hours, but now I actually have like a normal work schedule from Monday to Friday, so I can actually participate. And yeah, in any case, been great participating in this particular one. Seeing forward to the next ones. Have an excellent day, people, and goodbye. Gonna take off
Thank
now.
you, Samuelon.
Come to the voice chat. Come to the voice chat, Andrew.
In 1 month is a Taiwanese election.
Voice chat, bitch.
So
No idea, man.
we are going to have a lot of things to speak about. So bye, everyone.
One last thing. Thanks to Wyatt for the opportunity to get this like community that it generated around the idea of truth. So like it's a very nice thing. This needed to be said.
Yep.
Yeah. So the next open mic will be on Christmas, the Eve.
Ooh.
On the 23rd. So anyway, that left me alone. I actually wanted to ask them a question, but they all left. So anyway, the next open mic is should be Saturday, as usual. So it's going to be on the 23rd. So I'm not sure. So it will be like a Christmas episode in a way, because I don't think the Europeans and the Americans going to be free on Christmas or Christmas Eve. So just nice, it's going to be on 23rd. So it's going to be a interesting episode. And then I think that will be a good day to sum up a lot of the stuff, or we can just have fun. Because after 23rd, the next open mic will be on the 30th, which will be the day before the New Year Eve. So I think that will be the day we can do some tie up and of the year and year review open mic. That will be a quite fun thing. So I think I will schedule it in terms of the time and day. I don't dare to schedule because my energy level is very unpredictable, because my sleeping hours is very erratic. So because of the erraticness of my sleeping hours, I don't know when I'm actually awake, or I don't know when I will have the energy to do open mic. So but the next one, 23rd and the 30th, I'll try to set the time earlier, so that you guys who are interested will have a chance to prepare to come on, or then it's going to be a very I think crowded or for more fun conversation, because I think a lot of people will be around. And it's going to be an Asian open mic. I think of the 23rd and 30th, we will probably, one will be American hours, one will be European hours, I guess. I will see how it goes. I have to make a decision. So it's a very good open mic. The last open mic was a bit too long. It caused some problem with the AI tool. That's why the timestamp was late. So the timestamp is now added. But the DPA Open Mic channel, the YouTube don't like the DPA Open Mic channel. So that when you put timestamp, there is chaptering. So you go over the timeline, right? You can actually see all the different chapters for the video. The entire chaptering thing is disabled for the DPA Open Mic channel for unknown reasons. I complained to the YouTube support, and they don't have an answer for me. So they made up some shit, and I was like, I just criticized them. I told them that
this is the kind of thing that you cause people to go to Rumble. So anyway, hopefully they will fix it. I'm not sure if it's fixed just yet. So even all videos that used to have the chaptering that worked, all is gone. So there's no more chaptering. So I can do the timestamp, but there's no chaptering. So it's kind of irritating in a sense. So otherwise, yeah. Yeah, we are running out of time. This half a month left. So I need to do the Person of the Year award thing. So I need to rush that. And also we will have a DPA Open Mic Speaker of the Year thing. We'll vote and see who is the favorite speaker on the most well liked personality on the DPA Open Mic. So I will also kind of do that. People can nominate and then we'll vote on it. So that's going to be fun. So it's going to be the first one because the DPA Open Mic is a pretty new thing. To be honest, it's pretty new. So I think around late last year, DPA Open Mic was still very, very new. So like by now, it's been more than, I think it's been a year kind of thing. So DPA Open Mic is pretty mature in that sense. So it's going to be fun. And yeah, so a lot of things I need to do to I'm running out of time. Oh no, it's half left with 2 weeks. And for those that haven't do your New Year resolution, just like me, haven't completed the 2023 New Year resolution, we can all say hallelujah together. Woo, woo. So anyway, yeah, time to copy and paste for next 2024. And yeah, so what else? Do check out the videos, particularly the one with the Austrian Armed Forces video. They had to. I'm not sure if you have missed it or have you caught it. I did say that of all the pro-Ukrainian YouTube videos or reporting on Ukraine, I think the Austrian Armed Forces reports are the most neutral or the best in terms of the pro-Ukrainian view, the most practical, most pragmatic. So I appreciate that. I think the other one that I know of that is pro-Ukrainian that is very balanced is Willy OAM. Yeah. So I'm quite happy that they did finally do one video. I was informed by one of our DPA viewers. He let me know that there's this video that came out. So I decided to do a reaction. As I watched for the first time, there's a reaction, first watch reaction. So that's why I didn't know what's gonna come out from behind in the video. So I just react live, and yeah, that turned out well. I think the viewership is pretty decent. So if you guys liked it, I will do more. I will start to react to more people's videos, like Dennis Davidoff. I will start to react to his video as well. Content is content. You can't yeah, viewership is still money. So what else? Yeah. So hopefully next year, I'm not sure what to do next year in terms of DPA Open Mic because there is so much things I want to do for DPA, and but there's only one me. There is not enough revenue to hire people, so that's going to be a challenge. Yeah, like the DPA Open Mic clips I didn't manage to do up and publish, so that's a stupid thing that I'm missing out. And hopefully next year I also want to do. Hopefully I can make it more more predictable in terms of what time the DPA Open Mic will be hosted. But yeah, again, yeah, one man show is a bit hard. So let's see how this goes. I say I can only do what I can do, and yeah. Yes, and thank you for the super chats. Particularly NGS, he fired a lot of super chat, and of course Semilon and Da Silva. And I just want to highlight again, Argentinian peso is overpowered. He's like his super chat for 200 pesos. That live sticker, just they don't get down. Is forever there. It's ridiculous. It's like as if it's like someone gave like 200 pounds or something like this. Yep. And yeah. So thank you for watching. Thank you for participating in the discussion in the live chat or coming on screen to discuss with the panel. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for watching and supporting DPA. And hopefully, okay. There's one more thing I wanted to. So the commander's briefing.
so which is me reacting to things in term, particularly actually social media, where I share some info. I'm considering whether to put it to DPA Open Mic, or maybe DPA Open Mic will have an exclusive separate kind of video that I just do reaction or opinion. I'm still thinking. So the main reason is that I want to boost the number of viewers and subscribers on the DPA Open Mic channel. So I'll find a content type that is suitable, that is similar to the kind of conversations that we do here on DPA Open Mic, more opinionated, less facts, more opinions kind of thing, where I can actually attract more people to come to subscribe and join the community. So I will think about it. So I haven't really firmed up that in my mind yet. So I'll let you guys know. So a lot of things this year end, these 2 weeks for me to go through and think, and hopefully 2024 will be a good year. 2023 is a so-so year for me, to be honest. Yeah, but anyway, I will talk more. I will probably do one end of 2023 video to just sum up my thoughts about DPA and everything, and the plans for 2024. So yeah, so time to rejuvenate and work harder. I'm just glad that this lead up to the end of the year, over the past 3-4 weeks, I think it has been very smooth. I've been able to have my sleeping time and schedules, able to produce the sit rep on a daily basis. So there's some kind of stability in terms of viewership and whatnot. So it feels more comfortable for me. Yeah. Okay. I shall stop ranting. Enjoy your Sunday, and I'll see you guys in the next update. Okay. Outro. And bye guys.